it never really worked. You see people defying it. They've always defied it. And hope is that per this directive, party people or those aspiring for various positions may heed to it, wait for the party's official opening of nomination, and then they'll know what to do. Because in July, they say they are going for a national conference to look at some amendments to the party constitution, some other things. So probably from that particular conference, there'll be a decision on as to when to open nomination for people to run for various positions.
But how far
the party.
Is there any update on
the party headquarters? There's a committee that was set up to look at these proposed reviews, and I'm reliably informed that by end of May this month there will be a press conference to officially announce the number of proposals received, and if they will open the window for more proposals to also come. The party is hoping to amend majority of the portion of the constitution, majority. So they believe that there's a new trend, so the party must head towards those particular trends, and so we'll see a lot of amendments. You remember in 18 there was a similar one in Kumasi, but then it didn't really work out. So they are hoping that they can consolidate all of these amendments, do it once and for all, and see how the party can move forward and forge for the 2028 election.
Outside the MPP, there's been the issue of the Chief Justice.
The Chief Justice.
The committee which is sitting to investigate and hear the petition filed against justice. We are told that today the committee began its work. The 5-member committee chaired by Justice Palmer began its work. We are not sure how...
Because we are told it's in camera.
Yes, it's in camera. We are not sure of the period of which this particular committee would stop and would finish its work. But what we are reliably told today was that the committee began its work. The Chief Justice would go before the committee, the petitioners would go before the committee, they would all present their evidence and their case before the committee, and the committee would come out with their...
Because as we discussed, there have been petitions, but then past presidents, we are seeing a process go through constitutionally. And so it will really be a Langman decision to see if the committee will uphold the allegations in the petition or will reject them. And so a lot of Ghanaians are waiting to see the outcome of this particular probe and see where the direction of the country's judiciary will go.
It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting based on the fact that, as you said, this is the first time we've actually seen such a petition get to this stage. And at a time where you have the two sides of the matter, we are all looking forward to see what the committee will do. And the committee's work is going to be solely based on the evidence produced by all parties in this matter. We wait to see used by all parties in this matter. We wait to see. We are committee hearings and findings will not take that long. We are hoping that they would do it quickly so that we can have some settlement with this issue. Because as we speak now, there's a bit of uncertainty as to where the country is going, as to what is going to happen. So it's our hope that the committee would hasten and quicken their work so that we could get the verdict, that the right verdict, whether we should keep the Chief Justice or whether the Chief Justice would need to bow or be sent out because of the allegations brought against her.
For Jabano, I am Sami Wiafi, and this is The Situation coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. This is just by way of updates on current developments within the country. But our main discussion for today is the issue of MMDAs and MMDCEs. Remember, President John Dramani Mahama has been nominating in vacant positions across the country as far as the district, municipal, and metropolitan assemblies across the country is concerned. And there have been few rejections and confirmations. We'll give you an update on which regions or which areas have had their DCs, MCs approved by the assembly, and which areas have also had the same rejected by the various assemblies. So Fred will take us through which areas we have these rejections and which areas have confirmed their DCs, and also the debate over if there's a need to revisit the issue of the election of MMDCs across the country. Another conversation as to whether we should bring back this particular proposal to, cure all this rejection and whatever that we are seeing in recent times. So Fred, the debate has come.
It started all over again.
I was one of those people who, we know the political affiliation of almost everybody who is gunning to be a DC or MCE. We shouldn't run away from it. Even in this local assemblymen election, we see some of these individuals, campaigning on partisan lines. So I ask myself that who are we deceiving? We should just let this thing be politics as it's been all the time. And we shouldn't behave like Australia and hide as if we don't know politics or they don't do anything political about it. But these elections are purely politics and they go according to partisan. And I know political parties who sponsor some individuals, to contest the various assemblymen and the rest. So I feel that we should go back or revisit this particular discussion. Let's do it on partisan line. And I'm sure we'll avoid this rejection and tension and accusations and counter-accusations that we've seen in recent time following the confirmation of the various metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives.
I agree with you, but people who oppose this particular move make the argument that, look, this country has been polarized by both the NDC, between the NDC and the NPP.
And it's not going to stop anytime soon.
It's been polarized. The only place where we seem not to have that deep political influence is the local governance sector.
But it's happening there.
No, but it's happening there, but it's not that
on paper,
deep.
It's not happening.
It's not,
but
it's
if
not,
you turn the paper, it's
their
happening.
argument is that it is not that deep. It is not that deep. So why do you want to go back
and deepen
it? Right now, yes, we know that there are assembly members who are affiliated to the NDC or the NPP. But then in campaigning, you hardly hear them campaign on an NDC or an NPP-based ticket. So it keeps the places open. Now, the issue is not just as assembly members. The MMDCs, if we are not voting, if assemblymen are being voted for outside political lines, why should we come and vote for the person who will lead them or the chief executive of that particular district or municipality or metropolitan assembly to be a political person? That is the argument. The other issue is that, look, when you even look at our ones for the national elections, the presidential, parliamentary, basically because it is on political lines. One, it starts from the election of the candidate in the constituency or in the district. Can you imagine that in a district, municipal, or metropolitan assembly, where the political parties will need to hold primaries? Look at the amount of money spent on primaries. You spend that money, now you need to look for money to come again to campaign to be elected as DC at the larger level. It's going to be a lot of money being spent. So it is the argument of people who disagree with the fact that we should elect these people based on political lines, that the moment we do that, we are opening ourselves up for so many things we'll not be able to control. We have been complaining about some we haven't been able to deal with, and we want to add more to it. So their issue is, look at the finances, look at the campaign finances, look at the investments put in these elections. Secondly, look at our communities and see how people engage themselves when it's not an NDC or an NPP thing. And let us elect these people, but elect them outside political lines. For me, as a person, I agree with you that these elections should be held on political lines. Because, when you hold these elections on political lines, what you are going to do is that you are going to increase public engagement and interest in our municipalities and districts. When you look at our local governance elections, you realize that a lot of times people are not interested. But the moment you introduce the partisan thing in it, the political parties are now given the opportunity to whip up support within the local level so that people would come out and vote. I agree with the fact that it should be on political lines, but there are also people who say, look, it's a bad thing. We are going to get into places we don't want to get to. We are going to polarize this country more, so it should end. But now let's go and see what is happening now. Now, it's not on political lines. The president appoints who he wants to be MMDCs. The president, as you said, has nominated a number of people to the various district and municipal assemblies. And this is what is happening. Let's start with the Greater Accra region. So the president nominated 29 people in the Greater Accra region. Out of the 29, we've had 25 people approved. 25 people approved. 4 of them have been rejected. The 4 which have been rejected include Shai Osudoku, the gentleman's name is Ignatius Godfrey Dodu. Also Central, Rudolph Wood Williams. Adan East, Kenneth Kano. And also West, Michael Mensah. Just a day or two ago, we heard about the issue at Ablekuma North, where the nominee was rejected, and there was the accusation that after the rejection, there was a call for a new election, which is allowed.
Yeah.
Some people are alleging that they were locked up at a particular place. People who say they have affiliation to the MPP say they were locked up, and the election was held, and the gentleman passed through. So that's what has been happening in
The
Accra.
same happened in Wejagbari too. The guy was rejected within 2 hours. He's been renominated.
He was renominated,
This time he won.
And he won.
Yeah.
So in the Greater Accra region, 29 nominees, 25 approved, 4 have been rejected. We are not sure what will happen to these 4, but it's interesting to know Shai Osudoku, that's a very stronghold of the NDC.
Yeah.
So then it goes to tell you that the people within the party in the area are not happy with the nomination of this particular gentleman, because as compared to Ablekuma North, where you say, okay, it'll be a balanced place, there are people affiliated to the NPP and the NDC. In Shai Osudoku, we all know that Shai Osudoku is one of the strongholds of the NDC. So it's interesting to know how the people within the area, the assembly members and even party members, think of this particular gentleman. Adan East, a similar thing, a strong hold of the NDC. They've also rejected their nominee. You go to Ayawaso West. Ayawaso West is quite interesting because you cannot say it's a stronghold of the NDC. That could be play either way.
Yeah.
So is it an issue of the candidate, or is it an issue of the fact that maybe the people who have been nominated are not reaching out to the various assembly members to sell out their plan for them? This is a Greater Accra region. Let's go to the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region is quite interesting. 41 nominated, 41 approved.
Okay.
2 are yet to have their elections, Asante Mampon and Echema Mamponia. These are the people who have been elected, who have been selected or nominated. It was quite interesting because in the Ashanti region, we're expecting a lot of rejections.
Because it's considered to be a stronghold
of the MPP. But that hasn't taken place. It means that there's something good happening there with the people who are campaigning and ensuring that these nominees get elected and approved by the assembly members. And we have our colleague from the Ashanti region, Hafiz Tinjani, on the line to give us an understanding of what is happening in the Ashanti region. In the Ashanti region, you know, previously, about a week ago, there were concerns about the fact that there was a large number of these nominees who were not of really Ashanti descent.
Yeah.
This became a topical issue on social media. I don't know how the government, the party has been dealing with it, but Hafiz has been there, he's been following it, and he would understand what is happening. Hafiz, 41 people nominated, 41 approved. What is happening in the Ashanti region?
Council, quickly, let me make this correction or this clarification. 41 have been selected or nominated, but all of them are yet to be confirmed. We have 18 so far. 18 so far have been confirmed in the districts, and so we have the districts like Bekwai, etc., Fram Plains, the Fidia Kwabri North, the Swami Municipality, the Fidia Kwabri South, Kwad also, Asokore Mampo, Boasi Municipal, Offensu Municipal, then the Old Tafo, as well as the Ahafano Southwest, Ahafano East, the Adansi South, the Adansi Asuka, the Amansia West, the Obuasi East, the Asokore Mampo, and the Asante Akim South, etc. East. So far, these are the areas that they have been confirmed, the nominees have been confirmed, but we've not had any rejection. And Council, if you ask me what is doing the magic for the numbers so far that have not been rejected, the Ashanti Region Minister, when the list came out, quickly the next day, he had to meet the nominees who sailed through. into the president list of nominees, and he met them, had a meeting with them. So he told them to tone down on these jubilations. They shouldn't jubilate, because that, in his wisdom, was going to mar the beauty of the unity in these areas. You know, when the list came up, people had talk of places like the Aswansi constituency, that is the Asokore-Mompong municipality, where the chairman was also interested, the chairman of that constituency for the NDC was also interested in this position, and it was given to the research officer of the party in that constituency. So his people were not so happy about the turn of events. So the minister quickly met them and discussed issues with them, told them to go back and settle any scores within their respective areas. And the next day, he met the other people who were on the list, who went through the vetting, but could not make it for the list of the president. He also told them to exercise restraint, and that they were going to have other opportunities in the party to work. So I would say this has done the magic, and the minister also dispatched some teams to the various districts to meet with stakeholders, including the assembly members for these particular areas, to sit with them and talk with them about how they can confirm some of these nominees of the president. So if you look at most of the areas, you realize that most of the nominees are scoring 100%, others are getting 92%, others are also getting 96% and 98%. So one can sit back and say that the regional minister has put out a strategy, and that's really worked.
Hafiz, as I mentioned, some few weeks ago, or somewhere last week, there were concerns about the actual origin of these people, most of the people nominated, whether they were people from true Ashanti origin. Because you recall that there were concerns about the fact that most of these people, or a lot of these people, had came from the northern descent. And this was becoming an issue for some of the people within the Ashanti region. Is this still an issue? How is that resolved? And how is the regional leadership dealing with this particular matter?
Well, so the concerns came up or stemmed from the fact that, party people, they want to increase their votes in the Ashanti region. And Ashanti is dominated, or the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. So they think that getting someone from the Ashanti origin was going to work in tandem with the people within these areas to kind of bring development and also appreciate their votes and also their presence within the Ashanti region going into the 2028 general election. That was the broad thinking for these constituency officers and other party people who had these concerns. But others also believe that areas where you are seeing that some of these people are being nominated or are being nominated by the president, these are settler communities. So you look at a place like the Ahafo Southeast. This is a purely settler community where you have people migrating from the north to settle in these areas. And these people are increasing the votes of the National Democratic Congress in the region. You look at a place like the Dura-Setudumase area. This is an area where you have settler communities. So for many also, they think that you should have someone who is from the north, who understands the dynamics of these people or this place, so that he can work with people who live there, because they are the majority in these areas. But others also have different view of getting or scoring a political point in these areas because they want to have someone who belongs to the Ashanti, who comes from the Ashanti region, not someone who is from the northern region. So, like I said, the regional minister, as part of strategies or measures to maybe tackle or address this, dispatch some teams to these areas, and these were part of the solutions or the problem the minister was seeking to solve. That was why he dispatched the team to the areas to kind of speak to stakeholders who had these concerns. So they consulted the chiefs, the party people, the assembly members in these areas, and we had this coming down, and they understood, and that is why you are seeing that the assembly members are participating. But notwithstanding, we still have issues in some of the areas that the leadership of the regional party people are trying to solve, and the regional minister.
Hafiz, finally, before you go, with the number of people left to be confirmed, do you have any idea when these confirmations will take place and when it's expected to end?
Okay, so the confirmations have been scheduled into phases. So the first phase has been done. That was last week, and this week the second phase also continued. So from Monday, we are going to see the continuation of the third phase of this confirmation, and that has been grouped into phases, like I said. So the regional minister is still talking to the aggrieved parties. So as and when they see that these issues are completely resolved and they know that they can move in and do the confirmation, then the regional minister will alert the coordinating directors at these assemblies and also the assembly members, so they can go ahead to confirm. So a place like Asakari-Mampong, the confirmation was done out of the 40 list that came. The confirmation was done on a Saturday, and because of the issues, they didn't want these issues to travel into the next week or the following week, so that they are not able to do the confirmation. So it was done on a Saturday. So anyone who would have had a concern coming into the following week, the confirmation has been done and the MC has been sworn in.
Thank you very much, Hafiz Tijani, our Ashanti regional correspondent. Sami, you heard Hafiz, the politics, the kind of engagements within the Ashanti region, and how they are finding ways to resolve it to ensure that these nominees are confirmed by the assembly members. What would you say?
It's always expected that when these things come, especially when you are in a stronghold of your opposing political party or political opponent, you should do background work. You should really do the background work. And looks like the Ashanti regional minister has really done well, because from the statistics Hafiz was given, looks like majority of these people are getting confirmed, even though you expect some huge rejections within these areas, but yet we are not seeing them. And I feel like he's doing a good job, and more of this lobbying will take place. So in areas when I see a nominee rejected, I ask myself why they didn't do the lobbying well, they didn't do the background checks well, because before your name comes up, there's time for you for proper lobbying before assembly members will go and do their confirmation. So I believe he's done a good job, and if he continues this way, the 41 as we're expecting may all go through. You're still watching The Situation. We're coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll do the Greater Accra region and speak to someone who has a better understanding of local governance setup in this country.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
For social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah
I welcome you especially to Lifeline
every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together.
You're welcome back. You're still watching The Situation. We're coming to you live from our studio here in Accra. Situation, as you know, we talk politics. And today we are discussing the MMDAs and the MMDCs across the country. If you know, President Mahama has been nominating individuals to occupy various positions within the assemblies as MDCs across the country. And we've seen some few confirmations and few rejections. Just a while ago, we spoke to Ashanti Regional Correspondent Hafiz Tijani, giving us an update in the Ashanti region. We'll come back here to the Greater Accra region, where my colleague, Ni Ayikwe Okain, has been with the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, across the length and breadth of the region to the confirmation centers for the various nominees nominated by the president. And there have been some few rejections as well within the Greater Accra region. Let's speak to Ni Ayikwe Okain, who's been with the minister in recent time for these confirmation. Ayi, thank you very much for your time. Just a quick one. Which areas have you been so far? Which ones were confirmed and which ones were rejected?
All right, so Sammy, I would say that so far all the 29 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies in the Greater Accra region have had their confirmation processes conducted, and so far 25 have been approved or confirmed by the assembly members, and we have about 4 that are yet to be approved. So currently that is the situation. The Greater Accra Regional Minister gave the indication that these nominees who were rejected would have their nominations reappointed, and then they would be taken through the confirmation process, God willing, next week.
Were we told reasons why they were rejected?
So, Sammy, if you have an interaction with some of these assembly members, they do not give you any concrete reasons. Some believe that, that candidate is not their preferred candidate because some of the shortlisted candidates were also hopeful that they would emerge, as the nominated individuals who would stand by these MMDCs. Once doesn't
Hello, Ayi.
The allegation
Hello, Ayi.
out there were also of the. Can you hear me, Sammy? Hello, Sammy, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ayi.
Yes, so I'm saying that when you have an interaction with some of these leaders, they are saying that we haven't had proper engagement from some of these nominees who are standing as MMCs. Others also feel that their candidates were not nominated by the president. And so the allegations that we had from some people on the grounds were that there were sabotage here and there, undermining of the nominees by the president. So if you would recall, there were instances we had the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oku, issuing caution to some of these
Hello, Ayi. I'm sure Ayi's line is not really the best. I'm sure we'll end the conversation, and when we establish a better, contact to Ayi, we'll speak to him on what has been the regional minister, the Greater Accra Regional Minister has been up to as far as the nomination of persons for various assemblies in the Greater Accra region is concerned. Let's go back to Zoom and speak to Dr. Richard Fiadumo, who is the president of the Chamber of Local Governance. He has a better understanding of local governance in this country and what is going on in recent times as far as the nomination of these individuals are concerned. Doc, thank you very much for your concern. From where you sit, you feel these rejections, of individuals as, heads of the various assemblies is something normal. We should go by it? Hello, Doc. We can hardly hear you. We can hardly hear you. Dr. Fiadumo, can you hear us? Looks like the internet is not our best of friends today, because we are challenged with Ayi and we are having a similar challenge with Dr. Fiadumo as far as the connection is concerned. We have wanted to speak to him, in recent developments as far as the MMDCAs, and the nomination, rejection, and confirmation and the rest are concerned. But Fred, looks like we are having a terrible connection to Doc. But whilst our technicians try to, reconnect him, take us to the central region.
Yeah, so Sammy, let's come back to the number of nominees, those approved and those rejected. We go to the central region where we have 24 nominated MMDCs. 22 have been approved, 2 have been rejected. We go to the eastern region. The eastern region has 33 nominated MMDCs. 29 of them have been approved. 4 are yet to have their elections. So the areas where they are yet to have their elections include the New Jabin North, Ekwapim North, Afram Plains North, and Afram Plains South. These districts are yet to have elections to approve or disapprove their the nominated persons. We now move to the northern region. The northern region has 18 nominated MMDCs. 16 of them have been approved. 2 are yet to be nominated. And in areas where they are yet to have these people nominated is Mandai and Tatale. This is for the northern region. We go to the western region. The western region had 14 people nominated. Out of the 14 of all the 14 have been approved.
In western region?
In the western region.
Excellent.
Excellent.
So you call this 100% mark, right?
They've all been approved. And you see, sometimes you try to go back to get an understanding of why these nominations are being approved, why there are no issues. And my mind will just quickly take me back to the 2024 elections and look at the performance of the NDC within that particular region and how they were able to sweep majority of the seats over there. It looks like there's some kind of goodwill for the party within the western region. So if you see 14 people nominated and these 14 people also all being approved, then it gives you a sense that the people of the western region are now more open to the NDC. There's a lot of goodwill for the NDC within the western region. Let's go to the northeast region. The northeast region has 6 nominated MMDCs and 6 approved MMDCs. the Northeast region is a region of Dr. Bawumia.
Yeah, the 2024 presidential candidate
Yes,
of
but
the NPP.
you also look at the number of seats the NDC won there and the number of seats the NPP won there, and you realize that still the NDC performed quite well within the Northeast region. So this comes also as no surprise. Let's go to the Savannah region, the home region of the president, who is actually making the nominations. He nominated 7 people. Before the nomination, you know, we had issues
with
from
Bole
the Bole
area,
his constituency, where he hails
where NDC
from.
that threatened to go and burn his home.
Where people threatened the MP, threatened the president. They managed to resolve the problem. They nominated someone. Everybody within that region has been approved by the assembly members of the region. So yes, that is the Savannah region. We go to Bono. Bono, 12 nominated, 12 approved. Also quite similar, following the trend. Following the trend, and I'll still not go past what happened in 2024.
Yeah,
I'll still not go past what happened in December 2024. You can still tell that the NDC still has some goodwill within the country, in the entire country, where the people are still open to the party to do what they want to do. They are giving the party a chance and the president a chance to work. You go to the Bono East region, 11 nominated persons, 12 approved, 11 approved. This is 100% like you would like to put it. Now we go straight to the Ahafo region. 6 nominated MMDCs, 6 approved. So you realize Bono East, Ahafo, they all approved the president's nominees, and they are you didn't really hear a lot of issues with persons who have been nominated, who were nominated within that particular region. It goes to tell us a lot that when you deal with the people well, the local people well, there are a lot of times you wouldn't have challenges when it comes to getting some of your things approved or accepted by the local people. But you see, Sami, one of the things which worries me is the fact that, you see, we are getting these people nominated, but are these people the
right people for the job? That's the question.
The right fix for the jobs which they are being nominated to do? You ask yourself. Some of them are in party people who the party base believe or support. But when you come to our localities, that's the most important place in terms of development.
Fred, I'll ask you to hold on there. I'm sure we have a better connection, this time on telephone, to speak to Dr. Richard Fiadomo, who is the president of the Chamber of Local Governance, to speak to him on these developments. Doc, thank you very much for your time. I believe there's a better connection this time around.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
So I was asking before, that trip, that indeed, if these rejections are what we are seeing, is it surprising?
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, I am not surprised if a nominee is rejected. Neither am I surprised if a nominee is rejected. If you look at Article 246 of one of Ghana's constitution, it mandates the president to nominate person for a particular day. The same constitutional provision mandates assembly members by two-thirds majority present and voting to confirm a president nominee by two-thirds majority. So the constitution also envisages that it is possible and nominee will not get two-thirds. So when it comes to the model standing orders of the district assembly, it gives room that if a candidate goes to get above two-thirds majority and up to 100%, he or she is automatically confirmed. If he gets less than two-thirds majority, there's a window of opportunity for that nominee to be voted on again within 10 days. That provision has been made. What it is that if the assembly members confirm, they have exercised their constitutional right. If they reject, they have done so. The challenge we are having with respect to some of the violent situations is that some regional ministers have taken this whole confirmation process as a welcome, to the extent that if the nominee is not confirmed, it's a disgrace to them, it's a disgrace to the president. So they do all kinds of things to make sure that confirmation is got. But assembly members, for Christ's sake, are not children. They are adults who have been voted and have a conscience. They know who is best fit to come and help the assembly to grow and work with them. So if in their personal considered opinion they think that the president nominee falls out short of the obligations that has to be done for occupying the position, they go ahead and check. And we shouldn't make too much noise about it. Sometimes what we are also seeing, like you said in some of the comments, is that you have a situation whereby some MPs do not like the president. So because they do not like the president nominee, they have an upper hand over the president nominee because they have been with the assembly members of the time. So sometimes they go underground to get the assembly members to, as it were, to test the president nominee. It becomes an issue. So when those kinds of political undertones or undercurrents come in, then the regional ministers also getting to know that there are undercurrents, then it is the government appointees who suffer because they can change at any time. So for me, I think that if a confirmation is gotten, it's good for local government. If a rejection is also the case, it is good for local government. If a nominee is rejected, it is not a fait accompli matter. He or she has an opportunity to do a second round, some candidate to a third round. The president, if he feels that his nominee is being rejected, can re-nominate that person again. So for me, I think that we should allow the processes to continue. MMDC confirmation to between the president and assembly members, and we should not allow any third party to come. That is what it is.
So the conversation has come up again for the need to have, an election of MMDCs. The process started some years back, but it was truncated due to several reasons. Fred and I were discussing that there's a need to bring back this conversation and forge ahead with the election. I'm sure when we do this election, we will not see all this rejection and the confrontation and the little, fights that we see within the various assemblies. You think we should go back to that conversation and possibility bring that back?
Yes, for me, I agree 100% that MMDC is going for it. Thankfully, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC had it in their manifesto that if God wills, we get the mandate of the people to rule the country. We were going to elect MMDC. As I speak, a legislative review committee has been commissioned to make sure that they look at the act, look at the constitution, and they look at all the consequential amendments that have to be made to make sure that MMDCs are going to be elected. That committee was inaugurated, I think, months ago. So the processes leading to election of MMDCs has actually started. That is the stage we need to get to, because once elections come up and a person wins, nobody will come and say that person is not a justice person, because it was a universal adult of that person. So going forward, that is what the case. But you see, the kind of local governance system we've run from 1968 up to now, if we say we want to elect MMDC, it will bring about a lot of amendments to our constitution, the 1990 constitution, and indeed a lot of acts that are also associated with the local governance system. So, for example, we have local government service. That local government service employs people in Accra and send them to South Africa. That local government service employs people and send them to Texas. That local government service employs people and send them to the city. But now, if you go ahead to elect a chief executive, are you now going to sit in Accra and decide who that chief executive, who now has executive power to work with? So I think that yes, the election is good, but we should not rush it, because it will have a lot of consequences if we go ahead with that, without making a lot of amendments to our 1990 constitution and indeed the acts and other relevant acts that govern local governance. So the election, I'm sure it will happen before His Excellency John Dramani Mahama can come here.
Doc, thank you very much for your time. Dr. Richard Feah-Domor, who is the president of the local government, the Chamber of Local Governance here in Ghana, bringing us some perspective as far as this particular conversation is concerned. Fred, he also agrees that we should, elect our MMDCs. He agrees with the conversation that we should bring it back, and the challenge he mentioned is the various amendments we need to do in respect of the constitution and the various acts, governing the local governance setup in this country, which I feel will be cumbersome.
Sami,
or you think we are already in a constitutional review process, so we should...
That's what his view, or what he just brought about, he's brought to us, is very, very important. We really need to think about it, especially, like he says, you have a local government service where it's seated here in Accra. So you are practicing a decentralized system, but you have a centralized system which has to engage in employment and transfers and payments and everything. Now you want to amend your constitution to allow people to elect their own leaders. When you allow people to elect their own leaders, you are giving them executive authority. Yeah. Giving them executive authority, are you still going to influence their decision from the top? Yeah. How is government going to now channel resources from these local governments to these local government assemblies, to these assemblies? Will they come from the top? Is government still going to take some money from them? You understand? So there are so many things.
It's a cumbersome process.
There are so many things we need to look at. And as you said, this constitutional review process may help us to relook at it, rework it, and ensure that we have a better working local government system which would benefit all of us.
Fred, thank you. Fred Jabano, I am Sami Wiafe, and we brought you the Situation Room that came to you live from our studio here in Accra. So we meet again. May the good Lord be with us all.
all day. Now I'm me do oh yeah. Heritage Caravan 2025. Hey. Beautiful cow, so me bufisa odom wodo. That's what dog I said. Me hot and some. I told them bia, a baby have you know I say I'm moving to them. This sort of buy dinner for me. I don't know who else. I got a birthday. And yet your man say when you be appreciate. You know I say from my home and you know bravo. Guys I won't tell them see my uniform. I wish one day you would become So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumangulu, you know what you're shown. What you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumangulu, you know what you're shown. Diplomatic bus. What a diplomatic passport in the one. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Let's sing it. Verse 1. Let's sing together. Say, Mommy, can't you roll that? Sika, ya, boada, ma, watch it. Penny, a kakra. Sika, ye, diva, Sika, you moja. Appa, Sika, you moja. Sika, you moja. Sika, you moja. One more time. Say, Mommy, can't you roll that? Sika, ya, boada, ma, watch it. Sika ye di bambara, sika ye boja, hey, sika ye boja, sika ye boja, sika ye boja, sika ye moja, sika ye moja, sika ye moja pa, sika ye moja, sika ye moja, sika ye moja pa. When you went to me, when you went to me, caravan, then Nancy Gaye, I swear. Missy, when you are any day, when you went to me, Yashia, Sigaye Moje, Sigaye Moje, then Nancy Gaye Mojamba, Missy Sikama, our resort, Mewa, Sigasha Busia, Sigama DJ. Sikama honkan, ye adasame. Wankan nokore, sikanya wabra. Ni bada senyi presike, kuntia sekra. Ebu sikeya. Say mami kanchauda, amba. Sikanya wada mawachira. Pastor for all my young people tight no. I'm with your mommy. Pastor. Sadama kala kala go and do my video. Sadama kala kala go and do my video. Pastor, are we ready? Hey, Pastor. Hey, I'm perhaps boys, girls, big one. That's right. Okay. Okay, verse 3. Okay.
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 Let's go. And 1.
What there?
Are you ready? Verse 3. And 1.
What there?
And 2.
What there?
Okay. 1, 2. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Apa.
Yes, sir. Hey. Hey.
Sakuruba.
Hey.
Sakuwaba. Sakuwaba.
Shake your waist. Shake your waist.
Hey. Bend down low.
And 1.
What there?
And 2.
What there?
And 3.
What there? Yeah, stop. Yes, sir. Hey, verse 3 with the energy. Number 5. See, give me the energy. 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 Wabino, one about Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju, the fuck is it? Yatu Wabino, one about Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju, the fuck is it?
Yeah, Nabahalia, Malina Chotoma, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeje Anna Momesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, oh, oh, Male, 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 Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, war, 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 nothing but destruction.
all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana. On Footprints this Friday, veteran actor and playwright David Donto tells us his story about his educational journey, his love for theater arts, and playwriting.
The name Donto itself is a corrupted form of Odowonto. The whites could not pronounce the Odowonto, so they decided to shorten it to Donto.
Wow.
And that is how I got stuck. About 10-15 minutes, nothing was happening. Then all of a sudden someone opened the door, and then you popped the head out, and that was Kwame Nkrumah. Because I had seen him earlier in Cape Coast when he came there with the Duchess of Kent, you know. So as soon as I saw him, I said that must be Kwame Nkrumah. Then he walked straight towards me, and you know, playfully said, "Hey, I will have Adoa." He was speaking fancy.
Yeah.
So we hear Papa. Who is your father? I mentioned the name. And oh, Mr. Donto never you. Say school is here. That's Chiam. So we started
with
Keteke. And the very first 2 episodes, I was Ghana Man. Okay, the title was Ghana Man because the story was about the typical Ghanaian worker whose salary would never take him home.
Yeah.
So he has to do sundown to survive. And my mother was selling kinky at the railway station. So station master, who was then the station master of the railway station, I'll go to him and ask him if he could help me. I say, okay. Come my mother to the corner. Oh, it's a Kokana a year. Bisobia there, hear my mother. Oh, then the name my mother got stuck on her.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play,
He's not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picking, picking. No,
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me ke man bi mo no Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club me fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Coming up, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition seeks 1.1 billion cedis to purchase liquid fuel for power generation. Also coming up, Minority in Parliament petitions charge CID and OSP to probe CEO of Gold Board. Coming up in business, Bank of Ghana reaffirms commitment to building a more inclusive financial ecosystem. And later in sport, former technical director of the FA slammed the GFA after Under-20 World Cup miss. Details of our stories now. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition is seeking 1.1 billion cedis to purchase liquid fuel for power generation, as current stocks would only last 2.6 days. The ministry cited a 2 billion cedis monthly deficit due to the ECG's revenue collection shortfall as the reason for the funding struggle. The Minister of Energy and Green Transition, John Jinapor, expressed worry during an engagement between the Energy Committee and power sector agencies.
Car Power has just sent us a letter that by 18th, they will shut down the plant because we owe them more than $400 million. IPPs alone, we owe them $1.7 billion. And so it's serious. I must be frank with you, Chairman. Today, as I sit here, this morning, my headache is how to get the next parcel of liquid fuel. The fuel we have to take us 2.6 days. We've placed order for fuel, but it has to be paid. We've procured some fuel on credit and working with the Ministry of Finance to pay. But the truth is that the Ministry of Finance also has its limits. And so we'll be going to Cabinet to discuss how we can improve on the sector. And that is why we are pushing for some private sector participation in ECG's operations. It does not entirely solve the problem, but it takes us to another level.
The Energy Minister further announced that all ministries, departments and agencies will now be required to make budgetary allocations for their power consumption.
The Cabinet has also adopted a position, and we'll brief you, Chairman. All MMDAs are supposed to pay for their electricity bills. They have to budget for it. We've identified what we call critical institutions. They include the health sector, the education sector, the security agencies, and the presidency. Even with that, so if you take the health sector, it's the theaters, the laboratories, the wards that will be exempted. If you take the education institutions, dormitories are not part. Restaurants are not part. Only lecture theaters. And so we've classified that. And Cabinet is granting approval and will publish that. Even what we term as critical institutions, the Minister of Finance will have to budget for it and pay.
The minority in Parliament has petitioned CHARGE, the CID and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to probe the Chief Executive of the Ghana Gold Board, Sammy Gyamfi. According to the caucus, the decision of the President to forgive Sammy Gyamfi is not conclusive enough. The minority is accusing Sammy Gyamfi of dealing in foreign exchange transactions without license and circulating foreign currency in breach of the Foreign Exchange ACT and the Currency ACT respectively. Now addressing the press after submitting the petitions, Member of Parliament for Nalerigo Gambaga Nuruddin Mohammed Mumuni says the caucus wants the institution's petition to determine if Sammy Gyamfi's action amounted to abuse of office and determine the source of the money.
What we want them to do is to conduct an investigation into the matter, and so that Mr. Sammy Gyamfi, if he has not committed any offense, he will declare properly, but not the clearance His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has given to him. If you look at our concern, we want these institutions of things who are mandated to do some of these things to find out the source of the money. Where did Mr. Sammy Gyamfi got that huge amount of money that he doesn't have Ghana cedi in his car and he can put his hand into a bag and bring $10,000 and dash to alleged $10,000 alleged and dash to somebody. And also want them to investigate whether the said currency form part of public or institutional fund entrusted into Mr. Sammy Gyamfi hands as the acting CEO of Gold Board. We also want to know whether it's a potential conflict of interest and abuse of office. We also want to know whether he has violated the code of conduct for public officers recently launched by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And we also want to know whether he has breached the Foreign Exchange Act, which we believe he has. We also want to know potential tax evasion by Mr. Sammy Gyamfi or the receiver of the money.
The Office of the Special Prosecutor has convicted 6 individuals for their roles in unlawfully keeping ghost names on the government payroll. The 6 individuals include a former teacher, school administrators, and payroll officers. The first accused, Tahidu Yakubu, a former teacher at Balogu MA Junior High School in Yendi, was still being paid, although he vacated his post in August 2022 to take a new job at Maslok. The accused were put before the High Court in Tamale and charged with 22 counts, including corruption by a public officer, causing financial loss to the Republic, and falsifying public document. They all pleaded guilty under a plea bargain agreement that required them to repay the stolen funds and assist in further investigations. As of May 9, the Special Prosecutor confirmed the full recovery of the funds. The court has also ordered the convict to provide information to assist in rooting out similar cases. The OSP has also recovered over 106,000 cedis from the individuals in the payroll corruption case involving the Ghana Education Service in the northern region. Away from that, the Ashanti Regional Manager of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, Jerry Edem Aflagbo, has announced that all excavators imported into Ghana will now be registered at the port of entry before they are allowed into the country. This measure is intended to curb the influx of excavators commonly used in illegal mining. During a working visit to City FM and Channel 1 TV's Ashanti Regional Office in Kumasi, Jerry Edem Aflagbo also indicated that the DVLA will partner with national security agencies in the region to identify and register excavators already in use without proper documentation.
Moving forward, the excavators that are imported will be registered at the ports before they even move out. So that is a solution to going forward. However, those that are already in the system are what we will have to tackle. Now, for the mining companies, it's easy to identify. The strategy will be to liaise with the national security in the region. I believe they have intel as where the individual ones are scattered. So what I mean is that the registered companies, we can easily identify them. We'll go there, we'll write to them, we'll go there, have a discussion, and then we move to their yard to do the inspection, because transporting them to our offices will be a huge cost.
The National Road Safety Authority is set to hold discussions with the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohono, to strengthen the enforcement of road traffic laws, especially those addressing street hawking and roadside trading. This move comes amid rising concerns from commercial transport operators nationwide who have threatened to halt their services due to the growing problem of unauthorized roadside trading. They argue that these activities disrupt traffic flow and negatively impact their businesses. Speaking to Channel One News, the head of communication at the National Road Safety Authority, Pels Edusu Satekla, said they will collaborate closely with the police to tackle these issues and ensure strict enforcement of road traffic regulations.
Of the NRSA sent a letter to Ghana Police Service to meet with the new IGP. We will table all these things before him, and because they are the law enforcers, we will assure them of our support for them to enforce the road traffic regulation pertaining to selling on the road and any other road enforcement strategy that they will come up with, so that we'll curb the rate of increase in the crashes in the country, because recently it's becoming too many. And so we are ready to meet with the IGP and then put up our strategies, our suggestions, and pledge our support for them to come back on the street and strictly enforce the road traffic regulation, so that our education will go along with the enforcement, because there is this thing that education without enforcement is entertainment. It's like Martin's women say, I've heard, I've not heard, I will not do, I will not take action, and nothing can be done to me. But when there is stricter enforcement, all these negativities on our road will be a thing of the past.
You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Still to come, Accra Metropolitan Assembly announces a major decongestion exercise on Tuesday, May 20. We have details coming up shortly. Please stay with us.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us on this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here. Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfeed on Channel One TV. Let's do some other stories now. The Accra Metropolitan Assembly AMA has announced a major decongestion exercise set for Tuesday, May 20, aimed at removing traders from pavement and unauthorized locations. The Assembly is urging all affected traders to vacate these areas before the deadline or risk being forcibly removed. Speaking at a press conference, the Mayor of Accra, Michael Kpakpo Alote, has vowed to enforce order in the city, stating that the ongoing decongestion exercise will target key areas such as Okanshi, Circle and Kaneshi.
So as the mayor of the city, I cannot watch this to happen. So on Tuesday, we are starting from Okanshi, we'll move straight to Circle and Kaneshi. So please, we are not after anybody. We are not coming because we have the power to move you from the street. No, we want to keep the city clean.
The Greater Accra Regional Chair of the Ghana National Association of Teachers, Sarah Oye-Redu, is urging the Ghana Education Service to address persistent challenges faced by female teachers seeking transfers from rural areas. Her appeal comes on the back of growing concerns from female educators who struggle to secure transfers to other regions in order to reunite with their families. Some also endure long commutes daily, affecting their work and well-being. Speaking at the Accra Metro West NATLAS Roundabout Conference, Madam Oreidu noted that despite assurances from officials at the district level, some directors within their jurisdiction are reluctant to release the teachers. She cited enforcement of the 3-year mandatory service requirement as a major obstacle.
Female teachers in the rural areas who want to take transfer to the cities, some are married and want to join their husbands. It becomes an issue because some of the directors are not ready, even those who get assurances from districts in the city centers. The district directors from their areas are not ready to release them because they think that they have not served maybe the 3 years mandatory. Some have served 2 years, but because of marriage, their husbands cannot stay in rural area, their city centers, and then for them also to be somewhere. The marriage is young, and the directors have to help them. Also, some are also pursuing other higher education, and they're commuting from their rural areas to even the city. It becomes a problem. So we are pleading with the directors that ladies with such peculiar issues should be helped to get transfers to the cities.
Now, Women's International Shipping and Trading Association Ghana is calling on the Ghana Maritime Authority to be deliberate in policy formulation, among others to include women to promote gender equity. This is in line with the organization's mission to attract and support women at the management level in the maritime, trading and logistics sectors. The call was made during a courtesy call by the organization on the Director General of the Ghana Maritime Authority, Dr. Kamaldeen Ali. Executive Director of the Association, Gertrude Ajwa Ohene Esieni, has been speaking to Channel One News.
To deliberately help promote the maritime domain and especially help women in that direction to bring out the activities that the women are doing and to be able to help with policies that deliberately help improve upon what we already do. Over the years, they've been one of our biggest supporters, and as you heard from the DG, they promote diversity, inclusivity, and gender equity. And this is what WESTA stands for. So organizations that are promoting these activities are dear to our hearts. And so we came to strengthen the ties and also to outline our vision for the future with them.
Winner of the 2022 edition of City FM's Literacy Challenge, Samuel Kweku Jemfi Gariba, is representing Ghana at the 2025 World RoboFest Championship in the USA. He's part of a team from Our Lady of Grace Senior High School located in Mampontin in the Kwabra East Municipality of the Ashanti region participating in the competition. The 16-year-old clinched the literacy challenge title 3 years ago while a student at D&D Academy Junior High School. Samuel shares how the literacy challenge shaped his thinking and contributed to his growth in the field of technology.
The literacy challenge, I wouldn't choose to view it as a competition, but as an experience, because the whole thing, it was just a lot of fun. Like, the competition was just a small aspect of it, and winning was nice, but the best part of it was being able to meet new people and have a whole new experience. Before I came to this school, I knew next to nothing about robotics. So when I came here, even programming something I would find simple right now, it would take me hours to do. So over time, I just practiced. Practice is what got me here. Practicing constantly, and then I got used to the software. So now I'm able to go for this competition and represent the country.
8 sanitation offenders have been arrested and prosecuted in the Awutu Senya East municipality of the Central Region. The culprits were arrested for dumping refuse in the Central Business District of Kasua. The culprits were arrested by an ad hoc task force established by the Assembly to patrol and arrest sanitation offenders. All culprits have been arraigned before court, with some of them having their cases concluded and fines instituted against them. Municipal Chief Executive for the area, Saba Sewono Banini, told Channel One News the Assembly will soon outdoor a main task force with membership from all state security agencies and patrol the area.
This morning, I understand one other person had been brought to face the law. That makes the number 8 of persons that have been apprehended by the task force that have been working in the evening. In fact, the task force so far, up until now, were an ad hoc committee, but we have worked to have improved numbers, and so at the moment, a commanding force of about 40 people, specifically for our sanitation guard and other traffic decongestion related issues, will be commissioned to start working. We are hoping that this would beef up the efforts from the security agencies within the municipality, who have assured us and shown much enthusiasm about collaborating with the Assembly and the Assembly Task Force to make sure that we patrol the Central Business District, we apprehend and arrest miscreants that feel they can only dispose rubbish from their homes and their kitchen at the Central Business District at all times.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel One TV. Next, we have business with Shika Caesar. Hello, Shika.
Hi, Hawa.
What do you have in the world of business?
The Bank of Ghana, BOG, has reaffirmed its commitment to building a more inclusive financial ecosystem by championing regulatory harmonization across the continent. According to the head of FinTech and Innovation at the Central Bank, Kwame Opong, aligning regulatory frameworks is essential to achieving meaningful financial and digital inclusion, particularly in Africa's fast-evolving digital economy. Addressing the media on the sidelines of the 3i Africa Policy Forum in Accra, Kwame Opong stressed that standardized regulations will be crucial to unlocking the full potential of cross-border digital payments, fintech innovation and financial services for underdeserved populations.
Regulatory harmonization has been recognized as one of the key pillars and prerequisites to achieving many of the policy objectives that we have, not just as Bank of Ghana, but across the African continent. As you may have also heard at this forum today, something is happening very differently. Regulators have come to terms with the fact that the nature of the development on the global scene, as well as here in Africa, requires that we collaborate. And that collaboration is already happening. reference was made to our partnership and collaboration with the Rwanda Central Bank, for instance, where we're exploring licensed passporting as well as cross-border payments. And in fact, Ghana is leading in mobilizing, together with Rwanda, an initiative with GFTN and PAPS, an initiative to bring central banks together so we can test and learn on how we actually achieve things like cross-border payments, so that MSMEs and individuals on the continent can actually send and receive money among themselves. So those issues will no longer be a barrier, and we can actually ultimately achieve our goals of AFTA, which is seeking to also bring development to not just the country level, but individuals and small businesses in our respective countries.
Now, civil society organization ActionAid Ghana is calling on the government to implement stronger policies aimed at curbing illicit financial flows. The organization argues that addressing this issue is critical to mobilizing domestic resources, boosting investor confidence, and enhancing economic development. According to ActionAid Ghana, plugging revenue leakages through illicit financial activities could free up funds for investment in key sectors such as infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Country Director of ActionAid Ghana, John Inko, has been speaking to the media on the sidelines of the National Civil Society Dialogue and Mobilization on Financing for Development.
The more and more our taxes are piled to pay debts, the more and more social infrastructure loses out. So, for example, we talk about new schools, we are talking about new hospitals, we are talking about providing water sources for women in the rural places, where they can spend less time to go and fetch water. Government need to embark on progressive taxations. Taxation in a way that will ensure that the rich who can pay more, so that government can pay for the gender responsive public services we are talking about. There's also the need for government to map up concrete mechanisms to address illicit financial flows, which sees a lot of Ghana's resources being plundered out of the country. In that way, government will be ensuring that a lot more investment will go into, if you like, food crop agriculture.
Now, Ghanaian investors are being urged to explore the growing investment opportunities in Liberia in a bid to boost intra-African trade and mutual economic growth. The Liberian ambassador to Ghana, Masu Jatu Rule, identified key sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and infrastructure as promising areas for investment. Daniel Odumensa has more.
Speaking in an interview with the media at the 2025 Liberia Investment Conference in Accra, the Liberian ambassador to Ghana, Masu Jatu Rule, reaffirmed that Liberia remains open and welcoming to Ghanaian businesses looking to expand beyond their borders.
We already have many Ghanaian investors in Liberia, many Ghanaian investors. Now, we are encouraging them to bring more investors into Liberia. We have businesses that are registered here, Ghanaian businesses, and they are also registered in Liberia. We have banks that are here in Ghana, 4 or 5 banks, they are also registered in Liberia. So we are looking for more opportunities from Ghanaian business people.
A tax expert with the Liberia Revenue Authority, Paul Hene, noted that Ghanaian businesses could benefit from reduced tax rates, especially for long-term contracts, making Liberia an even more attractive destination for investment.
And when the contracts and concessions are long-term, we cannot do anything. Every agreement or negotiation that we've done in our agreement, and once it's concluded, we keep it for that length of the time. So you come to Africa, you come to Liberia per se, and you have an agreement for 10 years, for instance. Once everything that is agreed in that agreement will be protected.
And that's it for business. I am Nashika Caesar.
Next, we have sports with Bernard Abeyuku-Oche. Hello, Abeku.
Hi, Chia.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
What do we have in the world of sports?
Well, let's get into it, shall we?
Please do.
Great. Now, former Technical Director of the Ghana Football Association, Francis Ohinebo Otiakante, has raised concerns about the structural foundation of football in the country following the national under-20 team's failure to qualify for the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile. The Black Starlights missed out on a place at this year's global tournament after failing to reach the semi-finals of the Under-20 African Cup of Nations. Speaking exclusively to Channel One Sports, Otiakante criticized the Ghana Football Association for prioritizing the senior national team, the Black Stars, at the expense of grassroots and developmental football, which he believes is crucial for long-term success.
We always look at the top, the Black Stars. Tell me who has not been supporting the Black Stars any time that they have been. Everybody, we are there. But have we been thinking how the people got to that top, to the top of the triangle? We have not probably been thinking about that. Instead of sinking most of the money, majority of the distance at the grassroots, let's build a sound foundation. Tell me, when you are putting up a building and then the foundation is not solid, what happens? You put the blocks on, what happens? It will fall. So let us build a sound foundation, a very sound, a very nice grassroots. Meanwhile, in building the grassroots, you have to think of the schools, just as CAF has already started. No, we did it. I did it in my time before I left, before I was asked to go on retirement. But these people are very business-like. So they can look for sponsors to be taking care of our U15 and the rest. So if we can do that, then it means we are building a team. And we have to make a deliberate effort in getting the U13, majority of U13, that is the nucleus of the U13, to go to U15. Then nucleus of U15 graduating into the U16 or under 17. And I will think that from now onwards, because of the importance of this, they should have a blueprint so that what I'm saying should be there. We should have a blueprint.
Well, that's the very latest from the world of sport. And I am Bernard Abekootri.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Pleasure coming your way always.
You carry your art everywhere, literally.
Everywhere, and I'm starving.
What are you working on?
So I'm thinking, the Ghana food market has been really strange lately, and food insecurity is a problem now. So I'm creating an artwork that kind of captures all the statistics in the industry. Well, not all, but as much as I can in this piece. Okay. And they're kind of like exploding from this cooking pot.
I like that.
So,
I like that. I see bread.
Yeah.
Bread and cereals.
Ghana has 13 main food production sectors. So there's the food, there's vegetables, fruits, fish, meats, exactly, dairy. And so
It's brilliant. I love it. I love it.
I'm a
Ladies
nerd.
and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce my guest. What's cooking? My name is Apioko Sayuram Ashong Abe, and you're very welcome to What's Cooking on Channel 1 TV. And this is Whitney Chinyonye Ernest.
Yes.
And she is an artist. One of my favorites. She's a young artist. Is it okay if I mention your age?
Yes, please. I love it.
Whitney is 24 years old. And what excites me about her art is the depth that goes into it. She's what we call a data artist, also an archivist. And she takes statistics, economic statistics, social political statistics, any kind of statistics that are difficult for the average person to digest, and she breaks them down in art. And you look at this, for example. This is not a digital print. It's hand-drawn and hand-painted or hand-colored. And I just love your work.
Thank you
I
so
love your
much.
work.
I know you do.
So it's an honor to have you on the show today. And you've been doing lots of interesting things,
Lately.
connecting people across the country and across the continent.
Yes, of course.
And connecting generations of artists who do very important work in their fields. And so I thought it'd be nice for us to have a chat. And I'm so happy that my producers brought you here. They didn't know they were causing trouble, right? So we'll talk more about the work that you do. But I want us to go on break, and when we come back, you tell us what you're going to cook. I know you came with a sous chef.
Yes, naturally.
Yeah, no. Like, artists are so dramatic, but it's cool because she's a young chef as well, and we're
Doing
talking
great
about
things.
food.
Exactly.
So it would be a great conversation to have. Don't forget that this show is sponsored by Tasty Tom. Mufa kakra na aye bebre. You've known Tasty Tom for so many amazing things, but did you know that they have a range of spices? There's chicken, there's shrimp, there's a stew mix, there's jollof, and they have the almighty Tasty Tom jollof mix, which I can't stop raving about, and I'll tell you more about that later. But very big thank you to Tasty Tom and Kivo Hot Pepper. And Kivo is also widening their range fast and furiously. They've got the Kivo Hot Pepper, which we've all come to love and respect because it's potent, it's authentic, it gives you the proper Ghana kick when it comes to pepper. But they also have the rosemary powder, which I think is revolutionary. No more rosemary sticks in your jollof. Now you can have the powder with the taste in there. And then there's the 3-in-1, ginger, onion, and garlic. I call them the triple threat, and Kivo has put them into a nice little sachet that we can all afford. Then there's a special seasoning for stews, and then the hot peppers there as well. So 2 forces on the show. We thank you. Let's go for a break. When we come back, Whitney, myself, and her amazing sous chef will get cooking. This is still What's Cooking right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Apioko. Now, if you're just joining us, you're late. But don't worry, it's okay. I forgive you. There's a lot of forgiveness in this heart of Jesus and God. So I forgive you. My guest today is Whitney Chinyonye Ernest. She's an artist, a data artist, to be specific, or you could call her an archivist. And we'll be talking a lot more about what she does. And she's going to tell us what she's going to cook, and then we'll introduce a very special sous chef whom she's brought with her today. Hi, Whitney.
Hi, Apioko.
So it's time to cook.
It is time to cook. I'm starving.
Yeah, but why do you look nervous?
Oh. It's obvious.
It's very obvious. Relax.
I cook for sustenance. To stay alive.
Not for economic purposes.
Exactly.
It's understood. Don't worry, I won't judge you. We're eating, we're vibing. This is not a cooking competition.
Fortunately.
So relax. We pick and choose our battles. So what are we making?
Today we're making a good spaghetti bolognese. So that's spaghetti and a tomato sauce to go with it. We're going to mix it up so that it's like a spaghetti jollof. Hey. You have to innovate. That's where we are.
I like it.
But yes.
I see this is spinach spaghetti?
Yes. They call it a linguine because it's flat and long. So I think that it makes us seem a little bit more special,
Yes, it does.
It does.
And then there's some carrots.
Onions.
Onions.
Garlic and ginger.
Okay.
Yes.
Oil. Is that olive oil or vegetable oil?
I think it should be.
Well, it looks olive oilish, but we'll see. And then
a good minced meat over here. We've got peppers, tomatoes, tin tomatoes,
basil. As we say in Ghana, kokomesa. Yeah, fresh basil, and then some
for the
spices
flavor.
For the flavor, I like it. Very simple.
Very simple. Very straightforward.
Is this something you make at home often?
Yes, to stay alive.
To stay alive. I like how we're emphasizing stay alive. But let me introduce our sous chef. Fafa is here. Fafa, our lady CEO of Cheddar and Spice. I love the name. Hi Fafa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm well. Good to have you here. Yeah. Lady chef. So you're going to support Whitney today. Okay. She says she cooks for sustenance. So I'm guessing to make sure that we all leave here alive
and happy.
And happy. She brought you to help us. It's good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
But why? I'm just curious. Name of your Cheddar and Spice.
Cheddar
Why
and Spice. Okay, so when I started, it was more of sandwiches.
Okay.
And then I was using cheddar cheese.
Cheddar cheese.
Yeah. So my meals were spicy, so I just leaned the cheddar and spice.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
I like that. Very, very interesting. All right, you're welcome. Whitney tells me we're making a spaghetti bolognese.
Yeah.
Okay, and it looks like a very simple
dish.
I love it. Okay, let's get right into it. Where do we begin?
So I think we start with
Okay, so where do we start?
We're going to start with our pasta.
With our pasta?
Yeah.
We're going to boil that first. Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, I like to do that first.
Was there a reason why? Because I would have thought
because the sauce is like really easy to make, so I just need
So you
to
need
boil
to-
it down and then set
then-
it aside.
Very interesting. Okay, so what do we need? We have some
Yeah.
pots here. How big do we need the pot to be?
The smallest one? The biggest one.
Oh, the biggest one?
The biggest one.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Let me do the easy.
Okay, sure. So I
There
like
we
to
go.
prep my things whilst like the pasta is on fire.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could just start with like the
All right,
onions.
so we're boiling the water
Yeah.
first.
So
What about people who would like to boil their water in a kettle and then do it? You want to boil it?
Yeah, I want to boil.
Is there a reason for that?
I don't know. I just
like.
I just like. The
I love how you have your process and you stick to it. It's really cool. Okay, so what do we do
Let's go
next?
in with the oil.
Okay.
So I like to add oil to
In the
my
pasta, right? So it doesn't
yeah.
stick
Yeah,
together.
doesn't stick
Stick
together.
together.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, are you paying attention? So we're starting with our pasta.
Wait, can you help me with
All
that?
right, starting with our pasta.
You are like,
we
I'm not
put
really
some
listening.
water on fire, actually. That's what we've done. We're boiling it.
Okay.
Or we're hoping to bring it to a boil. And then we're adding a little bit of oil to
that a
the
tablespoon?
water.
Yeah, tablespoon.
Usually what happens is when you add oil to the water that you're boiling your pasta in, when the pasta is ready, it doesn't stick together. So you know you take your talia, some of them, they have literally stuck to each other like glue. If you add a little bit of oil to the water that you're boiling it in, it reduces that risk. Okay.
Then we'll get
Right. Add some salt.
Yeah, add some salt.
So we're adding some salt to it. So this is olive oil, no?
Oh, this is olive oil.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking.
You can smell it. Yeah. So we're using olive oil, but of course you can use any kind of oil. Whitney, Fafa.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, any kind of. I use
Whitney,
vegetable
what
oil.
kind of you use vegetable oil?
most
You
times
too?
Sunflower.
Sunflower. You use sunflower oil.
Okay.
So any kind of oil works.
Okay. So back to our prep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll prep the onions.
Onions.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
to.
And these are our popular red onions.
Nice and pungent.
Is that okay? Nice and pungent. Give me the reason. You want the flavor.
Yeah. Wow, that's nice.
Okay. So we're prepping the onions for the bolognese sauce. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're dicing them.
Wow, that's nice.
Okay. Whitney, let's talk about you. So your name, when I hear your name, I mean Whitney could be from anywhere, right? It's gonna be Whitney
Yeah,
Houston.
Whitney Houston. I get that all the time. And then I have to say, oh, but I don't sing. And it's funny.
You could be Whitney Houston. But I hear Chinyonye.
Yes.
That's how it's...
Yes.
Yes.
Chinonye.
Chinyonye.
Yes. God is within.
Yeah. God is within. That's what it means.
Yeah.
So this is which language?
Igbo.
This is Igbo.
From the Imo state.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're an Igbo girl.
Igbo girl, through and through.
But Ghana is
Home.
what you know.
I've been here my whole life. Ghana is a pioneer of a lot of the standards that Ghana should, well, the continent should have, or national countries in the nation.
I love that. So thank you for being a living manifestation of Africa without borders.
Thank you to my parents, you know.
But what has it been like growing up in Ghana with Nigerian parents?
You know, I feel like I'm always between two worlds, because in the household, you're Nigerian, right? Because we speak English in the house, but my parents speak Igbo to each other. And then you leave the home and then you're in Ghana, you know? But at the same time, you meet Nigerians and you're not Nigerian enough.
I can understand.
You know, so there's always been, you know, that conflict of the third culture kid. You know, you're Nigerian, you're Ghanaian. So I just end up saying now that I'm Pan-African.
That's it. You're a child of the continent.
You know what I mean?
Fafa, where are we?
That was fast.
Yeah. So I'm done prepping the onions for our base. And I would just like to check.
And we're dodgy. So it's on it. You don't speak much. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. I'm just flexing muscles that I don't actually have.
Okay, so I would want us to blend this now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a reason why we're using the red Scotch bonnet? And
is it all of it? Yeah.
There's no particular reason.
Okay.
We could use both red and green.
Which do you prefer?
I prefer to use both.
Both?
Yeah.
Both of them. Okay.
And a little, I'll add a little basil.
Okay, we'll add the basil to it. Akukomesa, as we call it. Fresh basil. And look, these things grow in people's backyards. And, you know, I was having a conversation with a friend who lives in Italy. And we were talking about how, you know, in Italian windowsills, you find basil. And I said, well, in Ghanaian backyard, you don't even have to have a backyard. It's just its own. You know, there's water leaf, what we call boko boko here.
What are we doing next? What are we doing next?
Am I in?
What are we doing next?
Okay, so next we are going to prep this.
Are we going to cut them in big circles?
No, very small. People like me.
Okay, lovely. Oh, I like that.
People like me, yes, like me.
You're washing because you just like to wash your hands. I love this so
If somebody cooked for you and they didn't wash it, would you eat it?
I wouldn't know. Like most people don't wash it, so it doesn't even really make any difference in the taste.
But you just want to make sure that. Lots of interesting conversations.
All right. So we're now coming to season the minced meat. Put in the onions.
You know, there's an easy and fun way to do this, though. You can actually just do this. You can actually just do this. So just scrape it off.
All right.
Yeah.
You live and you learn.
You live and you learn.
There should be enough onions.
Okay, so the pasta is going into the water. Water is boiling. It's boiling rudely.
I definitely would like to use some of this beautiful seasoning.
Yes, of course. But I just want to see what Fafa is doing here.
Okay.
What Chef is doing. So you put it in.
Yeah, and then
let's see if you do it the way I do it.
Yeah, and I like to add some complete seasoning to my pasta.
Complete seasoning.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's this.
Okay. Any reason why?
It gives it this
nice kick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It tastes different from every other one.
Okay.
And then I saw something from Kivo.
Yes, Kivo's got, what would you like?
Rosemary.
Rosemary, yes. And there's a rosemary powder.
Rosemary powder.
Yes.
That's so...
It's really cool, isn't
so
it?
Cool,
yeah.
There's like no rosemary bits inside.
No. I mean, we love rosemary, but rosemary gives us problems sometimes. You know, it gets stuck in your teeth. It's like, am I chewing a piece of a stick or what? What is it, you know? Especially when you use, because I like to use rosemary for my chicken light soup.
Oh.
So, you know, you're eating with the fufu. And you know the problems with fufu sometimes.
Exactly.
Sometimes the bits from the pestle can get in there. So I wonder, is this? Then you check and it's rosemary. So rosemary powder is really good. Okay. I love it. And again, before I come back to Whitney, Chef, why did you choose to use, or Whitney, maybe this question should go to you. Why do you prefer the spinach pasta?
I'm a sucker for spinach, naturally. Okay. And it's green. I'm an
so
artist,
you
so
are,
it's
I
pretty.
know it's pretty. Makes sense. Makes sense. Why stay with the boring white?
You know, when you can zhuzh it up. It's also why I like to have a lot of vegetables in my food, because it's green and it's orange and it's red and it's yellow.
Makes sense. Oh dear. Artists. Okay. Even our eating is dramatic. I love it.
And it's good for the appetite, you know.
It is. It is.
You know, for kids that don't really like food,
yeah.
When you make the food colorful, they're able to eat more.
So I'm coming back to the carrot. So you're adding some of the kivo rosemary, okay, to the mincemeat. And I see you've put some of the diced onions and garlic in there as well.
But I'm also going to add some of the kivo ginger, garlic, and onion.
Okay.
Just for that extra...
The triple threat.
You know?
That's what I like to call it.
It's like an expert. Some black pepper for taste.
Okay, so let's use this to take some of the pepper out.
Okay.
And look at this.
Meanwhile, I'm peeling the carrots, Gen Z. Go through what we have so far. We've got the mincemeat, beef in this case. Mincemeat, there's some diced onions, and then also chopped garlic in there. And then you added some of the kivo rosemary powder. Okay.
The triple threat.
The triple threat.
Let's go.
The garlic, onion, and ginger, kivo powder as well. And then now we're adding some fresh basil, chopped fresh basil.
Chopped fresh basil.
That's what we have. Are we adding salt to that too?
Yes, we've done that.
Okay, so added some salt.
Added some black pepper inside as well.
Black pepper. Ground black pepper. Okay.
Give it a good mix.
Okay, so now you're mixing it all up. Wonderful. Oh, look at that.
I'm already hungry.
I like how you're taking your time and, you know, just massaging the spices into it. It's so regal.
Has to get into the nooks and crannies.
I love it. Okay, so let's go for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what's cooking. We're making some pasta and tomato sauce, bolognese tomato sauce, together with Whitney and Fafa. We'll be right back.
Wait, your tomato mix. Wouldn't so one on pass. Still with tomato flavor no. No color changing like traffic lights. Come on.
Tasty Tom dear. It will surely give you value for money. The steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup.
Taste not so dear. On point. Flavor new.
And it doesn't color your meat or chicken. I don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix. This advert is FDA approved.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is? Oh, sure. Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watch cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you at it? Mami Gobe Nubi, the Kokono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello there, we're still creating magic in the What's Cooking kitchen today with Whitney, who, we'll talk some more as we go along, and Fafa is here. Chef Fafa, let me give her the respect, boss woman. She's here to support her sister and her friend Whitney in the kitchen today. Now we're making pasta and a tomato bolognese sauce, and we've gone very far in the process actually. We've finished boiling our pasta, and I mean, it's very special because we have spinach pasta. And Whitney says because she likes color as the artist that she is, but also she's a lover of spinach. And it's, I mean, why not? Green, tasty. And then we have our mincemeat prep for our bolognese sauce and whatnot. But before we continue, let me acknowledge our formidable sponsors. We've got Kivo Pepper here. Kivo Hot Pepper is the real deal. I don't know why you're looking at anything else when it comes to powdered pepper at the moment. They control the market, and you need to understand why. And you can only do that if you use it in your kitchen, in your meals. So please do, you won't regret it. And then now they've got a range of other spices. We already know, by now we should know, the rosemary powder, and then what we like to call here the triple threat, the blend of ground onion, ginger, and garlic. And then now there's also a nice stew spice that they've put together to make it easy for the working moms and working dads too, because the working dads are cooking these days, and the bachelors. The bachelors too are there. And then Tasty Tom, you've always known about their tomato sauce, which we'll be using today, tomato paste, what they like to call the enriched tomato mix. But they have a range of spices. So there's the chicken spice, the shrimp spice, the beef spice, the stew spice, the jollof spice, and my new boyfriend, the jollof mix. Like, if it were a person, my husband would be in trouble, I'm telling you. And you need to try to understand why. It makes making jollof so easy. You can't get it wrong with that when you're using it. All right. So we're back in the kitchen. Hi, Whitney. Hi, Fafa.
Hi.
Where are we going next? So I'm seeing very interesting things. Fafa, are we supposed to throw that away? We've arranged it nicely. It's like you created an emoji with it on the chopping board.
We are not throwing this away. We do zero food waste. Yeah, so we'll be using everything we can use.
Zero food waste.
Yeah.
So these things are edible.
Yeah,
have you been through it?
You're not supposed to throw them out. We can even grow this. Like, so sometimes when I have carrots, I buy them from the store. Just cut the base here and dip it into water, and then it'll start sprouting.
Just
and
like
later
that?
you can transfer it to your garden or something.
So you can even do this in a pot.
You can do it in a pot. It's like a cute pot, and have a little baby carrot.
Now, the Grow Ghana initiative has to come from Fafa because she has some ideas.
Yeah.
So let's just walk through what we have in there one more time for those who are just joining us.
We've got the minced meat, some diced onions, some garlic. We've got Kivo triple threats in there. That's the garlic, ginger, and onion mix.
I like that you're calling it triple threats.
And then we've got the rose.
Because we're giving you a nice nickname for your product.
The powdered rosemary is inside there. It doesn't get stuck in your teeth, nice and smooth. We threw in some salt and black peppers and everything mix for the flavor.
Okay.
So this is what we're going to use to make the stew.
Yeah. For those who missed the beginning, when we started boiling the pasta, before we even got to that point, we put the water on fire because Chef Fafa likes to boil her water from scratch. So we put a pot of room temperature, cold water if you like, in a pot, put it on fire, added a bit of oil, olive oil to it, added some salt, and then we brought the water to a boil before we put the pasta in there. And the reason we put the oil in there is to prevent the pasta from sticking. But to further prevent that, when your pasta is cooked, you run it under cold water. And then you have it nice, single, you know. It's not sticking together like if you use carpenter's glue or what, Bond Force. Is that what? Okay, so now let's go.
We're going to pour put it here.
So our pasta is ready?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. What are we doing next?
I'm going to start with the base of our sauce.
Okay.
Okay, so I would want us to start with the oil and then use the pepper.
Okay, so over here we have the blended, we used red Scotch bonnet peppers, our hot pepper that Bakushito, if you like, that we can find in our markets. We have some fresh basil in here, what we call our kukomesa. We also have, we added some onions, chopped onions in there as well, some garlic too, some ginger. So that's what we have in here. So we're starting with this?
Yeah, we're starting with
it. Great.
Is all of this going in?
Yeah.
So we want the oil to get hot first?
Yeah, oil to get hot.
All right.
Yeah, then we go in with
okay.
pepper mix.
So after this goes in, then what goes in?
Then we put in the onions.
Okay. So while waiting for our oil to heat up, let me come back to it. How, I mean, of all the things you could be in 2025, as a 24-year-old woman in Ghana, you chose to be an artist.
Yeah.
Have you not seen our struggles
No,
as
we're not.
artists? Are you not deterred?
You know, there's definitely, I work corporate, you know, because the economy is not stable, so you have to
Many
diversify.
hustles.
The gig economy is
The
very
gig
real.
Many hustles.
So I do work full-time, 2 jobs, hybrid. So the off days on one, I work somewhere else.
Interesting.
You have to hack the system. And then my arts career, I think that's where my legacy is, that's where my passion is. You know, data analytics, data science, everybody's been hearing this, it's up right now. And so the nerd in me naturally, who is a researcher, found a bridge between my art and this. It started very young, but it's developed over time. You know, as you get exposed, you understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so I think even though it's been risky for a long time, I think it's probably one of the safest career paths right now with the
That's very
emergence of
interesting. Do you think that human beings also, I mean, there's COVID, and we had the height of the COVID era. We've come down the line a little bit. But do you also think that with technology and how the world is moving so quickly, so fast, do you think that humans subconsciously are also looking for more human things?
I think so.
Yeah?
I do think so. I mean, you know, with all of these conversations about identity and safe spaces, everybody is looking more within now. I don't know, some global introspection happened in 2020, and everybody started, you know, looking inward more. We had a lot of identity crisis throughout the world, but then I think we've hit the top of that and we're coming down from it, and everybody's just looking for morality and connection, honestly. And I think that's why probably the creatives are up. Right, because creativity and the arts have a way of reminding us about what makes us soft, what makes us human. And so, yeah, maybe that's why you're right. I think so too.
Very interesting. I love it. I love it. So let's go. Our oil is hot, right? Yeah. Okay. So we put this in. Do you want me? Okay, please. I have to put it. Okay. So we want it to
just like chill for a bit.
To calm down a bit.
Calm down.
Okay.
And let's go in with the onions first.
Okay. So we'll go with the onions first.
Yeah.
Chopped onions and chopped garlic.
garlic.
Are they going in together?
Yes, please.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay. Can I?
Yes, you can. Feel free. Okay. I love it.
Can we get that?
We go back.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Yep. You good?
Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we'll just like cook this for a while and go in with pepper mix.
Okay.
Yeah, later.
Okay. So, do we want the onions to sort of caramelize? Just lightly.
Just lightly cooked.
Lightly cooked.
Yeah, lightly
Okay.
cooked.
For millennials, and even me, I'm a fairly younger millennial. Like I'm smack in the middle, right? I'm not a baby millennial. I'm not a zillennial. I'm a millennial in the middle there, and then there are the older ones who are closer to the X's, right? But for us, friendships, you know, for us, old is gold. But you guys, like, you move with the times. We meet and then we vibe and then we're friends. And if it didn't work out, we move on. No hard feelings.
Yeah.
What kind of life is this? How? Because I see people who met last week and all of a sudden they're besties.
Yeah.
You know?
When I met her, she just asked me to watch her bags. And then I was like, okay, I like how she asked me. Her bag was cool. And so when she came back, we sat down and I asked her, you know, what you up? It was a creative program. And I was like, so what's your thing? And she said culinary arts. And she got into it. She was still in uni at the time. And she was telling me about how she's working towards becoming a chef, a private chef, and all her dreams and the little business that she started. I was like, okay. Same wavelength.
So with us, we would have had trust issues. No, we need to know you for 2 years before we can even say we're friends. We're still acquaintances.
No.
Wow. No, but I'm seeing it more and more with your generation. And in a way, I think we have something to learn from that because you're seeing the human being.
Yeah.
You're not seeing the packaging.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very deep commentary on some of the things we were talking about earlier, how, you know, human beings, and particularly more your generation, you are striving to look for humanity because you are born in the digital age, you're the digital native.
Yeah.
So everything is so fast. So you're always looking for human connection.
Where we can slow down.
Very
and
interesting.
connect.
Wow.
So yeah, literally third time I'm seeing her.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's my girl. Yeah.
That's interesting. So, I mean, viewers, we have a lot to learn from the Gen Zs. I mean, I know we rib you a lot, and we talk about, we call them the microwave generation. We say so many different things, but I think there are also many things that we can learn from you. Yeah. That's very interesting. No, because I'm sure even with you, friends that your parents had, they had them from when they were in high
we
school.
grew up together.
Yes.
I remember when our mother called him. And also, but again, everybody leaves, and so if you wait for only the friends that you've known to be friends with, all of them have left. I don't think I have a single friend in Ghana right now that I've known since I was in primary school. They're all gone.
Interesting.
You know, the curse and blessings of globalization.
So is that where? Okay, yeah. Curse and blessings. So because you are growing up in the thick of globalization, you're used to people moving, time shifting, so you adapt that way. That is so interesting.
Cherish it whilst it's here because you don't know when it's going.
It's mind blowing. I mean, I still can't get with it though, but I can understand it. It. Okay, Fafa. So are we ready to add our pepper mix? Okay. Okay. We're not using all of it.
No, we'll be using some. Let's use all this.
It'll be too hot.
Yeah, it's too spicy. I mean, cheddar and spice. Maybe she likes it spicy, huh?
Okay. Wonderful. So how long do you need the pepper mix to cook?
For about 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 to 5 minutes, yeah.
Right. And then after that we add.
Can we help me?
Want to lower it a bit?
Lower it a bit.
So after that, what do we add?
Okay, so after that, we're going to add the tomato paste.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Tasty Tom. And Fafa, you know the rule with Tasty Tom, right?
What's the rule with Tasty
Fuck Accra.
Oh,
Nah,
right.
yeah, bebre.
Yeah.
A little does a lot.
Can I get this? Oh.
I like how they have the tree, the tree version of that idiom. A little does a lot. So fuck Accra, nah, yeah, bebre.
Would you want to use the chopping board?
Sorry?
Or is that not
No,
aesthetically
it's-
pleasing? Okay. Oops.
Right tools.
Right tools.
Okay. You added some rosemary to this, right?
Okay.
You added some rosemary.
Yes.
Yeah.
You did, I suppose, I think you put a quarter in here
Yeah, quarter.
and 3/4 inside the meat.
Okay. So,
I'm having such a good time.
Oh my God.
I'm having such a good time.
Having a good time.
When does this go in?
So
A little longer,
Yeah,
no?
a little longer. The thing about this
Yeah.
is you need to get the moist out.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, so that's why it's getting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
More water
there's
building.
still water in this.
Yeah.
Right?
But we're not trying to dry it out.
We're not trying to dry it out. We just need to get it out a little bit so that it's crisp.
We're just reducing the water content.
Yeah.
Right. The science of cooking, as well as the art of it.
Okay. I think you could add the taste now.
The tasty Tom.
Tasty
Fuck
Tom.
Accra.
Right.
Fuck Accra. I love that.
Nah, yeah, bebre. And that's important, right? In the spirit of not wasting food.
I don't like to waste too much.
Spending less, but getting more value.
Yeah, exactly.
Just highlight that spending less.
Spending less, but getting more value.
In today's economy.
Like, there are so many things you could do with Ghanaian-based ingredients, but I don't know why we are limiting ourselves to this.
I think that we, as a nation, unfortunately, we haven't explored it.
Yeah.
And then we need people like you. So we do have chefs now, and you are the next generation of those chefs who are deliberately taking Ghanaian ingredients, African ingredients, and saying, how can I use them to make continental dishes? So it's not just about satisfying Ghanaian flavors, but you're building an economy around them. Now we can start exporting, right? So there's no reason why somebody should be sitting in Germany and not say, oh, I want to import Ghanaian tomatoes because they will give me this. Yeah, we just haven't created the narrative around them. And as for me, as a storyteller, narrative is everything. You create the right story around the product, and you create the market for it.
Can we get some of the pasta water?
Okay, some of the pasta water.
So
We have it here.
Our ancestors.
Not too much, though. Just a little.
Are rolling in their graves. I'm actually going to be very excited to taste.
I like to cook my sauce like very well.
Yeah.
So I would just want us to forget this exists for a while. Lower it. Okay.
So it's simmering.
That's the lowest.
That's the lowest. Wow.
Do you want to switch to the smaller one?
Okay.
So let's move it forward. Watch your hand. Let me put it on.
Alright.
Okay. Is that okay on this one? Here.
Sorry, this is not my kitchen.
Don't worry.
I'm used to it. Okay, yeah. Looks good.
Better?
Yeah, it's better. Can I get a little more water, please? Just water. Like,
oh, normal water.
Normal water. Cool? Yeah. Okay.
So that's why she wanted to do the pasta first. So she gets the pasta water.
Yes.
So we let it simmer for how long?
Like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. So the water that we put in has evaporated somewhat.
Yeah.
So what is going in next?
Fresh tomatoes.
Fresh tomatoes.
There's the philosophy and then there's actually acting.
Practice.
Yeah.
Exactly. Walking the talk and practicing what you preach. So is it that the meat is the last thing to go in?
What's cooking? Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah. I like everything I see here.
Hey, okay.
The colors.
The colors.
Yes, and everything. So what are you cooking?
We're making some pasta.
Pasta.
Yeah.
Usofu. Okay. Italian.
Italian, yeah, Italian
Oh,
pasta.
yeah.
But you came with an accent. How you doing? And then they said pasta. I said osofu. Really?
I said, now I have to come local. Yeah. So pasta with what?
And some bolognese sauce.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This looks good. And quite sumptuous. What's this? Beef.
Mincemeat.
Mince meat. Mince meat. Yeah. Hello, neighbor. How you doing? Wow. You see, I'm a very good neighbor. And the one that will grade you when your food is tasty. So please, I just have to be sure that everything that you're doing, there's no artificial.
So tell me how there's someone who he doesn't come to help cook the food. Even today he's shown up. I mean, lately he pops up earlier than usual. He'll show up when we're actually eating, like literally dishing the food, or we've taken the first few bites, and then he shows his face. He's my neighbor, doesn't come to help, and then you say you're the one who's grading the food that my guest has come to cook. Who does that?
You know what? sometimes you need to help by tasting the food before it gets cooked, so that your everything will be, you know, on point.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What?
So
why are you here?
No, from the look of things, very soon it will be ready. So let me stretch and come back.
No,
dine.
today you work. Stay here.
I will wait.
No. I'm giving you an apron. Stand there.
No,
the last time,
no worries.
The last time you said you were coming to wash dishes.
No worries.
You didn't wash the dishes. Today you work.
Moi, je suis.
Turn around. Let me tie
Okay.
it for you. Because you can run away.
Oh no problem.
Today you work.
He's telling.
Okay, no, that's not the kind. That's not the kind of work.
Please, I'm staring. Yeah. So that it won't get burned.
Yeah, it won't get burned.
And what's your name?
Fafa.
Oh, Fafa.
Yeah.
Right. And what's your name?
Whitney.
Whitney.
Ernest.
Whitney.
You're right to say Whitney.
Whitney
Houston.
Houston.
I know.
But I
Okay.
can't sing. I can't sing.
You
to
can't
save
sing?
my life.
Okay. You like to draw or something?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
You know what? At this point, let's go for a break. We're going for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time we come back, no, continue doing the work. The break is not for you. It's on air. We are going for a break. By the time we come back, our food will be ready. We'll sit down, we'll eat, we'll have more conversations with Whitney, and of course, Fafa is here as well. But before that, we'll make sure that we show you the process that took us to the end of what I know is going to be a brilliant and delicious bolognese sauce with pasta. We'll be right back.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper. Moko show.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. It's time to eat. And I know Whitney and Fafa will appreciate that because they're just as famished as I am. Time to eat here on What's Cooking. I've been spending time in the kitchen today with Whitney Chinonye Ernest. She is one of my favorite people. Yeah, and now Fafa too. You know, I just met Fafa today and I'm having Gen Z vibes, you know. I met her, we're vibing, I've fallen in love with her and what she does. So yeah, we're friends now, we're besties. Ladies, we need to eat. So I'm gonna start dishing, but let me of course say thank you to Kivo Pepper for sponsoring the show, and of course Tasty Tom, Mufa Kakra, Naye Bebre, and they've both shown up for us in big ways in our meal today. And Fafa, you need some of them in your, your kitchen.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to.
The big three.
You have to. So please, let's eat. You know, we're at home, like nothing shy. No holding back. We're eating. You guys look like you're afraid to touch the food. You cooked it. You worked. You earned it. You worked for it. Okay, here you go. So now I'll hand it over to you. You want to do the addition? Yes. Okay.
It's been cooking.
Oh my goodness. Like, why?
Yes.
Anyway, today you earned your spot.
Yes.
To be honest.
Yes. I came to work, so I know it's been cooking.
So we have a plate for you. We're not bringing you cutlery because we know you carry your own.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm not
yes,
sure.
he does.
Fafa and Whitney knows that. You know.
Oh. Can you imagine?
Customize. The one that will grade you. Oh no, you serve me. Yeah. Please. Please serve me.
Today you've come with airs just because you did some small stirring of this stew and put one or two things into the pot. It's okay. All right, ladies. So while Whitney is doing the addition, let me speak to you, Fafa. I mean, you're a young person, a young woman living in Ghana, Ghanaian. You're building your career as a chef, as a culinary artist. Why is food sustainability so important for you? Because that was a running theme while we're in the kitchen today. Why is it so important to you? Why should you care?
You should care because it's affecting our climate, right? And everyone in every industry, everyone has a role to play. And in the food industry, food sustainability is the role we are playing. So we are just preaching that, you know, every household, everyone, we all eat food, so like it's something we all should practice in our homes, at work, wherever. Yeah. So
do you feel that the generation that you were born into is bearing the brunt of that responsibility? Do you feel that personally?
I think so. Yes, because these things have happened like from other generations, and right now we are the ones having to fix.
So it's more real for you now.
Yes,
it's not. It's no longer just a theory in a science class.
No, it isn't.
It's something that's popping up at a big conference at the COP somewhere.
Yeah.
Now you're feeling the.
We are feeling it. We are feeling it.
It makes sense. Interesting. Whitney.
Yes.
So you and your art. I mean, all the things you could do. Turning data into art. Why? Because you could be sitting in nice gardens painting flowers. I mean, and no disrespect to any artist who does that. We need that kind of art as well. But why have you decided to give body to your work in the way that you do?
I think I share with Fafa, there's a sense of responsibility.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. There's a sense of responsibility that I think being a young African Gen Z comes with. And so when art is to express yourself and when you're conscious of all the social economic problems that we're situated in, then that extends. The concerns and the fears and the need to contribute extend and manifest in the artwork, right? So I think that's how it's naturally happened for me. I think all African art ends up becoming political just because of the context within it.
No, I agree with that. I mean, I belong to the school of thought that the African artist cannot be utilitarian. You can't just be a pretty picture on a wall. You know, your art needs to stand for something. It needs to critique. It needs to embarrass. It needs to advocate. I agree with you. 100%.
Sorry, I'm trying to listen to you, but the
No,
food
the
is so
food is-
good. It's ringing in my ears. Wow.
How are you finding it? I mean, it has to be Fafa's recipe.
Cheddar and spice for real.
I should have had some cheddar cheese on this.
Yeah, it would have been very good.
Oh, the pepper is kicking. So
it's Kiwo, you know.
It is. So you know, for the Ghanaians, we love our spice, eh? So for the Ghanaians who love the pepper, and you're sitting at home thinking that, what kind of abrofo diani is this? You know, you will love this. You'll love this. Pretty interesting. So Whitney, another question for you. A lot of people feel that, and I'm talking policymakers, higher ups, let's put it that way. people feel that young people don't care about the world's problems. Why do you think they think that?
You know, sometimes I think this extends beyond. I think this extends beyond the creative sector of arts specifically. When it comes to caring, a lot of the times we fall victim to wanting people to care in the way we care. You know, sometimes you can find a friend saying, "Oh, but you didn't call me." But maybe your language is not calling. You know what I mean? And so, I don't know that it's the young people aren't interested, because we're seeing a lot of civil protest and them going to the streets and showing up in polls in a very different way across Nigeria, Ghana, and also different countries on the continent. But I think we care differently. How we express our care is very different from in older generations. We don't express it in the textbooks and in the papers, you know, in the diplomatic conversations. We are more streets in how we care about these problems. Maybe because we haven't liked how they've been approached over time. Maybe it's because we don't think the traditional systems have worked in addressing these problems. So we are forced to innovate in our approach. Maybe that's why. But no, I wouldn't say we don't care. I mean, looking between Fafa and I alone, right? I don't know that we don't care. I think it's that we're caring differently.
Caring differently. Yeah. How do people react to your art?
My favorite reaction so far, there was a gentleman that came for my exhibition, and the work, I think it's the work right over there. The work speaks on how neoliberalistic policies are pushing young people or contributing to youth unemployment. And then the other one speaks about how the context in which we're in is affecting our mental health. Right, and then so he comes to the exhibition and he sees the piece, and I ask him if he gets it. And he says the piece makes him remember that only recently a 15-year-old was shot dead by a policeman because he refused to bribe him in Kenya.
Yeah.
And he didn't understand the weight that's had on his mind throughout the day until coming to that exhibition and realizing that, yes, indeed, data not only is this far away thing, but in your daily life, just knowing about what's happening is affecting.
I mean, we're in media and the news depresses us and we don't even realize we're depressed about it. Yeah. So running out of time, but very quickly, I want to ask you, recently, you and your group of artists, friends, people you work with, you brought Lemmy to Ghana. Now, for those who don't know who Lemmy is a living legend, living Nigerian legend. He did all of the album covers that the equally legendary Fela Kuti ever brought out into this world. And for us as Africans, as Black people, Fela Kuti is very big. And Lemmy has not just worked with Fela, he's also transcended generations. He's worked with Davido as well.
Yes, most recently in the recent album.
So many different people. How did you make that happen? Because Lemmy is 70 years old this year. You're 24. How did that happen?
Instagram. In good old Gen Z fashion. I texted Lemmy on Instagram. First, just in reverence of the work that he has done. You know, as an artist, you get to, when you're studying and researching, you discover more and you discover more people. And so I discovered Lemmy and reached out to him summer 2022 on Instagram. And what started off as a young person wanting to learn from this living legend, grew into an understanding of beyond this relationship, right? A lot of young people are not able to, one, even know about a legend like this. And just look at how Ghana's high life music influenced Afrobeats. It's not talked about enough. And in Lemmy's stories, you would hear about that Ghana-Nigeria relationship come across a lot. Oh, it was brilliant. You know, we'll talk about it more later, but I love the support even from Channel One TV. We came here, we talked, and he loved it. Oh, he was so happy.
It was such an honor to have him here.
It was lovely.
So we hosted Lemmy on Breakfast Daily as a personality while he was in Ghana. And Whitney, thank you for sharing him with us, because I know you had a whole itinerary, but having him here was a real honor for us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for keeping it pushing. And thank you for caring about the arts, caring about society, caring about the things that affect us as Ghanaians, as Africans, as Nigerians, as human beings. And Fafa, thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for your craft. You have to come back and we have to do a whole thing on you as well. I've just tasted the tip of the iceberg of your brain and I want more of that. Thank you both.
Thank you, Api.
Thank you. Taster General.
Yes. You see, because I was in the kitchen earlier, I enjoyed the meal. You see, there's nothing on my plate now. So I think you are.
So are you claiming that you had a stake in making the food taste good?
I was a supporter.
Oh my God. Supporting cast. Supporting cast.
So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, once again. Whitney Chinonye Ernest, brilliant young woman, and it's been a pleasure to host her on What's Cooking today. She came with Chef Fafa, and you need to watch out for this young lady. Cheddar and Spice is doing things with Ghanaian ingredients, and I believe she's going to take Ghana global, as many of those before her have, but in a different way, in the Gen Z way, and in the way that she is passionate about and knows how. Food that has meaning, food that is making commentary about real issues, and I think that's very important. When you're eating, you should also be thinking about important things. Don't just enjoy the food and then when you finish, go and sleep. No, it should mean something. Your plate should mean something, and I think that these two ladies are showing that whatever you do in life, you should think not just about yourself, about your community, about your society, about your continent, and of course about the globe. My name is Apioko. This has been What's Cooking. Once again, thank you to Kivo Hot Pepper and Tasty Tom. Mufa kakra na ye bebre. Thank you. We'll see you again next week.
You're welcome to the Friends and Family Show. We're coming to you live on Channel One TV. Here at our studios at number 5 Ola Hanson Lane in Tesano. My name is Noyo Kwote. Like I always say, this show, we come up with so much emotions. We're true to ourselves, we're real, we laugh, we cry when we have to. But most of the times, it is very, very interesting. Tonight, we're talking about something a little bit sensitive, but I'd want for you to be a part of it. Okay, the show is super interactive and you can be part of it by sending me a message via WhatsApp on the number 020-444-7033. And you would have to add your name so we have a super duper time. I'll take a break. When I'm back, we're talking about raising children with special needs.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery, this is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana. On Footprints this Friday, veteran actor and playwright David Donto tells us his story about his educational journey, his love for theater arts, and playwriting.
The name Donto itself is a corrupted form of Odowonto. The whites could not pronounce the Odowonto, so they decided to shorten it to Donto.
Wow.
And that is how I got stuck. About 10-15 minutes, nothing was happening. Then, all of a sudden, someone opened the door. And then you popped the head out, and that was Kwame Nkrumah. Because I had seen him earlier in Cape Coast, when he came there with the Duchess of Kent, you know. So as soon as I saw him, I said, that must be Kwame Nkrumah. Then he walked straight towards me. And, you know, playfully said, hey, I will have Adoa. He was speaking fancy.
Yeah.
So, we hear Papa. Who is your father? I mentioned the name. And, oh, Mr. Don't know about you. Say, school is here. That's CM. So we started
with
Keteke. And the very first 2 episodes, I was Ghana Man. Okay, the title was Ghana Man because the story was about the typical Ghanaian worker whose salary will never take him home.
Yeah.
So he has to do sandown to survive. And my mother was selling kinky at the railway station. So station master, who was then the station master of the railway station, I'll go to him and ask him if he could help me. I'll say, okay. Come on, I'm not talking about it. Oh, it's a Kokrana and yeah, Bisobia, they hear my mother. Oh, then the name Mama Dokun got stuck on her.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
When love feels real, but trust is shaken, what do you do? This week on Sister Sister, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a powerful letter from a man on the edge of a life-changing decision. Heartbreak, loyalty, tough love. Join the conversation and find out what the sisters have to say.
Dear sisters, I need your wisdom and your honesty. I've been in a serious relationship with a woman I truly love for the past 2 years. We've built something that I thought was strong and meaningful. So much so that I've been planning to propose to her next month. But something happened recently that has left me questioning everything. Last weekend, we took a trip together to celebrate our anniversary. Something I had carefully planned as a romantic getaway for just the two of us. However, upon our arrival at the resort, she unexpectedly ran into her ex. That moment changed the entire tone of the week. What I witnessed has shaken my trust and made me question whether I should go through with the proposal.
I think through it all, he should actually be thankful. I feel it's a wake-up call.
After you break up with your ex, you even seem to forget the details of why you even broke up.
How did the breakup happen? Did she leave or did he leave her? Was she ready to even leave?
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
Yeah, welcome back to the Friends and Family Show. My name is Noyo Kwote. We're talking about raising children with special needs. Would want for you to be a part of the conversation and send us a message on WhatsApp on the number 020-444-7033. You can add your name and send us all the things that you'd want us to know and probably be part of the conversation. Tonight on the show, I have two mothers, two lovely guests who are going to talk about this with me. And first off, I have Ms. Ginny Partington, who is the country director at Amnesty International and also a mother to a child with special needs.
Yes.
Okay, I have as well Major Bwajua Frimpong, who is a midwife and also a mother of a child with special needs. You're welcome to the studio. Okay, so we're going to start off with when we say that a child has special needs, what does it mean?
Okay, thank you now for your question. So, special needs is a very big umbrella. When you say somebody is in a special need, it can be visually impairment.
Okay.
It can also be hearing impairment. It can be cerebral palsy, as well as autism. So, special needs is a very big umbrella. And these children are children who cannot perform their daily activity like their other children do. So they need additional support from parents and specialists.
Okay. So that's what it means. You want to add into it?
Yes. So I mean, as she said, you know, persons with disability basically is a more broader term, but it's also a rights-based term.
Right.
As you know, I'm a human rights activist, so this is more the term we use. Special needs is more general, but it's also not very specific to. It's more about the caregiving process, it's more about the specific needs, and they can also be temporal needs. So for example, a child with dyslexia would be regarded like as a special needs child. It could be a temporary situation. With disability, most of the time, it's permanent. It's permanent, it's life-lasting, and it means that they are going to require care throughout their lives, but it also means that aside the care that they require throughout their lives, there are societal barriers. For example, a person with a physical disability, a wheelchair user, maybe cannot access certain areas, public spaces. So that person is regarded as a person with disability. So for me, my son has cerebral palsy and microcephaly and epilepsy. He has other minor issues, but you know, those are his main diagnoses. So that means him being a child with cerebral palsy, there are levels to it. It's the same with autism, there are levels to it. People have this tendency of putting every person with a disability into one basket. If I tell you that my son has cerebral palsy and you say, oh, I know another child that has cerebral palsy, they are never, no, they are different. They are absolutely not the same, because most of the time they have underlying conditions. There are persons with cerebral palsy that can walk, some that go to university. My son has a severe case of cerebral palsy. He can't walk, he can't talk, but he has a way of communicating anyway. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. So what are some of the common things that, like, you know, people just outrightly say, the very common thing that people outrightly say, oh, this child has, you know, needs, special needs. You know, they put everything under one umbrella, like it's really common when they just say someone has special needs. Then they just, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Okay. So in our part of the world, people normally associate special needs children like a curse. In our local dialect, we will say insioba. Also, people also think that it's a bad luck. People also think that it's a punishment from our ancestors. Recently, a friend, just last month, one of my colleagues' son got missing, and the child was sent to police station. When the woman sent the child to the police station, the policeman told the woman that this child is in Sioba, and looking at him, he has been abandoned by the mother. So they wrote a police report for the mother, for the woman to keep the child. In case the parents find the child, she should show the police report that indeed he brought the child to the police station and he was given the permission to keep the child. So if even people we entrust to protect us doesn't even understand the special needs, and they can return such a child that is a Insioba or he's a curse, you can understand the level of knowledge or awareness that we need to create. So people have the myth that these people are Insioba.
Right.
Yeah, so
that's
I mean,
tough.
yeah, so it's the same. Insioba means child from the water, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
given
so
to you from
God,
yes.
the gods and the ancestors.
Oh, okay. So I give a very vivid example. So a lot of the time, kids with cerebral palsy, because they can't walk, people see them as spiritual snakes. That is what it is in our culture. So what happens is that a lot of the time when you go to like Labadi Beach, and so a lot of sometimes people leave their kids there so that the water can wash them away. There's also this culture of sitting on the child, where you sit on the child till they suffocate. So a lot of the time that's done with kids with physical disability. They actually have women who are employed because they are big, and they sit on your child.
What?
Yes, it's actually what they do. It's done in specific cultures in Ghana, where the woman is employed to sit on your child. You pay her, she sits on your child, so your child cannot breathe, your child dies. So these are some of the things we have to deal with in our society. It's also the stairs. I think when, I go out with my son, he's in a wheelchair, definitely looks smaller than a typical 9-year-old child. So, you get stared at, you get the, oh, I'm so sorry. I don't want sympathy, I want empathy. So I think as a person, when you see someone with a child with special needs, or you see a person with disability, the way to go is not apologize. What are you apologizing for? He was born like that. I've accepted his condition, and I expect other people around me to just act normal. But it's all, some people have prayed over him. Can I pray over him? I'm like, no, you can't touch him, but you can close your eyes, go say a prayer, but don't touch my son. So, like, it's just so many things. Pastors will come, tell you they've had a vision. I swear, I was sitting at a restaurant, I was with my child, and then a pastor comes to me and says he has had a vision, and he knows the source of my son's disability, and maybe it's a witch in this side of the family, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just happy that I'm not someone who is susceptible to this kind of nonsense. I'm sorry. So I just say, thank you, I don't need this, kindly move on. And they get the point very quickly and leave. However, a lot of religious leaders are taking advantage of caregivers who have, when I say caregivers, mothers and fathers, because some fathers are also looking after their kids with special needs. They take advantage of the vulnerability of us and use it as, come for prayers, your child will be healed in Jesus' name. My child has a permanent condition. I have accepted it. Why can't you? You understand? Yes, we pray for a miracle. Great. That's nice. It could come, it could not come. But I'm not going to dwell on hearsay and I'm hopeful. I'm going to make do with my situation. Right. My child, I'm lucky. I've been able to put him in school. I have a lot of support from my family, from my mother especially. She's amazing. Kisses to you. I have nannies, but it's not the same for everyone. Unfortunately, there are a lot of mothers like us who do not have a support system, who do not have people that, people actually think their children are, cursed. So they don't want to go around their children. I've had a nanny came. I'm very transparent whenever I hire a nanny. I let them know this is what you're coming to do. This is the environment you're coming to meet. It is not easy. This is the reality. And one nanny told me that, she hasn't had kids yet, and her parents told her that if she looks after my child, she's gonna get pregnant with a child like that, so she's resigning. So these are some of the things you have to deal with.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a bit tough. But anyway, why is it important for us to challenge these stereotypes? I think that's really important. I don't know how to put it, but then why is it so important for you to challenge these stereotypes? Because the child is mine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The child is mine. And I don't think that I'll wake up in the morning, walk up to your doorstep and say that, okay, the child is mine, but can you have the child, you know, for a while? Unless, of course, it's professional, you know. But then the child is mine. And all of these stereotypes that go on and on and on, why is it so important for us to challenge it? Because I know definitely it's definitely going to hit you one time when you hear that, oh, hey, mama, I say, you get, definitely it will hit you. I think that we should fight the challenge. We should fight the stereotype. We have to challenge it. No?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
you think it's important?
Yes, I think so. So we need to create awareness because these children, though they have this ability, but most of them are very genius.
Right.
Most of them are very intelligent. When you take my son, Nana, his cognitive is intact. You can never go out, take away his cognitive. Very smart boy. His problem is autism. So we have to deal with speech problem. So when there is stigmatization, it means me as a mother, I cannot come out and tell people about the ability of my child. I have to hide my child because when they see you with a autism child or a child with this, they just rule you out. And when it happened like that, the child becomes timid. It affects the child developmental stages. Also, it limits the child opportunities in life because my child is very intelligent. I always look at this man, Jason, all day, the youngest black professor in Cambridge University, and compare my child to it. So I'm not shy. I'm not afraid of stigmatization. This is what God has given me, and I love him. Like you said, I will never come and knock at your doorstep and tell you, have him.
Exactly.
I will not come and put my burden. I'm ready to carry my cross. So I don't know the reason why I should hide my child because of what people will say. God knows that I can take care of him.
Right.
That's why he gave him to me. So for me, I think the awareness creation should be there. We should let them know that these children are also genius. They are, I think Nigeria, Guinness Book of Record, the guy who drew the biggest canvas in the world is autistic.
Right.
So we have people like this. If you don't bring them out, if you don't let them explore what they can do, and we hide them in our rooms, it means we are worrying the generation.
True. You have something to add?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with her. And again, I don't like to judge because I feel like, again, I feel privileged, like in a way that my son has access to a private school. We have nannies. Like I said, I have family who support. Other people don't have that. And because of the stigma they go through in their community, they tend to lock up their children in the room. I just want to reach out to them and just let them know, like, don't lock them up. Don't feel like, you know, the world is against you. I understand that you don't have the support you need, but, you know, let's try and support you. There are actually groups out there. I'm sure she's part of some of the groups. I've withdrawn myself because some of the groups were very dramatic. But there are support groups out there. Some are on Facebook that you can join. I'm part of CP Warriors, for example, on Facebook. I found an outlet because, of course, I mean, my son being born with cerebral palsy, I'm not going to say that I've been strong throughout. You know, I've had my down times, and I needed a support system, and I needed an outlet for my stress, frustrations. So I created a blog. I created a blog that would raise awareness on his condition, but also let people understand, like, the challenges mothers and fathers, caregivers basically, go through when they are looking after kids with special needs. And it's an everyday challenge. Sometimes when people ask me, how's your son doing? Sometimes I don't know what to tell you, because maybe the truth is that he isn't doing very well. And that can be a burden to some people. So most of the time I'll tell you, if it's close friends, I'll let you know that, yeah, today he's not fine. But if it's people that I'm not very
In
close
general,
to, I'll
he's
just say
okay.
he's okay.
Right.
You know, but we actually, I mean, let's be genuine when we actually ask caregivers, how is your child doing? That we really mean it. When we ask, how is he really doing? You know, and not that you're asking just for, you know.
In passing.
Yes,
Like
in
just
passing,
because you
yes. It's
just
very
want to-
important.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about early screening.
Yeah.
Did you actually find out from the beginning?
No.
Or it was after the child was born?
Okay. So my son was diagnosed exactly the day he turned 3 years on his birthday.
Okay.
And I always ask God for forgiveness because that was on his birthday. We went to Kolebu and he was diagnosed. It means I miss a lot because the screening wasn't there. There wasn't any early screening. And this is what the country or in our part of the world we are lacking. I think when you go for this CWC, child welfare centers, the main focus here is immunization and weighing and nutrition. Nobody addresses developmental stages because country as a Ghana, we lack assessment tool, milestone assessment tool, which I think MOH should be part of the public health curriculum for nurses in our CWC centers. And we don't have enough neurological doctors, neurologists, to look at these children. So right after birth, we have some reflexes that the child is supposed to exhibit or the child is supposed to show. The midwife is supposed to assess this, pediatrician is supposed to assess this. But in Ghana here, we don't do it.
Right. So you just give birth and then the baby is just given to you.
Yes. So this is even in Accra and bigger communities. What about those in rural areas? It means it go back to our CWC, our child welfare nurses, the public health nurses. They are supposed to take this thing during weighing. By our weighing, basically, is immunization and weighing of children and nutrition. So the early screening is not
necessary.
It's necessary and it's not part of our world.
Right. So it has to be in there.
Yes.
So as early as at what stage?
So the thing with, again, different special needs, and just as she is, I would say, a specialist in autism, I don't know, I specialize in cerebral palsy.
Right.
So with CP, what happens is that it can happen before, during, or after birth. And it's usually a brain injury or asphyxia. Asphyxia is lack of oxygen to the brain. So basically it can happen during that period. So for me, it's likely it happened before birth because I was sick, I had a surgery, I had intestinal obstruction, and I was operated on whilst I was pregnant. So they had to cut me open, remove the womb, do my surgery, put the womb back. And I think during that period, there was asphyxia. So there was a lack of oxygen, but he survived. But also during my pregnancy, I took a lot of pain medications, tramadol, etc. I was hospitalized for almost 2 months. So for doctors, when you have a pregnant mother, the mother is more of the priority to survive. Right. So the baby becomes a secondary matter. They want to save you in terms of just ensuring that you live. Baby, not exactly, you know. So I was told that it's likely after the surgery he's not going to survive. So we did what we call an anomaly test. Now, an anomaly test, she will know because she's a midwife. An anomaly test, there's a certain period you can do it where they measure the limbs, the head, everything of the baby. Again, anomaly test is not available in every hospital. And it's a scan, the doctor will scan and measure. Pardon?
Is it a 3D or 2D?
I have no idea right now whether Ghana it's when I was doing it, it was 2D possibly.
2D, okay.
So you scan and they measure all the limbs, they measure the head. At the time when that scan happened, they told me that everything was fine. But I just knew in my heart that, you know, he was going to come out how he is currently. So when he was born with a very small head. So microcephaly is when your child is born with a very small head and there's no room for the brain to grow. So most of the time when you see children with relatively small head or the circumference. But funny enough, his APGAR score, when he, because I pushed, because again, the doctors didn't want to cut me again. I was cut twice already because I had an infection and all sorts of things. There was a lot of complications with my medicals. But I pushed, right? It was a natural birth. But when he came out, the APGAR score was average. However, after a day or two, and then actually when I was being rolled out of the room, there was a lady who had just given birth to twins. And I looked and I was like, damn, those heads are large. Like the kids' heads are large because I felt I pushed my baby 2.5 kg. Hey, it's cool.
Right.
But I started really looking at my son and I was like, his head is small. So that's when the pediatrician told us that he has microcephaly.
Right.
And then through that, obviously microcephaly is the main condition. And then we realized that he was not hitting certain milestones and he was diagnosed with epilepsy and cerebral palsy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's getting a bit tense. I'd like for us to take a break. You're still on the Friends and Family Show. We're talking about children with special needs. We'll be right back.
Mido, Ghana Biana. Ah, for Jibidi, we have a bit soon. Every time, no pan, I just say, baby, shit. Mangashi.
Junior!
I'm saying so enough for maybe the no.
Sister Cospa, it's a winning gas.
I'm using the why. My wife.
Down Yankanawa.
Ah, Sister Cos. Use gas. Gas ye fast, ye easy, ye convenient.
LPG, let me see your hand.
Yo, fam, it's that time again. Finals. Oh, yeah. Go TV. Let's go. Finals. Go TV. This is too big. The Premier League, La Liga, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa, and more. Finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend. Go TV. Love it.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Alrighty, we're back on the Friends and Family Show, coming to you live on Channel 1 TV. Here at our studios at number 5 Ola Hanson Lane in Tesano. My name is Noyo Kwote. We're back to talk about raising children with special needs. And right about now, I would want to ask this particular question. What exactly should parents and caregivers look out for? Probably in the early stage, the most important things to look out for.
Okay. So for the signs and symptoms may be different.
Okay.
Because like I said earlier on, it's a spectrum. Autism is a spectrum. We have mild, severe, and moderate. So signs and symptoms may be different. Somebody may also have cerebral palsy. The signs and symptoms may be different from autism. Somebody may be Down syndrome. The signs and symptoms may be different. So for the autism, normally it started from 1 year for the signs and symptoms. The child may not be able to respond to his or her name.
Okay, that's like a first sign.
Yes.
Okay.
We have red flags.
Okay.
We have red flags. You see the child flapping the hand, the child walking with the toe.
Okay, like tiptoe.
Tiptoe,
okay.
yes. The child social dissociation. You see the child socially
so it doesn't
isolation
go
with
other
okay.
kids.
Yeah. Okay. Likes to play with themselves.
Yes.
Right.
So for my son, when he started, we used to say he's a gentleman. Because you don't see him playing with other kids.
Jumping up and down.
He will go to the kitchen, pack all my cooking utensils, bring it to the living room and play with it. Then we have to pack it back. So he was playing to himself. Neighbors will bring their children to the house, but you won't see him playing with other kids. He wasn't responding to his name. He likes switching lights on because of sensory issues.
Right.
Yes. So they have the eating habit too. Some may not want to swallow. Some may not also want to chew.
Okay.
Some may not want food or something to even touch the finger to touch anything.
Yeah.
Right.
So the signs and symptoms is different. So cerebral palsy too normally have to do with physique. Down syndrome also have to do with physique. And autism, sometimes they have speech delay. They have behavioral issues. You see them banging their head.
Okay.
So the signs and symptoms differ from condition to condition.
Okay. So is that what they say that some children are on a spectrum?
Yes.
But that spectrum is quite different.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So some are aggressive.
Different levels.
Different levels.
Some are aggressive. Some don't sleep at night. So for Nana, I think when he was around 6 months to 2 years, he would sleep late, maybe 11, 12 p.m. Then he would wake up late.
Wow.
So it was very tiring. But until he was diagnosed, then I came out with solution.
Okay. I was going to come to that as my next question.
Yes, until he was diagnosed, because I didn't know that not sleeping early was a problem. Because you sleep around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So you see the nannies will open your door and they will just put him in your room and they will go and lock themselves and sleep.
Yeah. So
and the next day you go to the office.
Yeah. Wow. So there's a lot of insomnia issues with kids with special needs. So that's one. You'll see that they are not sleeping a lot. That's one. Milestones. For kids with cerebral palsy, what most of the time they delay in milestones. So in terms of sitting up, when they are babies, babies try and sit up, turn, roll over. So those are some of the signs. If your baby is delaying in rolling over and doing those kind of milestones, there's likely to be an issue, but you can get it checked out. Let's not also, everyone and the way they develop as well. I know persons who spoke as late as 4 years old and they're fine.
They're fine.
They're absolutely fine. But it's really good to just go and check your child out.
Okay.
If you see that they are delaying in milestones, if you see that their speech is slurred, or if you see that they don't pay attention very much. So that's with ADHD.
Attention span is short.
Yes, ADHD. Maybe you give your child something to do, homework. You see they are doing homework. I'm done. I don't want to do it. They lose concentration very quick. They get bored very quick. Now there's a difference. Nobody liked homework when they were kids. I didn't like it. I was chased to do homework. But there's a specific way, like within 2-3 minutes.
They're doing something else.
Just mind is somewhere else. I don't want to do this. You check out. So these are some of the early signs that you can see. like she said, there's an issue of early diagnosis, especially with the kids that do not have physical disabilities. Down syndrome, most of the time you see it from the face or something like that. With cerebral palsy, most of the time if you see maybe one arm or limb is not functioning well, coordination. Cerebral palsy has to do a lot with coordination. So what happened with my son, for example, is there's a missing part of his brain. It's called the corpus callosum. Corpus callosum is like this. It connects the left to the right. So he doesn't have a corpus callosum. And so his left brain is not connecting to the right brain. When you have that, you can't walk. You can't coordinate anything. So a lot of the time when you go and do a brain scan, you'll see that, oh, there's absence of this. This is not there. This is, So there's so many hydrocephalus. There are so many kids, different special needs issues, different disabilities that you see. If your child has reading disabilities, you'll notice it with dyslexia. If I'm reading, maybe the A is looking like E. So most of the time you check why your child is reading like that. Don't get frustrated and hit the child and be like, can't you see? There are actually signs that you have to go and check out your child's reading. That maybe your child is seeing E and not A. Maybe your child is seeing N and not M. So you have to really be observant as a parent or caregiver for early signs and detection.
So that's as early as probably 1?
Yes. So for cerebral palsy, as soon as you give birth, you are able to see some of these things. The way the child interacts with you, is the child laughing. My son did not smile for a very long time. He had a straight face. You tickle him, he won't smile, he won't budge. You do everything. He's like the Pope. He's not doing anything. So some of these things, because your child should laugh, your child should react to things, your child should babble. And the moment you realize that your child is not doing those things, your child should repeat. So for example, when you realize babies when you're like nyeh, then they also say nyeh, those kind of things. If you realize your child is not doing those things, these are red flags and you need to get it checked out. Unfortunately, like she said, I think we have less than 5 neurologists in this country.
Okay, so that's
I mean,
access to diagnosis.
That's a whole other story. When I say neurologists, of course, we have pediatricians that have trained in specific areas to help, to support the system. So I know pediatricians who have trained and they know, okay, epilepsy, when there are seizures, they can prescribe, they can do this, they can do that. But I'm talking about specialists in neurology. Neurologists in Ghana, I think there are less than 5. When I started this journey, I think there were 3. And then we have a developmental pediatrician. I think that's Dr. Marbell. She's the only one, I think. Yes. She's the only one. So everybody goes to her. And you can imagine how overwhelmed she is. And like I said, there are so many different types of disability. Everybody looks at visual impairment, hearing impairment. Even hearing impairment, there are levels to it. Some are completely impaired and some have slight hearing, partial. So it varies.
Nice. We've got some messages. I'd like for us to check them real quick. This one here says, a nice topic. Madam Genevieve and the Major have said it all. We need more awareness because more children are being diagnosed. And I'm Derek from Volta region. This topic is so close to my heart. I have a nephew with autism and watching his mom fight every day for his education and acceptance is inspiring. Thank you for highlighting this. Good evening, Na. The part about stigma hit me hard. In my community, people still think a child with special needs is a curse. We need more conversations like this to change that mindset, and I agree. I'm currently raising a child with cerebral palsy, and I cried listening to your guest. It's comforting to know I am not alone. Thank you for creating this space. Okay.
Come on your show again. You are very emotional. She's the one crying here.
I'm trying not to cry for myself.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Hope you are doing well.
I'm fine. So I was going to ask about the availability of, you know,
resources?
Resources.
Okay, so for me, again, I'll speak. We have I always say Ghana makes beautiful policies. But the issue is implementation. So we have a policy on inclusive education. I remember I was very, very active when my son was born, and I was going around, you know, counseling, helping other mothers and fathers of kids with cerebral palsy. And what we did is I was with a Special Mothers Project.
Okay.
And that particular group adopted the Medina Special School. And we tried to equip it and everything. And unfortunately, these are the realities. When you go to the school, the classroom is empty. They don't have teachers who are trained to help or support the kids that will come to the school. So it's a very difficult situation. You have a child with special needs. There's no school unless you do a private school. My son is in a private school, and not everybody can afford that. Right. So I feel like government needs to do more in terms of supporting caregivers and inclusiveness. Right. As for access to buildings, please, I've fought with a lot of people. A lot of the time when I'm going to places with my son, hotels or whatever, I have to call. Do you have wheelchair access? Sometimes they'll say yes. The angle of even the access is some high ramp. You can't go, you know, and so I always have to find out building plans, basically, of areas, public spaces, before I can take my son. Even hospitals that claim they're accessible, I have to use the wheelchair on the road because the pavement of the hospital is rough. So if I'm taking my son, it's bumpy. And then there are gutters in between. So I'm like, you know what, I'm going to use the road. And we will also be a road hazard. It's not a problem. So some of these things are huge issues. So that's one thing I want government to look at. Let's walk the talk. Inclusive education. If you are setting up inclusive schools, okay, because they are looking at a blended version. Doesn't work for everyone, okay. My son in particular is in a special school, and he goes with the nanny, the carer. Other kids maybe do not need, like kids with dyslexia, like I said, it varies. Kids with ADHD, even kids with autism, depending on the level of, you know, they are integrated into mainstream schools, which is okay. But some of the mainstream schools, they are also not accepting of our kids. They are like, oh, your child will disrupt the class. And
then the teacher would have to take time for one child.
Oh, and we don't have that. Meanwhile, you said your school is inclusive. So please, the schools that use your schools, you are not inclusive. If persons come with their kids with special needs and you're not able to accommodate them. I understand if maybe you are short-staffed, maybe you don't have staff trained in that. But how about training your staff in that? Find the resources and train your staff so that they are able to support our family, you know, because I see, you know, kids with special needs and mothers and fathers of kids with special needs. We are our own family. Another thing I really thought about coming here, and it's something I've been preaching for, is cash transfers for caregivers of children with cerebral palsy, special needs in general. Because a lot of these women or fathers, because like I said, some are staying with their mothers, some are staying with their fathers, and then, you know, your spouse has abandoned you. So a lot of the time they can't work because they are single parents. So you're a single parent, you can't go to work, you also can't leave your child at home. So government in a lot of countries, what is happening is that government provides cash transfers. So it's seen as a job. You understand? It's seen as a form of employment.
So
because you're a caregiver.
And you can't
so
go
you
to
need,
work.
thank you. So you are looking after your child. You're not abandoning your child. So you should be seen as a caregiver. You should be seen as, it's like almost like a healthcare assistant. You should be classified as such. And you should be supported by the government. So this is an appeal, special appeal I'm making to government to recognize you know, caregivers of persons with disability and pay them. This is very important because at the end of the day, what job are you going to do? If you leave, you can't afford a nanny, you can't afford someone to come and look after your child. Even the person that will come and look after your child, you're not even sure the person will treat your child right.
Well,
so these are some of the issues. Yeah.
You have something to add?
Yes, I have something to add. So, mothers with special needs children, or let's say parents with special needs children, are left alone to fight our own fight.
Yeah.
When you go to the hospitals, taking care of my child will be different from taking care of a normal child. This is a situation. I go to hospital to see the pediatrician, and my child have to join a queue. With the same child, with a child with a normal child. There was a day I told the nurse, my child is a special child. The nurse told me that I shouldn't bring myself. Whose child is not special here? Even
she didn't understand.
Yeah, even the caregiver doesn't understand who is a special child.
Yeah.
And you know, these children, they melt down, they throw tantrums and all that.
So if you're in a queue, and
So
you
if
have
you're in
other
a
parents
queue,
staring.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll actually bring me to my next, what I want us to talk about. Let's talk about the psychological and emotional impacts this has on parents with children with special needs. I know you're going to say I'm emotional, but it's definitely draining.
Yes.
You know, you're going through 9 months of pregnancy, quite excited, an expectant mother, and now you have a baby that you need to give extra care for. Definitely, you will break down at some point. It truly has emotional and psychological impacts.
Yeah.
But how have you managed? How have you handled all of these?
When you talk of psychological...
So on days that you have a breakdown.
When you talk of psychological, I think, like how before the show started, I told my sister that I haven't come over it yet. Though I've accepted it, I've accepted him. I asked myself, what do I do to help him? But I haven't come over it because I still live with some sense of guilt. I asked myself, what did I do wrong? Maybe during the pregnancy, did I eat something I wasn't supposed to eat? Did I take in medicine I wasn't supposed to? Did I go to health facility I wasn't supposed to? I keep on asking myself what I did. So I'm living with guilt. 2, it's emotionally and physically demand. You will come home and you see my son on the ceiling. He's a Spider-Man. He can climb everywhere. So you see him on the ceiling, and the moment he sees you, he jumps. So I'm always living in fear and panic. Society stigma. Unfortunately, live in a barracks, and my neighborhood, we are all nurses. So shout out to my neighbors. I went to individual homes. I will knock at your door and tell you that my son is autistic. So when you see him, because initially somebody can just come to my house and tell me that I don't know how to raise that child. The Bible says spell the child and spell the rod. And so you see me crying every day. So one day I told myself that I'll open up to the public. I'll let people know so that when they see my child somewhere, they will bring him to me.
Help.
So people think that you are careless. And financially, after this program, I want you to call all the special needs school or the centers, the early childhood intervention centers or the therapy center. Do your own research and ask how much they are charging. Some are charging in dollars. I think the least in this country will be 5,000 cedis. The least. And transportation. She asked me where I'm staying. I told her I live at 37. And my child goes to school at Domi every day. So you can imagine how much the driver would take. So it's emotionally draining, financially draining, and psychologically draining. These children, some of them become aggressive. Some don't sleep at night. Some are still using diapers. 10 years, 11 years, even the ladies, when they get their menses, mothers have to change them. 20 years, they cannot change their diapers. Some, when they use the washroom, you have to go and wipe them. You have to go and clean them. You have to bath them. So if I should come to hospital and tell you the nurse that my child is a special child and tell me whose son is not a special child here?
You know, I'm glad you're the one saying it though.
Yes, because you work in
that industry.
So emotionally, we are not fine. It's being drained. There is emotionally stress, mentally. Some mothers, especially bankers, I know about 5 bankers who have stopped working. Some, their spouse can't stand. They've left them, and mothers are raising them alone. Some women left their children, and men are raising them alone.
Yeah.
So if you are raising such child alone, how do you go to the office? You have to change diaper. 30 years you are changing diaper, you are changing wipe, you are changing, you are bathing them, you are dressing them. And there is no support coming from the government. You go to the office and your boss doesn't know what you are going through. And as part of the policy, labor policy, parents with autism, when you are sending your child for therapy, you are not supposed to go to the office. How many of our bosses know this? How many of our former know this? How many of our in charges know this? Sometimes when I send my child to hospital, I have to beg the doctor because you will not, if you want to admit him, he will not stay.
Yeah.
So I have to drive home when it's time for him to get medication with the cannula. I bring him, and sometimes you see him removing the cannula.
Oh. Yeah. So, I mean, for me as well, it's everything she said is absolutely true, and I think it cuts across with most parents of kids with special needs. We get very little sleep, so the days I get sleep, I'm like super excited. But I don't know how I do it, but I just work on very little sleep. The thing about guilt, so my guilt comes more of when I'm absent, because I'm very busy. I'm a leader in my space. I'm a director, so a lot of the time I'm leading a team. So it becomes very difficult because I'm leading a team. It doesn't matter what happened at home. I have to come and fix my face and, you know, be in a good mood. So sometimes when you have co-workers being in not a good mood, I don't understand. It's frustrating for me, which, you know, I shouldn't do that, but it's frustrating for me because I'm like, you have no idea what I've just left or what is happening, or, you know, because it's just always something happening. You know, the nanny call me, oh, he's having a temperature. Okay, try this, try that. And with my son, Giovanni, it's trial and error because he can't tell us what's wrong. So he'll be complaining, so we have to check. Oh, did he, release bowels today? Has he eaten? What did he eat? Okay, why is he running temperature? Can you check his ear? Can you check, just press it? Is he in pain? Can you check his mouth? It's like a guesswork.
Right.
And then when we finally find, and he'll scream and shout till we figure out what's wrong with him. When we finally get what's wrong with him, he goes quiet, he's calm. So it's like, okay, you guys have understood why I'm screaming. So, you know, it's a lot of work. Right. Sometimes 1 hour sleep. In fact, sometimes I don't have any sleep. Oh. So coffee has become my best friend. Oh. So if you love me and you want to gift me something, please send me some Nespresso coffee. Thank you.
We have some messages. Some people think love is enough, but raising a special needs child takes knowledge, support, and advocacy too. Thank you for shedding light. This is Jojo Noyarfa. And we need more programs that train parents, not just teachers. I feel like I've been learning through trial and error for years. And this one here says, hello, Na. I'm Nana from 626, and the financial burden is real. I spend more on therapy in a month than I do on rent, and there's almost no support from government structures. Please talk about that more.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, like she said, when you're going for therapy, there's a queue. I mean, there is a queue. There's a waiting list. 37, no matter the hospital, what happens is that the space for therapy, if you're going for physiotherapy, the space is not very big, okay? and then you have to sign up for the therapy, you get the time and everything. So there are not too many people in that profession either. So we have occupational therapy, speech and language, we have physiotherapy. There are not enough medical people in that field. So because of that, what happens, we go, there's a long list, you get discouraged, you go home, you get it. Another thing that the same issue that she has, when I go to the hospital, I always jump the queue. I don't have time for that because my son works on a routine. If I'm not out of there within an hour, this guy will start screaming. Right. I'm telling you. Yes, he has cerebral palsy, but he also has behavioral issues. He doesn't like being around people. He doesn't like people touching him. And especially if he doesn't know you, he doesn't like you to touch him. And he's very like, why are we in the hospital, you know?
Why are you taking too long?
Yes. When certain doctors come approach him, you start talking to him, he'll close his eyes. He doesn't want to know you. He's not, the moment you leave, he'll open his eyes. That is his way of also dealing with things. So, you know, I immediately go to the nursing station or whatever and let them know, you know what, my son has special needs. He needs to eat by 2 p.m. We need to be out of here by 1. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you need to explain to everybody here that. And it's not like I come late, and I've actually come early. I'm on time for my appointment, but there's a queue. And I'm like, sorry, we can't be in this queue. Sorry, everyone. It's not happening. He's in a wheelchair. I'm really sorry. We have to go quickly and leave. And then most of the time they understand. But it's like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And then I just want to touch on one thing, because you talked about how draining it is. Self-care is very important. So if you're able to get support and you try and do things, self-care, let me tell you, my self-care is Sunday in my bed doing nothing. I will lie in my cozy bed, put my covers on, and I'm just staring at the ceiling and I'm smiling, because I don't get that time very often. So sometimes my friends will call me, they're like, what are you doing today? I'm like, nothing. I'm in my bed. I'm not moving. Something. That is, you know, so self-care is very important. So whatever way you can do that, whether it's walk on the beach, self-care does not have to be expensive. It can be a walk on the beach. It can even be chatting with friends. Just doing that. I have a friend, shout outs to Mina. She's also a warrior mom. And 3 a.m., guess what? Because we call ourselves night crawlers. So 3 a.m., I'm on the phone with her because we are not sleeping. Our children are not sleeping. We are not sleeping. So those are the times I chat.
That's tough. Well, I wish that we could go on and on and on to, you know, talk more, but this is how far we can go. And I want to say that you're great moms. You're doing a great job, and do not give up. This is our journey. We're going to go through it to the end. And thank you so much for coming through.
Thank you too.
And thank you so much for not making me cry too much. But this is how far we can go. It has been the Friends and Family Show live on Channel One TV. We'll be back tomorrow. My name is Noyo Kwote. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. Have a good night.
SOS Advance, your ultimate immune support and antioxidant solution. In today's world, toxins and chemicals are everywhere, in our water, food, and environment. That's why supporting your body's natural detoxification process is more important than ever. SOS Advance is here to help you take control of your health. This powerful formula enhances your body's natural cleansing process, helping you to remove toxins and pathogens from your blood and body. With SOS Advance, you can embrace a life full of purity, vitality, and vibrant health. But that's not all. The carefully selected plant-based ingredients in SOS Advance have a long history of supporting overall wellness. In addition to boosting your immune system and aiding detoxification, these ingredients have been traditionally used to manage a variety of health concerns, including hypertension, diabetes, liver health, digestive issues, arthritis, and respiratory infections. Cleanse your blood naturally and feel the difference with SOS Advance, your trusted partner for better health. Available nationwide. Ask for SOS Advance in your local pharmacy today. For bulk purchases, contact Royal Duck Pharmacy, Gokul's Laborex Limited, SAP Health Africa. Website www.sosadvance.store. Contact numbers are 0555 838892 or 0302 799 715. Experience better health today with SOS Advance. Experience better health today with SOS Advance.
I am most excited about developing more tools.
And we actually use AI to find those farmers that need specific information and to package it in a way that they can consume that information.
That will result into proper use of our AI and then will increase the yield for the community.
The AI will tell us what kind of disease it is, its treatment, and how to administer the treatment. This process is easy for farmers because it doesn't take long to get help.
And then we take the engine and the strength of artificial intelligence and have it give recommendations that an extension worker from the government would also give.
So much of the work that was supposed to be done like myself has been lessened.
AI and machine learning will help entrepreneurs to bring new innovation.
Our mission from the get-go has been to develop tools for small-scale farmers.
It's the need to make a positive impact in people's lives. We want this thing of food scarcity to be a thing of the past.
My name is Tim Strong, and I serve Opportunity International as our Global Head of Agricultural Finance. Here in Malawi, we have over 700 agents serving almost 250,000 smallholder farmers. But one of the things that we found in particular, last year after Cyclone Freddy hit Malawi, the residual effect of the moisture and the rains resulted in a massive outbreak of soya blight. So literally sitting in this same room, we brought in a large number of our farmer support agents. We sat them around the table and started deploying human-centered design practices, interviewing on what could change their lives, how can we increase their ability to support the smallholder farmers in their own communities. And a young woman named Anna Chimalezeni, we had her trial out with ChatGPT on a laptop. And she said, what herbicide should I apply? And ChatGPT immediately said, what you don't need is a herbicide, you need a fungicide. Anna turned to our team and she said, if I have this, my farmers will think that I'm a genius. Which to us was an irrefusable comment in terms of we need to build this now. But how do we make sure that we don't start giving farmers in Malawi advice that a farmer in Iowa or in the UK would be using? How do we make sure it's specific to Anna's needs and her farmers' needs? So instead of using the whole what's called a large language model of the internet, we use a small language model, which is just the regulated content from the Ministry of Agriculture here in Malawi. How do we just take the good agricultural practices manuals here and then we take the engine and the strength of artificial intelligence and have it give recommendations that an extension worker from the government would also give. So what we're seeking to aim here and to really address is to take all of that information and say, we have a digital librarian for you. So the same recommendation you would get from your government extension worker is now customized to your needs. So if you're growing soy and you have an issue with soy blight, if you're growing papaya and you want to know how to combat the right pests, but also do the right spacing, all of the information that's carried there. If you're raising pigs and have a piggery and you're very concerned about swine flu outbreaks, all of that is currently understood and trained for the Ministry of Agriculture. But to make sure that that information is passed on to farmers becomes the hard challenge that we've had. That's why the government is focused on extension services. But currently, unfortunately, the government still has roughly 3,500 farmers and households per extension worker.
I'm Irene Chaira, an Agriculture Extension Development Officer under Mitunda Extension Planning Area in Lilongwe. It has been very tiresome for the Agriculture Extension Officer to always be coming to the village whenever the farmers need a certain assistance. And sometimes you could see that the farmers, they need that assistance, but it's already dark and I'm home. So the Mlang is up after it came. It has tried to lessen part of this work because the farmers are now able to access the extension services when they are on using a phone like this one. So much of the work that was supposed to be done like myself has been lessened, of which even to myself, that's also an added advantage because it means the work that I was supposed to be doing now and then is now being done by the Mlangi's application.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the farmers that we serve and smallholder farmers on the continent here represent 80% of those still living in extreme poverty in the world. And what we're seeing now is as technology is being used to advance those that live in the capital, have access to that information, that the gap is widening. So for us, it's absolutely critical that we look at deployment of tools that can start to shrink that gap between the wealthy and those in rural areas who need more support and can get further along.
I'm Anastasia Chimageni, a farmer from the senior group area of Ndondo. The problems we are facing with this application includes the fact that we do not have smartphones. We are not educated, the network is poor, and the person who responds has a foreign accent and pronounces work in our local language, Chichewa, in a way that makes it difficult for us to understand.
Okay, currently, the way that is being practiced is whereby we are trying to encourage the farmers to access a phone from Yellow Solar, where they are giving those phones on a lay-by. So the farmer is only asked to pay on a monthly basis, whereby it's not that huge amount. Maybe it can be 30,000 per month, of which we saw that most of the farmers, at least, they can manage to do that. That's the first way. The second way, we are encouraging the farmers to continue being in groups, like the village banks, whereby they are contributing that money and having the interest, but at last, the aim of this money is not for them to go and shop the rest of the things, no. But the aim of this VSRO is to buy a phone. So whosoever is joining into this group, he or she is joining with an aim of buying a phone.
How do we make sure that we're aligned with the Ministry of Agriculture's perspective? How do we make sure that we don't what they call artificial intelligence hallucination? How do we make sure that that is contained? That farmers are listening to the advice, but also taking it with traditional farmers' wisdom, right? Their knowledge. How do they make sure that they don't just listen blindly to the recommendations, but actually think through what's being recommended and what makes sense for their farm, for their business? So for us, what's most important in terms of managing that risk is we want to pair the technology with local leadership. How do we make sure that, yes, it's high tech, but also high touch? How do we make sure that we have local leaders who are engaging with this, giving us feedback, and also making sure that they're digesting those same recommendations from artificial intelligence to make sure that it's locally appropriate?
unangoti wabwera kuno kumuzi ndife alangizi akumuzi.
The arrival of the Ulangizi AI application in our village has made things easier as an agricultural advisor living in the village. When farmers face various problems such as issues with crops, gardens, livestock or fruits, they simply call me and explain the problem. I take my phone, go to them, take pictures and send them to the AI application. The AI will tell us what kind of disease it is, its treatment and how to administer the treatment. This process is easy for farmers because it doesn't take long to get help.
This application has provided us with knowledge and skills we didn't have before. When our goats used to get sick, we would take them, slaughter them, and eat them. But now, when a goat gets sick, we call our advisor Anna, who quickly comes to assist us and administers treatment so that the goat doesn't die but recovers. This means that agriculture is not falling behind, it's advancing.
Again, listening to the farmers that we serve, they don't just have concerns on how to plant their soy, how to plant their groundnuts or their maize. They have concerns on how to send their children to school, how to get a loan from a local financial institution so they can buy better seed and fertilizer and the same fungicides that it's being recommended for them to use on soy blight. So for us, how do we make sure that we continue to listen, continue to add on new functions so that ultimately we're still addressing those two principal concerns of helping farmers increase their yield and increase their income.
My name is Augustine Shimimana. I'm the owner of Chats Technology, and we have started, maybe it's a year from when we started. So we have tried to create or to develop our company to the level Rwanda needs to be in IT technology. We also work on machine learning and the AI, I mean artificial intelligence. So we are trying to develop in other fields where we are trying to do also web hosting. We host website for other businesses, and we also train the companies employees in the IT fields. We have developed a system which is using machine learning by now, and we know machine learning is a subset of AI, which means there's just to train or to teach a machine to do something you want. So we have developed a system. So we checked in agriculture, and we have seen there a gap where to irrigate crops, for example rice, it is still a challenge. So we have developed a system which would help to irrigate crops like rice, just to increase the yield or to increase to decrease the way we get rice from other countries. So we have developed a system which will help to irrigate rice. So in that system, we have integrated machine learning. We have trained our system to see if there is a time, or it is a time of sunny, then it can irrigate. So if it is a time of rain, the system will stop to irrigate. We have integrated machine learning to help us. It will be done automatically, which means instead of predicting and give message to the farmer, it's also contributing irrigation while the farmer is not around. If we have the very big training, which means like 6-month training, or an expert who can help us in training our company employees and me as well, it will help us to increase in innovative solutions or projects using AI and machine learning. AI and machine learning will help entrepreneurs to bring new innovation And that innovation and innovative projects will create an opportunity to the youth. If company is put online, it will reach global clients. They provide a way of giving a feedback, so a customer can tell you what is needed to be improved. They can encourage you, they can tell you what you can bring, what they need normally. So there is something called search engine optimization. If your business using that way of marketing your business, it is a good way of getting a lot of customers from different fields, from different countries, from different areas. Many people are benefiting from our systems we have built as ICAS technology, and we have created a lot of job opportunities.
Our mission from the get-go has been to develop tools for small-scale farmers, really to improve the food security. This is not a situation that is seen just in Zambia, but across the region and across the globe. And so by developing tools for small-scale farmers, we are tackling poverty levels, we're tackling food security levels, which are all very critical components. Our mission is centered around bringing precision farming to small-scale farmers, which will really help them improve their yield. I am most excited about developing more tools. I'm most excited about the impact that will be translated and ripple effect that we'll see from the farmers using these tools, and not just at household level, but across the communities where lives will be improved, where yields will be improved. I'm also really excited about different partnerships that will be coming along the way that we'll get to work with to impact all these different networks of farmers across the region. AgriPredict uses technology to help small-scale farmers in their challenges with access to vital, on-demand agriculture information. For many years, a lack of this information has impacted farmers, especially those in the rural areas, and it has affected their income, their yield, and their lives. And so, as part of our mission, we have developed a tool that is easily accessible via USSD and mobile application that offers services with the farmer in the center. If tools are not in the hands of the farmers, that means food security is not improved, that means livelihoods are not improved, that means people are not seeing farming as a livelihood, and that affects the agriculture industry as a whole.
So for us, AI is part of a whole suite of tools that we use. We still use traditional algorithms there, but as many might know, traditional algorithms do spit out very technical information and data. So we use AI first as a translator of that very complex, highly technical information, and then we put it into chunks depending on the audience that needs to consume that information. So if it's a farmer that needs to consume that information, we make sure that it's in simple English, so simple enough English that can be translated to that farmer. Or if it's us, the developers, that need to consume that information that might be more on the agriculture side, it can be able to be given to us in forms that we can kind of incorporate into our regular workflow. So one of the challenges that we see, especially with small-scale farmers, is the lack of access to very technical information or useful information that they can use. And that problem is on both sides. The problem is on the farmers not getting that access in the form they can understand. And the other problem is with people knowing which farmers need it the most. So there's quite a bit of data that's generated on our platform, and we actually use AI to find those farmers that need specific information and to package it in a way that they can consume that information. But at the same time, we also use AI to be able to get some of this local knowledge that's already on the ground floating, and to combine or augment that knowledge to technical knowledge that might be also out there with extension officers, and deliver that information in a way that they don't contradict each other. So we've gone through two iterations of AI. So we started off in the machine learning phase, where we actually created an image classifier. So this is an AI model that you can just point your phone at, and it's able to translate what disease or what pest is on your crop, and it spits out an answer. So that's very, very static and extremely mechanical. And now we're in the second phase, which is the phase of large language models. And large language models mimic more human intelligence than the mechanical models that we saw before. So we've had to adjust as a business to build these, to build platforms on top of these large language models, and some of these models do the same translations that the machine learning models did before. So as a business, we've had to grow, we've had to transform, just like the AI space has transformed. So we've followed the natural progression of AI as a business as well.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Katumwa Wire, Director T-Wave Limited from Uganda. We have a venture called Fish Sense. It is an automated solar fish feeder that utilizes artificial intelligence for precise fish feeding. So we are coming up to promote aquaculture farming to improve the health and growth of fish, and also improve the production of fish on the market.
It was somehow impressive that it was giving my fish feeds on time, and when you look at the type of fish now we are getting, it's at least it has improved on size because food is given on time.
We have an AI which is one of the modules, and this studies the behavior and the swimming patterns of fish. It has a water quality control mechanism, and this uses networked sensors to detect the water quality conditions, but also trigger the radiator devices to neutralize the any slight change of the water quality parameter that is detected. But also it has a mobile application for remote monitoring of the water quality conditions and also trigger the feeding patterns. But also it has a world meter for looking at the analysis of the feeding patterns and all the feeding operations, plus the water quality conditions. And also it has a wastewater recycling to replenish and recycle the same water for reuse. So we are also looking at improving food security so that people can have food on their table.
My name is Thomas Frederick Lungu. I'm the co-founder and group managing partner for Mitochondria. What inspires me about the people that work for us? I think it's the commitment, the passion and the drive. In any setup, they would go and work for a very big organization. They can go and work for the central bank, but they choose to work for us. What drives them is beyond the financial part of it. It's the need to make a positive impact in people's lives. We intend to empower communities, countries, and continents to make sure that they produce enough food for their population. We want this thing of food scarcity to be a thing of the past. When we talk about environmental degradation, what do we mean? Currently, agriculture is one of the biggest pollutants when it comes to the biggest contributors to environmental degradation. Excessive use of chemicals, the massive deforestation to produce solely with mitochondria. We aim to see small pieces of land producing much, to cut the use of excessive chemicals and to cut this unnecessary deforestation of land. Our Mitochondria uses AI in almost everything we do. Specifically, I would love to highlight our application of AI in the agriculture sector via our smart soil sensors. The sensors are planted in the soil. They collect data on soil composition, nutrients levels, moisture levels. That data is now then sent to a cloud infrastructure for decomposition and analysis. The easy to understand information that anyone can understand is sent to our farmer's smartphone. And I would also love to highlight the drought that hit Zambia just this year alone. We're monitoring the groundwater. We're enforcing precision farming when it comes to the irrigation itself. With our technology, farmers are able to navigate the effects of climate change, such as droughts. During this time, farmers are able to monitor their groundwater, know exactly how much water to give their crops, no more, no less. That way, during dry seasons, the irrigation period can be prolonged. We're excited about seeing a continent, a planet where there's food security. We can't have people in Gaza or in Zambia dying of malnutrition. So we aim to see food security around the globe. You know, agriculture is one of the major industries that has majorly contributed to environmental degradation and climate change. So we aim to reduce that footprint itself by cutting excessive use of chemicals within the agriculture sector. So we aim to, in the near future, we aim to see a globe where agriculture is contributing less to none of the environmental degradation or issues itself.
So this is our model. When we are reaching out to our communities, the first thing is we introduce them to the AI that helps them with greater yields. So we basically call it precise farming, whereby you're not second guessing what you're supposed to do. You already know what you're supposed to do. So the first thing that we do is training and development for our communities. After doing that, you'll see that that will result into proper use of our AI, and then will increase the yield for the community. When the yield increases, the next thing you'll find that it will have an impact on the income levels. So when the income levels are impacted, it will first create jobs for the community. That's now the job creation in our communities. Then when you have job creation, you've got higher incomes in the community. You find that social activities or social important matters, such as school for children, such as proper food, which is proper food security for that community, that is impacted. So that is the method that we follow, and we've seen it yield great results for our communities. And we look at expanding more to the outskirts of Africa. Our driving force as an organization is to see an impact on the people that we have targeted. We're a profit-making organization, but that is not the major thing that actually drives us to do what we do. So even our products that we've developed, our AI products, they impact our community through precise farming. And through that, we don't just give them the technology, but we train them how to use the technology. And now if you train someone, they have that skill, and nobody can take it away from them. And you find that they pass it on to their communities.
Welcome to the show. This is Vox Pop Central with yours really, Tajuddin, right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television channel, Channel One TV. So when you see me on the street, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you right after this break.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hi.
Fine.
What's your name?
My name is Samuel Atta.
Mr. Samuel.
Where from? Where from?
I'm from Channel 1 TV, the best station in Ghana and beyond.
Okay, nothing be that.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
When you do what?
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
9 birds left. 9 birds left.
Your uncle's sister is your...
My uncle's sister.
Yes.
My uncle's sister is my aunt.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can I do?
What can you catch but not throw?
Oh, I don't know. What can I catch but not throw?
Yes.
I can catch money.
Yeah, but I can't throw money.
Yeah.
Because if you throw the money, your money will finish.
Yeah.
You see a boat filled with people. Yes, yet there isn't a single person on board. Why?
Because the boat has sink. The boat is has sink.
That's why there's not a single person on board.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Yes.
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Pardon?
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Then there is no boat.
What?
There is no boat.
Wonderful. Shall never end. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
9 left.
That's the way you talk. Repeat them again.
9 left.
Your uncle's sister is your...
My uncle's sister is my mother.
Ebenezer, if there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
You left 9.
We are that we are. We are that we are.
You see people filled in a boat, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
No, I don't understand.
You won't understand.
Your uncle's sister is your...
My uncle's sister is my auntie.
Yeah?
My auntie.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can I catch but not throw? Maybe it's a car.
Is it?
Car.
For hot people.
You can catch the car, but you can't throw. But you can carry it.
No, I can't carry it.
But you can catch it.
No, I can't catch it. But I can scratch it.
You say?
That is scratching.
Screech like this. Skirt, 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 skirt. What's your name?
My name is Richard.
Mr. Richard, you see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Maybe they all sing. They're all sing.
What?
They've all sink. They've all sank.
Your uncle's sister is your...
My uncle's sister is my aunt.
Is it?
My
I can hear you.
It's my auntie.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
9. 9.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can I catch but not throw? I don't have an idea. What can I catch and I cannot throw? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, what can you catch but not throw? Is it? You can catch it. Hey! La ilaha illallah. Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
Caroline.
Caroline, I like your smile.
I know this is coming a bit too early, but I've seen the end from the beginning. And guess what? At the end, I say to you, I love you.
Thank you.
Nice. You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Because they are all married. That's why there's no single person. They are all married.
Your uncle's sister is your
aunt.
Wool up, just wool up.
My auntie.
What can you catch but not throw?
Feelings. Feelings.
Feelings like. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
They won't fly away. So none.
Hey, Charlie. Feelings. What's up?
Cool.
What's your name?
Michael.
Michael. You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Because they are single.
Yeah?
Single.
Brother. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left? 0. Your uncle's sister is your
auntie.
What can you catch but not throw? Is it? You can catch air.
No.
Mami, that was what? Wait. What's up?
Cool, bro.
What's your name?
Desmond.
Desmond. I like your name. What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Gabi.
Gabi. Hey, Charlie, Gabi, we get some Gabi. Yeah. What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Ben King.
Ben King.
Yeah.
What's your name, bro?
Mike.
Mike. What's your name, bro?
Don GH.
I'll start with you, bro. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
You have 10 birds on the rope.
On a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
9.
How many birds do you have left?
Yeah, sure, 9.
If there are 10 birds on a wire, yes, on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left? No, tell them.
I one.
Oh, 10 birds. Now shoot one. Who shoot one? How many birds? And I will walk out. Yeah, one.
Keep quiet, I'm talking about stuff. I'll beat you rough.
What about you? He says 1.
9.
Like a mother, like a son.
If there are 10 birds on a wire, you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
0.
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Because the boats are sink. The boats are sink.
Okay.
Sure, that's it. The boats are sink already, so.
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Meaning say a boat.
You see a boat filled with people, Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
There isn't a single person on board. I don't know.
Someone else today.
Almost see. So I can't boat no body. Omi nyina si for me.
Bibi ni your boy.
Se boat ni sansi ho de amwesi fam. Ba na ka boat ni so ni ho a. And then just say o masinki.
Asami enye nwanwa.
Is it? Omwesi.
Your uncle's sister is your...
My uncle's sister.
Sure, yeah. One.
Kezi. Go and sit down.
Your uncle's sister is your...
Auntie. Auntie.
Your uncle's sister is your...
Auntie, yeah, it's my auntie.
Perfect.
What can you catch but not throw? What can you catch but not throw?
So when you're there.
Feelings.
Yeah, feelings.
Only true feelings.
You are still watching Vox Pop Central with yours truly Tajudeen right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. I'll go for a short break. When I come back, there's more for you.
When love feels real, but trust is shaken, what do? This week on Sister Sister, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a powerful letter from a man on the edge of a life-changing decision. Heartbreak, loyalty, tough love. Join the conversation and find out what the sisters have to say.
Dear sisters, I need your wisdom and your honesty. I've been in a serious relationship with a woman I truly love for the past 2 years. We've built something that I thought was strong and meaningful. So much so that I've been planning to propose to her next month. But something happened recently that has left me questioning everything. Last weekend, we took a trip together to celebrate our anniversary. Something I had carefully planned as a romantic getaway for just the two of us. However, upon our arrival at the resort, she unexpectedly ran into her ex. That moment changed the entire tone of the week. What I witnessed has shaken my trust and made me question whether I should go through with the proposal.
I think through it all, he should actually be thankful. I feel it's a wake-up call. After you break up with your ex, you even seem to forget the details of why you even broke up.
How did the breakup happen? Did she leave or did he leave her? Was she ready to even leave?
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
What's your name?
Felix. I'm
Felix.
Yeah.
What can you catch but not throw?
Money.
Okay.
I can catch money, but I cannot throw it.
You see a boat filled with people.
A boat?
Filled with people.
Okay.
Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
I don't understand.
You won't understand.
A boat filled with people, but
yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
I think that's the captain.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have?
It left with 9. 10 bird and you shoot one, so it left with 9.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister is no, I can't. I don't know.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think nibbling.
Is it?
Nibbling
Is it?
or siblings?
Silly boy.
Hey, nibbling guy. The nibbling guy.
Yes.
Hi.
Cool.
What be your name?
Okra GH.
Okra.
Yeah.
Tom with it. Okra. Tom David. Tom with it.
Please. Don't stress me, please.
Okra.
Yeah.
You see a boat filled with people.
Yeah.
Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
He said I saw a few people.
A boat filled with people. Yes. Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
This kind of question they go hard for me. This question there, this kind of question there.
This king of question.
Hey, no,
this king of question is away.
Hey, is away you.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister.
Yeah.
My uncle's sister. Tell me more questions.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
9.
Go and sit down.
What can you catch but not throw?
8.
You are saying 8.
Money.
Is it?
Money.
Stop it there, stop it there.
You can catch the money.
Yes.
But you can't throw the money. What's up?
Oh, Kotis.
What's your name?
My name is Joshua Saki.
Oh, I'm also Joshua.
Daddy, chill.
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
This always is not easy, Charlie. I don't know anything to say, my brother.
You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
That is the person is a wonderful person.
You say?
That means the person is a wonderful person.
If there are 10 bears on a wire and you shoot one, how many bears do you have left? There are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one. How many bears do you have left?
We have 20. We have 20 left.
We are that we are. We are that we are.
Your uncle's sister is your.
Relax.
Your grandpa, or it's not?
Is that?
Your grandpa, or.
Okay, you are deep. See, Joshua, you are deep. What can you catch but not throw? What can you catch but not throw?
What can you, I catch, but I cannot throw? Human being.
Hey! I can catch human being. I can't throw him.
Yeah, I can't throw human being.
Hi. Cool. What's your name? Obuafo. You see a boat filled with people.
Yeah.
Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
Oh, it be the place there, it be fine. That's why the Akufo-Addo he said the place, not the place is not good for us. But now Mahama come, it be the place, it be fine. If you go small, but when the God permit, everything go succeed for every peoples for here.
Oh, so that's when you see the boat filled with people.
Yes.
But there's not a single person on it. That's the reason.
Yes, that's the reason.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister is my wafasi.
Hey.
My wafasi.
Yeah. Wafas.
Yes.
That's your uncle's sister.
Yes, my wafasi.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
Oh, it be one.
What can you catch but not throw?
Oh, you catch it there, it be true. If you catch the ball, when the ball he didn't throw it, the ball not go anywhere. The ball can stay only one place. If you throw the ball there, the ball can go.
You can catch the ball, but you can't throw.
You can throw.
You can't throw.
Yeah, you can throw.
Is that your name is what?
Obuafo.
Obuafo. You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
This one I don't know.
No problem.
Your uncle's sister is your
sister.
Is it?
Sister.
Stop it. Get some help.
What can you catch but not throw?
That one is my sister, so I no touch her.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
2.
Oh my days.
What's your name?
Timothy Isaka.
Timothy, you see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
You see, because of they have to protect, or they have to get protection
for the boat.
For the boat.
What are you talking too much?
Before they can take a lot of people. Yeah.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister.
It's your.
My uncle's sister. That's my. Okay, I would say my auntie.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
9.
You are a big liar.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can you catch but not
throw?
Throw. You can catch. You can catch any, but what you can't throw is money.
Good.
You can't take money and throw it away.
But you can catch anything.
Yeah, you can catch anything. If it come to your aim that, or if it come to you, this thing you can catch it. Why not? You can go and take it.
Hey!
What's up?
Adeo.
What's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, you see a boat filled with people.
Yeah, sure.
Yet there isn't a single person on board. How?
They choose not to come on board.
Come on, again.
They choose not to come on board.
Okay. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
10 birds on a wire.
On a wire?
Yeah.
And you shoot one?
Yeah.
How many birds do you have left?
1. 1, because you aim 1 to shoot, so you surely get 1.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can you catch but not throw? Water.
Is it?
Water.
You can catch the water.
Yeah, but I can't throw it back.
Why?
Depending on the person that I'm throwing it back to. Yeah, the person can miscatch it because he threw it to you first, right? Sure. So
Water.
it depends on how the person catch it. So
if you're not able to catch the water, then
you can't throw it back again.
I cannot believe my eyes.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Henrietta.
Henrietta. Oh, you have a beautiful face.
Thank you.
Henrietta, what can you catch but not throw?
Catch but not throw. A baby. We catch babies.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many do you have left?
10 birds on the wire.
And you shoot one.
How many do you have left on the wire?
Yes. How many do you have left?
None.
Perfect.
Because they all fly away.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister is my auntie.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle.
Your uncle's sister is your.
My uncle's sister is my auntie.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can I catch but not throw? Water. Water.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
10. 9.
I cannot believe my eyes.
So I have my two brothers here. I'm going to try to tell. What's your name?
Christian.
What's your name?
Richard.
Richard. Your uncle's sister is your
uncle's sister.
Your uncle's sister is your
mother.
Perfect.
What can you catch but not throw?
What can you catch but not throw? Human being.
What can you catch but not throw?
So.
Yeah.
So.
Which soul? Your soul. I can catch your soul, but I can't throw. If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
You shoot one. Left 9.
Is it?
9.
If there are 10 birds on a wire and you shoot one, how many birds do you have left?
9.
Is it?
9.
Like a mother, like a son.
Alright folks, it's been absolute mad fun right here on the streets of Sherman. Thank you so much for making time to watch this episode. My name is Tajuddin, yours truly, and this is Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. Like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you same time next week. Bye bye.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 Newsroom, live from our studio at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano. I am Inu Safo. Coming up. Minority petitions Straj, CID and Special Prosecutor to investigate Gold Board CEO Sami Gyamfi despite presidential pardon.
What we want them to do is to conduct an investigation into the matter, and so that Mr. Sami Gyamfi, if he has not committed any offense, will be cleared properly.
Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority rolls out new excavator registration measures to tackle illegal mining.
The excavators that are imported will be registered at the port before they even move out. So that is a solution to going forward.
President John Mahama unveils major road and development projects for Upper West under Big Push initiative.
In this region, under the Big Push, we are prioritizing the Wa Tumu Bolgatanga Trunk Road and the Techiman Wenchi Bole Wa Hamile corridor.
Contractors call for immediate removal of traders blocking Swami interchange construction.
We are pleading with them to move away. We are pleading with the municipal assembly to make sure that they are moved away from the limits of the road so that the contractor can work.
In Channel 1 Business. Bank of Ghana confirms no changes to foreign exchange withdrawal rules amid public concern. And in Channel 1 Sports. Sports Minister Kofi Adams backs Ghana FA's push to boost women's football ahead of festival. Many thanks for choosing us this hour. Let's settle for the details of our stories. The minority in Parliament has petitioned SHRAJ, the Criminal Investigations Department and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate the CEO of Goldboard, Sammy Gyamfi. According to the caucus, President Mahama's recent decision to pardon Gyamfi over the dollar gift saga is not conclusive.
The minority is accusing Sammy Gyamfi of engaging in unauthorized foreign exchange transactions and circulating foreign currency in violation of the Foreign Exchange Act and the Currency Act. This comes just a day after President John Dramani Mahama announced his decision to pardon Sammy Gyamfi, who was widely criticized for gifting US dollars to self-styled evangelist Nana Akradang. The minority, after submitting the petitions, says it is important for the relevant investigative bodies to determine whether Gyamfi's actions amount to an abuse of office. They also maintain that a full-scale investigation is necessary, arguing that President Mahama's pardon does not absolve Gyamfi from scrutiny under the law. They insist that good governance and accountability must be upheld through due process.
We're joined in the studio by the Member of Parliament for Nalerugu Gambaga, Honorable Nuruddin Mohammed, the lead signatory to the petitions calling for investigations into the CEO of Goldboard, Sammy Gyamfi. Thanks for joining us, Honorable.
Thank you very much, my dear.
I hope you're well.
Fine, thank you.
It's been a long day for you, but for clarity, was the petition your personal initiative that the minority later endorsed, or was it a collective decision with you selected as lead signatory? I ask because none of the minority leadership appear to have signed the petition.
Thank you very much. Good evening to your cherished viewers, and good evening to the good people of Nalerugu Gamba constituency. The petition is a collective petition from the minority. If you realize, all of us are not supposed to sign the petition. We just need one minority member to sign the petition. And most of the leaders were not around. It was Honorable Habib, that's the first deputy whip, and the whip himself, another who was around. So the petition is a collective petition.
Okay. You allege that Sammy Gyamfi violated the Foreign Exchange Act by engaging in unlicensed foreign exchange transactions. How do you characterize a gift as a transaction?
Thank you very much once again. If you look at the whole issue, you realize that what His Excellency the President has done is a bad precedent that he's setting as a president. And we, as in the minority, thought it wise that we don't have to let the issue to die like that. We have to follow up for Sammy Gyamfi to be properly cleared or to be properly dealt with. It is not only the Foreign Exchange Act But if you look at what he has done, if you look at the Code of Conduct of Public Officers that His Excellency, the President, met his appointees, and he told them that they shouldn't be showing off. Let me use that simple word for your viewers to understand. They shouldn't be showing off. Just recently that they came to power, just under 4 months, a national communication officer who is also the acting chief executive of the gold board, and we know his institution is dealing with dollars. You know, this gold, you send it outside, they buy in dollars for us to cushion our city, and he doesn't have any city in his in his car, and he was giving out dollars. I see that he has built that code of conduct that he himself set for his appointees. If you also look at the Foreign Exchange Act, with your permission, if you look at the Act, Foreign Exchange Act 206, Act 723, I read 1, a person shall not engage in business of dealing in foreign exchange without license issued under this act, which is, it is illegal for you, like someone comes to City SM to do business and you are charging the person in dollars. It is not acceptable because it doesn't give value to our city. So if you also come to 4B, the business of dealing in foreign exchange includes purchase and sale of foreign currency. Receipt or payment of foreign currency. You understand? So we believe that he has violated this act. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just explaining this thing as a layman. That is why we said that His Excellency cannot just clear him like that. We were expecting that His Excellency, the President, he has been president before, and an issue of this nature, he has faced it before. You remember Victoria Hammer issue? The former deputy communication minister.
Yes, I remember.
He was there head on phone telling somebody that I want to make $1 million. He didn't make the money. He was just telling somebody, I want to make $1 million. And he was punished.
Yes.
But in Sammy Gyamfi case, he's really spending the dollars. So we're expecting that the president should say, Mr. Sammy Gyamfi, per what you have done, I'm a good president. I don't want my administration to be engulfed with corruption. Let me send you to the appropriate authorities, either CID or Shraj or special prosecutor, for them to investigate and clear you proper. I always tell people that we are not out here to witch-hunt Sammy Gyamfi because he was so vocal when we were in government. No, and we are not here to destroy his person. We are not doing this thing to destroy his personality. We don't want that bad precedent to set so that if these institutions investigate and comes out that Sammy Gyamfi have done nothing wrong, everybody will be free. So the next time I come to CTFN and I'm leaving and I dash you dollars, I know I've not committed any offense. But if this issue is investigated and it comes out that Sammy Gyamfi has done something wrong, even the next time I come here and myself and you have dollar transaction, I have to hide and know that if I make mistake and the camera capture myself and you exchanging dollars, I'll be punished. So as minority, we want the law to work. And that is why we have those state institutions around to investigate. The chief of staff and the president, they are not those institutions that can investigate and clear Sammy Gyamfi. If you remember, the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, they named him as #1 clearing agent. He was not sitting at the presidency and clearing people. He always, when issue of this nature comes to his table, he always referred them to the appropriate institution. Cecilia Dapaah case. He didn't sit at the presidency and say, oh, Madam Cecilia Dapaah, you have done it wrong. He referred the case to the special prosecutor. And the special prosecutor said that Madam Cecilia Dapaah have not done anything wrong. So it wasn't the president who was clearing them. But today we can see the President Mahama has cleared Sammy Gyamfi.
Are you questioning Sammy Gyamfi's source of funds? Do you have any information to suggest that the money that he gave out was not his?
No. You see, if Sammy Gyamfi was giving out this money as a national communication officer without holding any public office, nobody will question that. Let me give an example. Like Shatta Wale. You know Shatta Wale like to show off. He drives his car to town, he puts his hands inside his car and throw money. Nobody will question that because Shatta Wale is not holding any public office. But if Mr. Sammy Gyamfi is doing this, even at the time that they are managing the dollar with their cooked exchange rate 12.4, but when you go to do it, it's around 14.5. When we are doing these things, it doesn't give much value to our city. So that is why we want the special prosecutor, the Shraj and the CID to investigate the issue and bring finality to it.
Regarding the claim of abuse of office, what specific actions or circumstances lead you to believe that Sammy Gyamfi has abused his position?
See, that is why we want this institution to investigate. I believe that he has abused his office. And I believe in it alone does not bring finality that he has done that. So, but these institutions have that mandate, they have that technical skills, they have that power to investigate, call Sami fee, question him, go through his account, and all manner of things to confirm what I believe. They can investigate and say that no, your petition does not have any merit. Sami have done nothing wrong, and it will bring finality to the issue.
To the issue.
Yes.
All right. Let's shift focus now to Parliament and national security. Parliament reconvenes on May 27. What should Ghanaians expect from the Defence and Interior Committee in this new session?
The Defence and Interior Committee is one of the critical committees in Parliament, and it has to do with our security, and some of these security issues you don't have to come on air to talk about them. But currently, as a committee, our biggest headache and what we pray for, that we'll do whatever we can to bring lasting peace to Boko. Is what is the headache for the Interior Defense Committee. But we can't be in a country whereby one part of the country is under war. Even to understand that the IGP goes there and people fire to the IGP car. So some of these things, they are very serious issues that we don't need to discussion on air. But if you are looking for peace, you have to engage people behind the scenes in order to get the needed peace that you want. So Ghanaians will expect the best. We'll make sure that the country is peaceful. We'll support the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister, the Interior Minister, Honorable Muttaka Mubarak, who double as the National Security Minister. We as a committee and we in the minority are ready to support the Interior and Defense Committee to deliver in order for the country to be peaceful.
Honorable
So
Mohammed Nuruddin, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank
we
you very
appreciate
much.
your time.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Thanks. All right, let's move on to some other stories now. The Ghana Health Service has reactivated its emergency response protocols to strengthen surveillance after 2 new cases of Mpox were confirmed in the Accra metropolitan area of the Greater Accra region. In an internal memo obtained by Channel One News, the GHS instructed all regional health directors to enhance risk communication and case management efforts. As of November last year, Ghana had recorded a total of 34 confirmed Mpox cases. Channel One News has learned that contact tracing is currently underway to contain further spread of the disease. Mpox, a viral illness similar to smallpox, causes symptoms such as fever and swollen lymph nodes. It is transmitted through direct contact with infected skin or bodily fluids, including sexual contact. Now, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority has announced new measures to regulate the importation and use of excavators across Ghana as part of ongoing efforts to combat illegal mining activities. Under this new directive, all excavators, both existing and newly imported, must be registered. Moving forward, newly imported excavators will be registered at the port of entry before being released to their owners. Ashanti Regional Correspondent Bright Yeboah has more in this report.
The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority is intensifying its efforts to clamp down on the illegal use of excavators, particularly in Galamsey operations that continue to threaten the environment and water bodies. In a statement issued on May 14, 2025, DVLA Chief Executive Officer Julius Nikwe Kote announced a 2-week ultimatum for all excavator owners to register their machines or face seizure. The move is expected to streamline the ownership and use of heavy-duty machinery across the country. During a visit to the regional offices of City FM and Channel One TV in Kumasi on Thursday, May 15, Ashanti Regional DVLA Manager Jerry Edem Aflabo reiterated the new registration protocols, stating that all excavators must now be registered at the port before clearance.
The excavators that are imported will be registered at the port before they even move out. So that is a solution to going forward. However, those that are already in the system are what we will have to tackle. Now, for those that belongs to individuals that are in a different part of the forest, we will need security. So that will have to liaise with the security for them to advise us on their approach.
The visit also formed part of efforts to foster collaboration with the media, recognizing its critical role in informing and educating the public on such regulatory initiatives.
We appreciate the role the media play, and we being a government agency that is mandated to issue and register vehicle, we work hand in hand, every time to help disseminate information to the general public, to guide them and to educate the public about road safety issues. It's going to be a strengthening of that partnership. I'll need you to be able to work.
Station manager for City FM and Channel One TV for the region, Joyce Robe, underscored the station's commitment to promoting road safety and civic responsibility through its programming.
City FM and Channel One TV have also been contributing massively to the enhancement of the transport sector in the country. DVLA, together with City FM and Channel One TV, have been collaborating for national development, and it has been a mutual beneficial partnership in terms of information sharing and dissemination. We cover stories on road safety and war against indiscipline. We always prioritize responsible journalism, solution-based driven content, and developmental reporting.
The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority has pledged its commitment to working with various stakeholders to ensuring a smooth working process. For Channel One News, I am Bright Yeboah.
The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has sounded an alarm over a looming fuel crisis, disclosing that it urgently needs 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to procure liquid fuel for power generation. The ministry states that existing fuel reserves are expected to be depleted in just 2 days, 6 hours, putting the country at risk of widespread power outages. Channel One News' Nia Yukwe Okan has the details in the following report.
The Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Jinapor, has raised serious concerns about the worsening financial situation in the power sector, warning that the government's ability to maintain stable electricity supply is under threat. Speaking during an engagement between the Parliamentary Committee on Energy and key agencies within the power sector, John Jinapor revealed that the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, is grappling with a significant monthly revenue shortfall of 2 billion Ghana cedis, which has severely hampered the government's capacity to raise 1 billion Ghana cedis needed for fuel purchases to support power generation. The minister disclosed that Ghana's current fuel stock could only sustain power generation for 2 days and 6 hours, heightening fears of potential power outages.
Car Power has just sent us a letter that by 18th, they will shut down the plant because we owe them more than $400 million. IPPs alone, we owe them $1.7 billion. And so it's serious. I must be frank with you, Chairman. Today, as I sit here, this morning, my headache is how to get the next parcel of liquid fuel. The fuel we have to take us 2.6 days. We've placed order for fuel, but it has to be paid.
In a bid to shore up ECG's revenue, the minister directed the company to retrieve 1 billion Ghana cedis owed by Ghana Water Limited, which has failed.
Ghana Water hasn't paid even 1 cedi for 7 months. We need that money to stabilize the power. If you don't pay 1 cedi for 7 months and it compounds to 1 billion, the power sector will not be stable. ECG must collect the monies. All MMDAs are supposed to pay for their electricity bills. They have to budget for it. So if you take the health sector, it's the theaters, the laboratories, the wards that will be exempted. If you take the education institutions, dormitories are not part. Restaurants are not part. Only lecture theaters. And so we've classified that.
The minister also noted that he would not hesitate to dismiss any government official who would undermine efforts at tackling challenges confronting the energy sector. For Channel One News, Ni Ayikwe Okan.
The Accra Metropolitan Assembly has announced plans to begin a major decongestion exercise on Tuesday, May 20, targeting traders operating on pavement and unauthorized locations. The Assembly is urging all affected traders to vacate these areas before the deadline, warning that those who fail to comply will be forcibly removed. Channel One News' Manuel Ayama has been speaking to some of the affected traders and has filed this report.
The AMA says the exercise is part of efforts to restore order and ensure pedestrian safety across key commercial hubs in the city. The first phase will focus on areas such as Okanshi, Circle and Kaneshi. Have you ever nearly damaged a trader's goods or pushed them because they were occupying the pedestrian walkway? Or almost hit a trader with your vehicle because they were selling on sections of the road? Well, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly says that on Tuesday, May 20, it will embark on a massive decongestion exercise.
We will not tolerate any resistance from anybody, from any quarters. So we are announcing to you that on Tuesday, Accra Metropolitan Authority Assembly and then the Korle Klottey Municipal Assembly would be, with our task force, will be on the streets of Accra Central. And we assure you that we are going to clear everybody.
Augustina and Dinah, who have been selling on the pavement for over a decade in Accra, say the AMA's directive fuel sash. They are appealing to the city authorities to demarcate areas where they can trade legally instead of displacing them entirely. Mayor of Accra, Michael Kpakpo Alote, insists the exercise is long overdue, stressing that maintaining cleanliness and order in the city is a top priority.
We are not after anybody. We are not coming because we have the power to move it from the street. No, we want to keep the city clean.
Will this major decongestion exercise in Accra end the menace of encroachment on our pavements, sections of our roads, among other places or locations? Well, only time will tell. Reporting for Channel One News, I am Manuel Ayama.
Let's take you to the Ashanti region, where contractors working on the Swami Interchange project have raised concerns about hawkers and traders taking over major streets and pavements along the construction corridor, hampering work and posing safety risks. Already struggling with funding delays and unresolved issues such as the relocation of utility lines and compensation for affected persons. The contractors say the encroachment is further stalling progress. Channel One News' Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani reports.
Phase 2 of the Swami Interchange project, which includes 3 overpasses and the widening of a 3.1-kilometer main road, plus an additional 15 kilometers of local roads, is nearing completion. Construction is actively underway on the overpasses at Anumane, Swami New Road and Ebusuakurwa, with contractors hopeful of completing them in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, work continues on Phase 1, which features the main 4-tier interchange. Contractors have completed the relocation of pipelines belonging to the Ghana Water Company Limited, paving the way for continued construction. However, traders from the Swami market have occupied key sections of the project site and nearby pavements. An intrusion, contractors say, is significantly slowing progress and raising safety concerns. They are urging the Swami Municipal Assembly to intervene and clear these unauthorized structures and traders to restore order to the area.
We are pleading with them to move away. We are pleading with the Municipal Assembly to make sure that they are moved away from the limits of the road so that the contractor can work. We want to make sure that we start and end this project without any incident of accident to anybody. We want to make sure that lives are protected from the beginning to the end. We want to achieve this aim.
The Department of Urban Roads has also expressed frustration with artisans in the Swami Magazine enclave who are allegedly discharging oil and other substances onto newly constructed roads, causing damage.
Most of these garages work on the road. They change oil, they repair.
Contractors are also appealing to the government for the swift release of funds to accelerate work and meet the revised completion timelines.
Contractors are urging authorities to enforce laws that will deter traders from taking over the streets to ply their activities in order not to further prolong the project's completion. Hafiz Tijani, Channel 1 News, Swami, Ashanti Region.
One Newsroom on Channel 1 TV, still to come. Bank of Ghana confirms no changes to foreign exchange withdrawal rules amid public concern. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
There's been a wide position, so what's next?
Ronaldo.
This
could be. There's still danger here.
Goal! Goal! In 1924, my grandpa was a champion. 2024, Meso is a champion.
Hey, digital champion. It's about the end. Digital champion, what can TV shop online?
Let me help you get what you need from Enterprise now.
It's this simple. I just log into my Enterprise account using the Enterprise Self-Service Portal. Then I just click on this button for their new Advantage Point Loyalty Scheme. Then boom, the fun begins. Wow. Yes, once I start making purchases under any subsidiary, I can now earn a lot of points and redeem it as airtime, Momo, and more. Hey, customers only. Even on your birthday,
you earn points.
Yes, even when you like and share on the portal,
you earn points.
Yes.
Purchase an Enterprise policy today to enjoy this exclusive offer and start earning rewards. Because nothing you do should be pointless.
Oh, then redeem more of your points and send to me.
Hey, Mr. Digital Champion.
That's the profession. Orange, give me piba pate and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back to the Channel 1.
770# for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hi Natalie, how are you doing?
I'm good, I know.
I'm very well, thank you. So to the layperson, what does the Bank of Ghana's statement mean?
It means that we can still withdraw money directly from the bank.
Okay, so if I take Forex, I can take my Forex
Yeah,
back.
but there's a limit to it. But I mean, earlier this week, we heard calls that they are going to restrict that, but they are clarifying that there are no restrictions. You can take up to $10,000 from the bank that is in dollars if you are traveling, as long as you are going by the rules.
All right. Tell us more.
The Bank of Ghana has confirmed that no changes have been made to current foreign exchange withdrawal rules. The central bank clarifies that over-the-counter cash withdrawals from foreign currency accounts are permitted, with individuals still allowed to buy up to $10,000 per trip for travel, provided it is supported by valid documents. The clarification comes in response to rising concerns sparked by comments from Isaac Adongo, Member of Parliament for Bolgatanga Central, and a board member of the Bank of Ghana, suggesting that the central bank was planning to intensify restrictions on over-the-counter dollar withdrawals to help stabilize the Ghana cedi. Acting head of financial markets at the central bank, Ernest Nisowa Aholu, speaking to Bernard Avle on Channel 1 TV, advised banks to adhere strictly to the guidelines.
Issue was about restrictions on ability to withdraw foreign currency at the banks, and that is what we are seeking to clarify. We haven't changed or issued a new guideline replacing the existing one, and we felt that we need to clarify that for the public to be confident that they can have access to their dollars when they want to withdraw.
So for both foreign exchange accounts and foreign currency accounts, account holders can withdraw without restriction so long as they have that money in their account, correct?
Let me clarify that with the guidelines, you can withdraw, but obviously with certain conditions. But it hasn't changed. Therefore, we don't think the public should be agitated or uneasy about having access based on the way they know and are able to withdraw foreign currency from the banks.
Still on this development, the Ghana Association of Banks has called for calm, urging the banking public not to panic or resort to unauthorized sources for dollar supply. It says banks remain committed to working with the Bank of Ghana guidelines to ensure legitimate and stable forex supply for personal and business purposes. John Ewa is the CEO of the association.
Obviously, there are requirements for withdrawing money over the counter. The key point is not whether it is your money or it's not your money. The key point is whether you have a legitimate cause. Do you have a reason why you want to withdraw dollar instead of your base currency, which is your Ghana cedi? If tomorrow, Bernard, you are traveling to Cote d'Ivoire and you have a CFA account at the bank and you have your ticket, you have every travel documentation, and you want to make a withdrawal from your CFA account to enable you go to Cote d'Ivoire, your bank will give you the money to go to Cote d'Ivoire within the limits that have been established. And it's clear. And I would like people to go to the Act 206-723. It clearly states exactly how these transactions are to be executed. And also, if you go to the Bank of Ghana website or the site of the Ghana Association of Banks, we have directives there, some of which have modified some of the requirements within the Act, and those are the requirements that we are using. Nothing has changed.
Meanwhile, President John Dramani Mahama says Ghana's economy is beginning to show signs of recovery, crediting the progress to decisive policy reforms and fiscal discipline undertaken by his administration. He pointed to a stabilizing cedi and a gradual decline in the cost of living as early indicators of economic improvement.
Since taking over the reins of government, our focus has been on stabilizing the economy. We therefore presented to Parliament in March this year a budget which was aimed at severely trimming expenditure and channeling the saved revenue into priority programs as promised in our manifesto. I'm happy to report to you that our efforts to stabilize the economy have begun to yield results. And it is evident in the improved performance of our local currency and also a gradual reduction of prices of goods and services in the market. I wish to commend the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, along with their teams, for the close collaboration and coordination.
Now, moving away from matters concerning the cedi, that Ghana's cocoa sector may face major foreign exchange setbacks unless swift investments are made to boost large-scale production. That's the caution from the Netherlands ambassador to Ghana, who's called for an urgent research of the country's cocoa industry. He warns that Ghana risks losing a global competitiveness to emerging producers like Ecuador and Brazil if long-standing structural issues in the sector are not urgently addressed. Daniel Sakite has more in this report.
The Dutch envoy was speaking to Channel One Business on the sidelines of a high-level public-private dialogue in Accra on Ghana's readiness for the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. The ambassador stressed that compliance with EU sustainability directives and increased productivity through large-scale farming will be key to maintaining Ghana's market share in safeguarding crucial forex earnings.
If production is going down as it is going down right now, then that means that there is less export of cocoa and there is less foreign exchange earned by farmers and less foreign exchange earned by the economy. So it's a threat to the economy if production is going down. So there is an imperative for the Ghana economy to maintain the cocoa sector.
President John Mahama has appointed Florence Ohene as the second Deputy Managing Director of Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited. With more than 25 years of experience across both local and international banking institutions, Ade's appointment marks a significant milestone in Ghana's financial leadership landscape. She joins the executive leadership team of CBG, comprising Managing Director Dr. Naomi Kwete and Deputy Managing Director Sheila Azuntaba. Her addition is expected to further strengthen the leadership synergy needed to drive the bank's bold vision of delivering exceptional value to its customers. Ade has held various high-level roles within CBG, most recently leading the bank's international and diaspora business, where she spearheaded strategies that increased diaspora engagements. Her deep understanding of banking, both in Ghana and abroad, has earned her a reputation of excellence, innovation, and visionary leadership. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority has denied claims that it has authorized Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, SML, to expand its operations into Ghana's upstream petroleum and solid mineral sectors. This follows media reports suggesting that SML had expanded its revenue assurance mandate to include oversight of these high-value extractive industries. The GRA, however, clarifies that the suspension of SML's activities in these sectors, as announced in April 2024, remains in effect pending further review. And that's it for Channel One Business. I am Netele Neti Ajaho. Over to you, Eno.
Thank you, Netele. Let's do some more stories. President John Dramani Mahama has unveiled an ambitious package of road infrastructure projects and socio-economic development programs for the Upper West region under the government's Big Push initiative, pledging accelerated growth and improved livelihoods for residents. Speaking at a Durbar at the Wa Jubilee Park as part of his thank you tour, President Mahama expressed gratitude for the region's overwhelming support in the 2024 elections. He assured constituents that their loyalty would be rewarded with tangible development, particularly in the areas of roads, agriculture, education, and youth empowerment.
The Upper West region, long hindered by poor infrastructure and limited economic opportunities, is poised for transformative change under the government's Big Push agenda. President Mahama announced a comprehensive plan to rehabilitate the Wa to Mumbo-Gatanga trunk road, construct new roads along the Techiman-Winchi-Bole-Wa Hamili corridor, resurface portions of the Sola-Fofoso road, and upgrade roads in several districts including Wa East, Nadoli, Dafiama-Busi Isa, and Sisala East.
During the campaign, we traveled on the terrible road network that has become characteristic of the Upper West region. In this region, under the Big Push, we are prioritizing the Wa to Mumbo-Gatanga trunk road and the Techiman Wenchi Bole Wa Hamile corridor. Equally, we will upgrade roads in the Wa East, Nadoli, Dafema Buse Isa, and Sisala East districts to improve access to markets, schools, and health facilities. My brothers and sisters, Work will begin very soon. In a few months, you see contractors on all these roads.
Vice President.
Constituency executives of the National Democratic Congress have accused the Member of Parliament for Owutu-Senya East, Phyllis Nna-Kwoyo Okuno, of sidelining them following the party's victory in the 2024 elections. This revelation comes on the heels of growing dissatisfaction among some party members, underscores the deepening cracks within the party's unity in the constituency. Central Regional Correspondent Akwesi Addo has more.
Tensions within the party were evident even before the 2024 elections. The constituency chairman, Stephen Ofosu-Ejare, along with other executives, staged a walkout midway through a planned walkathon, citing disrespect by then parliamentary candidate Phyllis Nna-Kwoyo Okuno. This act signaled long-standing internal divisions. Despite the party's success in reclaiming the seat from the New Patriotic Party, attempts by both regional and national leadership to resolve these differences appear to have yielded little results. As the rift continues to widen, social media posts and conversations monitored by Channel One News suggest the situation has escalated into a full-blown internal crisis. At a press conference held by some constituency executives, the MP was accused of bypassing party structures and allowing her husband to interfere in the running of constituency affairs.
We have realized that constituency executives who work tirelessly to make sure this victory is assured have been sidelined by our Honorable MP, Phyllis Nna-Kwoyo Okuno.
Responding to the accusations, the MP dismissed them as unfounded. Her spokesperson, Michael Asamoah Bamfo, in an interview with Channel One News, urged the party's national leadership to intervene.
People are not getting their way, and once they are not getting their way, they are out for blood. They are taking no prisoners, so they are bent on doing whatever they can do to get their way, and if that includes even destroying the name of the MP, they care less, and that is where I have a problem.
Meanwhile, the party's deputy regional organizer, Joseph Abeka-Mensah, tasked with resolving the dispute, has called on all aggrieved members to adhere to the party's internal dispute resolution mechanisms.
We are calling on them to calm down. That there's nothing on this end that we cannot resolve or solve with the mouth.
Party members fear this conflict, when not addressed, will affect the party's fortunes in the 2028 elections. For Channel One News, I am Akwesi Addo, Kaswa.
The Public Services Workers Union of the Trades Union Congress is threatening a nationwide strike if government fails to pay long overdue allowances owed to staff of the Centers for National Culture and other affiliated agencies since the implementation of the single spine pay structure. Union leaders say these payments are essential to the effective promotion of Ghana's cultural heritage and tourism development. Channel One News' Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta reports.
The Centers for National Culture are key cultural institutions under the Public Services Workers Union of the Trades Union Congress. As hubs for arts, crafts, music, and traditional dance, the CNCs play a central role in preserving and promoting Ghana's diverse cultural heritage. However, union officials say workers across these centers continue to be denied allowances due under the single spine pay structure, a situation they describe as unacceptable. At the 4th Quadrennial Divisional Delegates Conference of the CNC held in Kumasi, Deputy General Secretary of the PSWU, John Sampa, and outgoing Divisional Chairman, Isaac Mensah, issued a strong warning to the government, urging swift intervention.
Apart from our salaries on the single spine, there is what we call the institution-specific allowance. Government has done well to give other of the institutions that belong to us, but CNC is one of the institutions that we have not yet secured the allowance. If nothing is done about it, we will do what we know how to do best.
As a cultural institution, we have some key constitutional mandates to perform, and this mandate performance requires that we go beyond our usual and required mandate, which requires that we are giving this allowance.
Also,
You're still watching the Channel One newsroom on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Sports Minister Kofi Adams backs Ghana FA's push to boost women's football ahead of festival. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. Equipped with a state-of-the-art equipment as well as a motivated and specialized staff, Mwintaba Hospital and Coloproctology Center provides excellent services in colorectal surgery, anal and bariatric surgeries, gastroscopy, colonoscopy, hysteroscopy, colposcopy, laparoscopy, surgical and medical oncology, comprehensive supportive care. Visit Mwintaba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Mwintaba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Hi friend, where are we going today?
Just use your imagination.
Go, go, go!
My family is the only thing that matters to me right now.
This is the stuff that Monique dreamed about.
These guys are the best.
GoTV's ready to take you from your hometown to roaring stadiums and even on international adventures. So let's go together, from home or on the go with GoTV Stream.
Sounds like a great idea. Woohoo!
GoTV. Love it.
Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame. I live at the plush Leisure Den Symphonic, a real estate property developed by Waymead Properties, the very developers of Vista Del Mare and the beautiful Alphabet City. So come with me to site. Let me introduce you to your new home, a gated community with 24-hour security in the heart of Sakumono. Behind me is going to be Willow Lane, where elegance will meet tranquility. You are going to be greeted with a 4-bedroom ensuite home with an elevator, swimming pool, children's playground, constant electricity, and many more. But wait, it gets even more interesting for early birds like you. You get a whopping $50,000 discount. Yes, I said $50,000 if you purchase between now and the end of this month. So call us now or visit us. Willow Lane, where elegance meets tranquility.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father? Now that he's coming closer to the community, I
my puppy go figure your own plans, so I go figure my own.
You're welcome back. Next is Channel One Sports with Bernard Abekuacheri. Happy birthday, Abeku.
Hey, thank you.
How did you celebrate the day? You had a good day?
It was smooth. A lot of stuff behind scenes, you know. Yeah.
Tell us what's happening in the world of sports.
Let's get into it, shall we now? Ghana Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Adams has endorsed the Ghana Football Association's renewed drive to grow women's football across the country. His comments come ahead of this weekend's Women's Football Festival with a spotlight firmly on building momentum around the sport. Speaking during the ceremony where the Women's FA Cup and the Malta Guinness Premier League trophies were presented at his office, the minister urged collective action to promote and market the women's game.
This weekend on the 18th of May, the finals of the finals will be played. The FA Cup finals and the Premier League, the Women's Premier League finals at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Each and every one of us is invited to be there because the best is yet to be seen and will be seen there. I invite you all to be there and contribute your quota. No gate fee is free. So come one, come two. Thank you.
Chelsea's midfielder Cole Palmer says Lamine Yamal might be the best player in the world right now. At just 17, the Spanish winger's flair, vision and composure have drawn admirations across Europe with decision-making and dribbling that defy his age. He was also victorious in the European Championship last summer and Spanish Cup this season, which has impressed Palmer.
Mad on it.
The levels. Absolutely ridiculous. We've got to talk about Lamine Yamal as well. How good is this guy at 17 years old?
Mad, isn't it? I think he's the best player in the world, to be honest.
Do you? Do you think, what, just from a technical standpoint?
Just everything. I feel like everything they do just goes through him, and just when you watch him, it's mad.
Yeah, there were some moments in that game, wasn't there? Like, at 17 years old, to be saying, give me the ball, I'm just going to go, like, through 5 or 6 players. How hard is that to do against, you know, levels of defenders like Inter Milan at 17 years old?
I don't know, I've never tried it.
He seems like he's got a big personality as well. Obviously, you've got experience of being a sort of breakthrough young star. You must be impressed by not only his ability, but his mentality.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just tell the way he plays that he's confident, he's got no fear, and yeah, I love watching him.
That's the very latest from the world of sports. And I am Bernard Abeku, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Abeku. Well, that's how we wrap up today's edition of the Channel One Newsroom. Do visit our website, channel1news.com, for information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. I am Eno Safo. Many thanks for watching.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana. On Footprints this Friday, veteran actor and playwright David Donto tells us his story about his educational journey, his love for theater arts, and playwriting.
The name Donto itself is a corrupted form of Odowonto. The whites could not pronounce the Odowonto, so they decided to shorten it to Donto.
Wow.
And that is how it got stuck. About 10-15 minutes, nothing was happening. Then, all of a sudden, someone opened the door. And then you popped the head out, and that was Kwame Nkrumah. Because I had seen him earlier in Cape Coast, when he came there with the Duchess of Kent, you know. So as soon as I saw him, I said, that must be Kwame Nkrumah. Then he walked straight towards me. And, you know, playfully said, hey, I will have Adwa. He was speaking fancy.
Yeah.
So we hear Papa. Who is your father? I mentioned the name. And oh, Mr. Don't know about you. Say school is your data. So we started
with
Keteke. And the very first 2 episodes, I was Ghana Man. Okay, the title was Ghana Man because the story was about the typical Ghanaian worker whose salary will never take him home.
Yeah.
So he has to do sundown to survive. And my mother was selling kinky at the railway station. So station master, who was then the station master of the railway station, I'll go to him and ask him if he could help me out. I say, okay. Come on, I'm not to the corner. Oh, it's a Kokrana, and yeah, Bisobia, there, my mother. Oh, okay. Then the name Mama Dokun got stuck on her.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello, welcome to another edition of What the Papers Are Saying. I am Vivian Kai Loko. Thank you for making time to join us for another edition where we'll look at the big stories for the week. When I come back, I'll take you through the stories that made headlines for this week. Do stay with us. Welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. I am Vivian Kai Loko. So which stories made headlines this week? Of course, that's to do with Sammy Gyamfi and the dollar scandal, gift scandal has made a lot of news this week. Let's see how that has been captured and where we've gotten to with that particular story. We'll start with the Chronicle and see how they reported it. They say Sammy Gyamfi off the hook. President accepts his public apology. Daily Guide, Agrada dollar gift, Mahama clears Sammy Gyamfi. And then Channel 1 News, minority petition Shraj CID OSP for probe into Sammy Gyamfi's dollar gift. We'll take you to the other story that has made headlines this week. It has to do with the cedi and its current performance against the dollar, leading to some interventions or calls by some sections of the media for traders to reduce the cost of the goods they sell to us. So let's see how that issue is panning out. We'll start with City Newsroom. They say Guta AGI sets 60-day deadline to cut prices as cedi strengthens. Channel 1 News, don't be lazy, explore the market for fair prices, Guta tells consumers. We'll still stay with the issue to do with the cedi and its performance against the dollar, and then also some issues wrapped around the gift with from Sami Jefi to Sami Jefi to Agrada, which triggered into conversations over how we use foreign currency, the right to withdraw over the counter and all that, and the latest around that discussion. We'll start with citynewsroom.com. They say BOG over-the-counter dollar withdrawals still permitted. So that's the latest to that matter, which triggered a lot of concerns based on what was said by a board member of the BOG yesterday. We'll move away from that. We'll move to the SkyTrain project, the latest around the court and corruption case around that, having to do with Professor Ameya Akumfi. So let's see how that story was captured by some of the media outlets. I'll take you to the Chronicle. They say $2 million SkyTrain payment. Ayine ready for plea bargain as Professor Ameya Akumfi, Solomon Asamoah are charged. City Newsroom, Professor Ameya Akumfi charged with alleged $2 million SkyTrain payment. And then Channel 1 News.com, $2 million SkyTrain case. AG files charges against Professor Ameya Akumfi, ex-GIIF CEO. We'll wrap up with the big stories for the week, and then we'll go to the committee set up to investigate the suspended Chief Justice. What's the latest with that story? Let me take you to the custodian, because they say we are watching your move on CJ, Commonwealth Lawyers Caution, Mahama. CityNewsroom.com, committee probing petitions against suspended CJ begins hearing on Thursday. And then Channel1News.com, committee probing CJ is just a charade. Dr. Zato speaking over there. So it's been a busy week, very interesting developments around these 4 news items. Let me introduce my guest today to help me look into the various angles and the matters arising, as well as the developments around some of these stories. Samiri Afe is here with us at Channel 1 TV, as well as City 97.3 FM. Sami,
hi.
Your name is making news. It's been making news since the weekend, and now it's bothering my tongue and my brain at the same time. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Good evening.
Good evening to you. And then we also have Selam Adon, also here with us at Channel 1, as well as City 97.3 FM. Selam, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
All right. So, gentlemen, I'll start with the Samiri Afe. Sami Jefi.
It's going to be a long night. A very long night.
Sami Jefi dollar gift issued to Agrada. But before I go to that, I'll take a quick break. When I come back, I'll bring you some videos from that incident, and then I'll engage my guests for today. Stay with us.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel 1 TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
You're welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. I am Vivian Kai. Look, in the studio, I have with me Stella Madono as well as Samiria Fe. We're going to look at the big stories for the week. We'll start with Sammy Gyamfi, who got involved in a bit of trouble after gifting Agrada a pastor, if you like, some dollars over the weekend, which led to a lot of backlash from some sections of the public. He subsequently apologized for his acts and was pardoned by the president. Let me take you to the spokesperson for the president on what he said about the matter after he said the president pardoned Sammy Gyamfi.
The Chief of Staff also took the opportunity to reissue the same caution that the president had sent to all appointees to be circumspect in their conduct. There may be things that may be commonplace in our private lives, but once you become a public official, you need to be sensitive to public expectation, and therefore that ought to guide the way that you order your steps. So in view of that, presidency does not believe that any further action ought to be taken beyond the apology and the caution. And we all take a cue from it, and are going to do better in order to meet the expectations of the Ghanaian public. We value feedback. We are aware that Ghanaians expect high standards in the performance of our duties as public officials. We remain committed to meeting those high standards to ensure that we deliver the best of governance to our people who have been long suffering in the last few years under poor governance.
So that's the spokesperson for the president. But the minority has reacted to this development. They've actually gone ahead to petition some key institutions, despite the president pardoning the gentleman. Let's hear what they've also been saying.
What we want them to do is to conduct an investigation into the matter, and so that Mr. Sammy Gyamfi, if he has not committed any offense, he will declare properly, but not the clearance His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has given to him. If you look at our concern, we want these institutions of state who are mandated to do some of these things to find out the source of the money. Where did Mr. Sammy Gyamfi got that huge amount of money that he doesn't have Ghana cedi in his car, and he can put his hand into a bag and bring $10,000 and dash to alleged $10,000 alleged and dash to somebody. And also want them to investigate whether the said currency form part of public or institutional fund entrusted into Mr. Sammy Gyamfi hands as the acting CEO of Gold Board. We also want to know whether it's a potential conflict of interest and abuse of office. We also want to know whether he has violated the Code of Conduct for Public Officers recently launched by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And we also want to know whether he has breached the Foreign Exchange Act, which we believe he has. We also want to know potential tax evasion by Mr. Semi Gyamfi or the receiver of the money.
Right, so that's the latest to this development. They've actually petitioned the CID, the OSP, as well as the special prosecutor on the matter. Let me start with you, Sami Wiafe. Now, the gentleman has apologized. The president has pardoned him. We should move on, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should move on. For me, I find nothing wrong with what Mr. Sami Gyamfi did. You all go out publicly, people ask us for money. We give these amounts of money or whatever we have on ourselves to people. And for me as a journalist, sometimes I go out, people confront me, like people I know, confront me. You give out money to them. So I don't really see anything wrong with what, Mr. Sami Gyamfi did, with the exception that because he's a public official, and that, it comes on the back of the launch of the Code of Conduct by the president, seeking some level of conduct or behavior from, his appointees. And so people will make a lot of noise, about this issue. And I understand where they are really coming from. But then again, the question we also need to ask ourselves is, if Sami Gyamfi had given Agrada cedis, would it be making these noise as we are? Considering he gave,
I think the issue is the dollars.
It's the dollar. That's the only issue we are having, this conversation over. But then, which politician hasn't given out amount of money to people before, even in hard currencies? It's just that he hasn't come public, and so you will not be able to pinpoint these politicians. But politicians give out, money to people who meet them, even strangers. They give strangers money, and so for him to give Agrada money, I don't see anything wrong with it. Just that because there's a viral video, and that's what is generating this whole controversy about it. But aside that, I don't really find anything wrong. And I've heard people say that he's breached some laws and the likes. Which law specifically are we talking about? Because I heard Dr. Kabiru speak on Eyewitness News that he's broken some Forex Acts and then quoting certain sections of it. Fine. If he's broken the law, we should take him through the due process. But the leader who appointed him to be the acting CEO of the Gold Board says he's apologized. They say the apology, public apology, is punishment enough. And at least he's accepted that he did wrong. And so we should move on as a country and stop this conversation. Understand where the minority is coming from. They want to play politics with it. And they want to still, continue the conversation, because Sami Gyamfi was one individual who was really a thorn in the flesh of the NPP in the last administration of Nana Akufo-Addo. And so if an issue like this comes up, they may want to make a political mail out of it. They may want to, draw out every blood, in this particular matter. The more reason why they are escalating it to the OSP, the CID, and then try to investigate the matter. But I don't see this proceeding anywhere or coming out with any verdict, because the president has cleared him. Even though these are independent institutions who will do independent work, I don't see them, having any negative verdicts on Sami.
They'll toe a similar line to that of the president?
I believe so, because there are not really concrete evidence or concrete laws the minority may be standing on to pursue this particular matter. Now, if you say the CID should go and investigate Mr. Sami Gyamfi, where he got the dollars from, politicians have dollars. We live in a country where we every transaction is in dollars per se. You get people, buying properties in dollars. People who have cedis and they may go and use the cedis to go and buy dollars. And so if you say they should investigate the source of dollars, he may come up and say, oh, he went to, convert cedis to dollars.
But a public official just assuming office changes money to dollars, gifting to people around, is that a good image, or is it ethically right
I'm not here
to just sweep it under the carpet?
I'm not here to defend Sammy Gyamfi, but then you must also get to understand now, does it mean he wasn't, or he has never worked before whilst he was in opposition? At least we were told that he worked with KMA some years back. He also worked with one of the companies belonging to Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. And so he had a public life before entering politics. And so I wouldn't say that he's never made any savings at all.
Was he doling out dollars like that when he was
If he was, we didn't know because it wasn't public. We are only getting to know this because there's a video. What about the numerous politicians who give us thousands of dollars but we don't see videos or pictures of it? We are having this because we've seen videos of it. And I repeat, I want any politician to come out publicly and say that, oh, he's not giving dollars out to people before. We want to know. You know, those raising their hands and making all these accusations, it's for the politics of it, as I said. Okay. You know, because they want to sustain this conversation, and because Sammy Gyamfi was wild under the NPP administration.
So you think this is more of tit for tat?
Sort of.
Okay, let me bring in our lawyer, because he has studied the law on whether this whole thing of holding foreign currency, you know, and doling it out when our legal tender is the cedi, that in itself, you know, puts some questions around his actions too, being a public official and the kind of money he may have based on how much he's being paid, and being able to, you know, dole out that amount of money. We're told it's a bundle. Some say it was 800. The figure is difficult to tell when you watch the video, you know. But morally, ethically, legally, where does this fall?
Well, thanks, Vivian. Interesting turn of events and interesting times we live in. What did Sammy Gyamfi do? He, at a program, I think it was a funeral 1 week observation or so, met Agrada and gave her money which happened to be dollars. So that has become the issue. When I look at this, I look at it in two ways, really. Number one, I see the quest for accountability, and number two, I see some level of cynicism or political opportunism. And of course, it's fair deal, I mean, to look at it from both ends. When you look at it from the quest of accountability, we say we want to reset. So that promise of resetting opens the door very wide. So things which were very normal in the past could be called to question. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it only means that our society perhaps has seen the light and our society wants to do better. So that is good. And so the people who promised the reset must know that the reset could be amorphous. It may not be very defined. It could apply to anything and everything. And so whatever you are doing, ensure that you are on the right side of the law and ethics. I also see that there is a certain growing level of impatience with the ruling class or with persons who are in public office, so that if you did something in the past as a private individual and now you are in public office, those same things will not be countenanced necessarily, especially given the kind of election we saw and the kinds of things which were said. I mean, almost brings the political appointee or the persons in the ruling class to a point where the public expects some level of, perfection, not perfection, but some level of perfection. Also, it also signals that the public is wide awake, and so the public will be quite unforgiving of things which in the past could be glossed over. Okay, we have a very charged political environment, and so a section of the public will always want to look out for something. So that's on the side of, quest for accountability. There's some level of cynicism and political opportunism in that. Sammy said politicians give out money every time, and that is true. Politicians give out money every time. When they go for programs, they give out money, etc. But the opportunism in this is that it has to do with the personality of the subject, or I mean the personality of the person involved, that is Sammy Gyamfi. Perhaps if there had been another politician, I'm not sure the interest would have been this way. Sammy Gyamfi, because the opposition largely thinks that Sammy Gyamfi was one of the key architects of their defeat. So there are some persons, some young people who are very active in the campaign, and I'm not sure any of them will be spared if they falter a bit.
Yeah.
The thing they may falter in may not be very fatal, but the narrative could be portrayed in a manner that will make it look fatal. And if you are not careful, you will think the person has done something very heinous or very grievous. Again, it speaks to the first point of accountability and the fact that it's not everything you can be doing because you've promised a reset. And once a reset has come, you must ensure you play within the context of the reset, especially as few days before a code of conduct was launched. The code of conduct doesn't necessarily speak to donation or giving out money, but people have found a way to connect this to it, or to infer that this attitude or this conduct is also frowned upon by the code of conduct. Yeah. It all tells you how the Ghanaian public has become, wide awake. Also, political opportunism, because we are trying, or opposition will try to find a dent or to find skeleton, even if there is none. Okay, so it is part of the political culture. You dig, and you find something, and your ability to hold on to that for a long time will determine whether the character involved will be discredited or not. Mm-hmm. So we saw it last week. We saw a press conference. We saw people talking. Now we've seen Shraj. Next week we may see something else, just to keep the narrative going. And it serves a certain political purpose. So we should not discount the political angle to that. The other point has to do with the money that was given. Yes, Sami made the point. He gave out dollars. Mm-hmm. If you had given out CD, maybe it would have been different. Yeah. But he gave out dollars. And so now we go to the Financial Exchange Act. Did he have to hold the dollars that way? Did he have to give the dollars out and all of that? Now we dig and we see that no, by law, he did not even have to do that. He did not have to pay the person. Yeah. If you look at the law, you look at the definition or the interpretation section of payment, that includes donation or gifts. So did he have to do that? The currency involved is the matter, especially as the country is having a discussion with dollars, etc. So I think my view is that it was just an act of indiscretion. Mm-hmm. I think he took it for granted. I don't think that he was showing off, as people have said. I don't think it was an act of opulence. It was a gesture he made, but I think he didn't calculate it well, or he did not at that moment grasp the fact that he was no more the Sammy Gyamfi of 6 months ago or 7 months ago. Now is a Sammy Gyamfi who is a public official who is now accountable to the people. In the past, he wasn't really accountable to the people. Yeah. But now he is a person in public office and a person leading a very sensitive organization called the Gold Board, and a person who is seen as one of the key architects of the downfall of the MPP in the last election, because of how he communicated, because of how he criticized, because of how he dealt with things. So, it made it, so even though it's an indiscretion, in my view, which could be easily forgiven, we don't want to forgive, or people don't want to forgive, because it is Sammy Gyamfi, because it is dollars involved, because it's a public official. And I think it is good that this has happened quite early in the regime or in the term, so that the rest of the appointees will know that it is not business as usual. Yeah. It is not business as usual. I think it's good for him too. Yeah. This is not so much of a big deal. It's something you can easily forgive, and we'll move on. How did he also handle it? When the matter came, I was in church on Sunday. Somebody said, have I seen Sammy Gyamfi's video? I said, no, which video? He said, no, he gave money to Agrada. I said, okay, I checked the trends this morning. I realized that Sammy Gyamfi and Agrada were trending, but I just didn't go into that. So I saw the video, and I saw the gentleman counting money and giving it to the woman, and the woman, snatching, all of that. I don't think the money was $10,000, and that's how things are framed. I think it was just a few hundreds or at most $2,000. and he gave about half of that to the woman, and the woman grabbed the rest. I don't think it was $10,000. That's not how $10,000 looks like.
It's
and
much thicker.
Yes, that's not how 10,000. And they know. The people saying 10,000, they know. That's why they allegedly. They know that it's not $10,000. But to make it sweeter, because what's the point is he gave $800 to somebody. I mean, $800. I mean, to be fair, it's not beyond Sammy Gyamfi. $1,000 or $2,000. It's not beyond Sammy Gyamfi.
Because even the counting definitely was more than 800.
Yes,
but definitely not 10,000.
Yes, it's not 10,000. I mean, at most 2,000. But 2,000 is not beyond Sammy Gyamfi. Sammy Gyamfi doesn't have to be a public official to have $2,000. You understand? It's a lot of money. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But the embellishment of it to make it sound more grievous than it is, I think, is disingenuous. So yes, we deal with the matter as it is. So he apologized swiftly, which is good, which is something we've not seen or we hadn't seen for a very long time. The chief of staff also acted quickly, invited him to his office. That was also good, something we've not seen in a long while. And I don't know what the discussion was. And today or yesterday, we heard the president said he had pardoned him because he's apologized, and the code of conduct people are referring to as part of the sanctions has public apology as one of them. It has, I think, caution, it has suspension, it has resignation and dismissal, and all of that as part of the sanctions. So he's done the first one, which is apology. I mean, of course, you may decide to exact more punishment by maybe suspending him or sacking him, etc. But does this meet that threshold? Does this meet that threshold? I don't think it meets that threshold. Perhaps if it does it again, then maybe, like we say, somebody signs a bond of good behavior and the person goes to flout it again, then that you can exact.
But what
punishment.
do you say to people who say that this was the second test for the president on how he will deal with his appointees? The first had to do with the disclosure of assets, declaration of assets, where he, forgave again and extended the time. Another one forgave again and says, is this the trend that we'll be seeing from him, especially because of what we came from and the high expectations in terms of dealing with officials who go the other way?
Yes, I mean, good point. I think I did make the point last week that the president could have decided not to tell anybody, and he could have dealt with the matter as in the asset declaration, and nobody will know. In the past, we don't even know how it was, but he decided to say it, trying to make his people more accountable and making himself more accountable. That is something he has to deal with. But again, he runs a government, and he exercises judgment. And if in the exercise of judgment, he realizes that this I can pardon, or this I can work with, or I can do it, fine, you do it that way. I think in both instances, he's shown some level of leadership. The fact that Sammy Gyamfi in this instance apologized meant a lot. I'm not sure, perhaps he sat on his own and decided to apologize. Maybe there were calls made to him. And he apologized maybe also because of the signal that the man, has expressed or shown. Code of conduct is a huge signal. And the man says, reflect what I will do, or reflect me. So all these are things I think, we should credit Mahama for. Because
the apology.
So the apology is, we've not seen this in the past, we've not seen this in a long while.
But isn't that a problem? Because we've not seen it in a while, and so we've lowered the bar. So an apology.
Yes, of course. If you've lowered the bar, you see, if you've lowered the bar, you don't raise the bar instantly very high. If you do so, you can't jump it. So what will happen? In the end, you'll be left with nobody in your government.
The suspension is not too high, is it?
No, but the point is, did this particular act warrant a suspension? Did it meet the threshold? There's something we call prima facie. Did it meet the threshold? That's the question. Not about the commentary or the noise out there. But if you look at it objectively, as an independent-minded person, does this meet the threshold? Politicians go and they go to radio stations and places and they give out money to people, just that nobody films them. And you see, the cultural, underpinnings shouldn't be lost on us. People go to places, they give out things because it is actually expected that they will do that. Whether it's wrong or right is another discussion. For me, the real matter is because it's foreign currency and you don't have to do that. That is the matter. So in seeking to exact punishment, I think we must do so within a certain broader context that we are looking at it. If you want to approach it from a political opportunism point of view, then you say, let's hang the guy. But we will have to be a bit objective. And if we call for suspension or dismissals with things like this, then in the end we may end up with nobody in the government, because things like this may happen. So if that should be the approach, then in the end you will not end up with anybody. That's why I said it's good, it's happening.
There's a long list of people waiting to take up opportunities.
You know, what I mean is,
as I said last week, it's always difficult for a president to sanction an appointee. It's always a difficult decision for a president to take.
Why is this
it's
so
a difficult one.
It's a difficult situation for anybody to sanction anybody.
Yes.
You know, anybody to sanction. It's not a very pleasant thing.
It's not easy.
Because the president or whoever the president is does not take these decisions alone. And you must also think of the effects. So imagine president has decided to suspend Sammy Gyamfi, you know, in this matter. The political effect among party supporters and party members, it may not be well for the government and for the president himself. So it's always, a president is always in a difficult position to announce punishment for appointees who may flout certain rules. And in this case, Sammy Gyamfi is a darling boy of the president. So it was, I told my colleagues in the newsroom that it was going to be a difficult decision for the president to announce any punishment to him because of the significant roles he has played over the years for the party and for him, a loyal servant of the president. And that's where the difficulty is.
But doesn't these actions in the long run hurt the government? We've seen that in the past government.
It did.
This is like the beginning of a repetition of what we saw previously.
It will always hit, and it will always be a difficult decision. But you must also weigh the options of loyalty. The loyalty question comes in here. This is a person who has served me loyally all these years. And because of an act, as Salon said, of discretion or indiscretion, I may want to punish him for just one, excuse my language, silly mistake. No way. You may always want to weigh the loyalty option. And I think the president did that. And the implications of it, he weighed the implication as well. So there's always a difficulty for a president, I repeat, to punish an appointee.
Then there'll never be punishment.
The point is that we must get to a point or a place where we'll be able to punish appointees. Yeah. And I think Mahama tried to give some signals, but of course, we still wait to see how that will go. The other issue really is that, you know, in dealing with matters like this, I mean, it's actually a very difficult situation. Yeah. If you don't take care, you will cause a meltdown in your government. Yeah. So it's always a balancing act, and we've seen it done in many instances. Like when the opposition MPs came around and said, "Let Ken Ofori-Atta go." You know, yes, Ken Ofori-Atta could have gone, but Ken Ofori-Atta going would have portrayed the president in a certain way.
But what happened in the end?
No, of course. See, so
that's where my issue is.
But normally it's often not one thing. What this would do is that the president came into office with a huge mandate, with huge the goodwill as it started will not be the same way in the end, because there'll be decisions made. Like this was a decision. There'll be decisions made, people will be happy with it, others will not be happy. You know, so somebody's okay, I thought you'd be different, but this you've done tells me that no, you will not be different. So so the goodwill will be chipped away gradually. If you are fortunate that by the time you go to the next election, the goodwill you have is enough to make you scale over the election, then good for you. But if you are not fortunate and the goodwill, you are in deficit of goodwill, then that's too bad for you. So I think what is important is that the president must show that he's committed to what he told us, he's committed to charting a different path, he's committed to overseeing the reset agenda so that public officials will be more accountable. I think we've started seeing signs of that. This that has happened shows that there is some accountability the public is expecting. And even the mere fact of the apology itself, I think it's some level of accountability, because, I mean, he apologized. And apology is one of the sanctions even under the code of ethics. So I think this, yes, he perhaps shouldn't have done that, but I don't think it has grown or it is big enough to warrant a dismissal. I don't think so.
Or even a suspension.
I don't think so.
All right, I have to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll go to issues to do with the cedi, the performance of the cedi and the dollar, and calls for traders to lower the prices of goods and services for us to benefit from the good gains the cedi is showing these past few weeks. Stay with us.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. I'm Vivian Kai Loko here in the studio. I have Selma Dono as well as Sami Uyafi. We are looking at the big stories for the week. Yes, you wanted to say...
I think that the minorities petition, interesting, is good. I mean, it will improve our governance. Petitioning Shraj, the Office of the Special Prosecutor and the CID. I wonder if the three of them will do the investigations separately but simultaneously, or two of them will say, okay, because this has started, let's just back off and make them continue. But interesting, the kinds of things they want. They want to investigate the source of the money. I mean, source of the money. I mean, and potential conflict of interest. What's the potential conflict of interest? I'm struggling to see what the conflict of interest there would be, because if I have money and I'm giving somebody the money, it's not as if I'm expecting the person to do something for me in return. At least we don't know that, or we've not established that. You know, and the lady herself, I understand, came out to say that he saw the gentleman, he begged him and to relay a message of apology to Mahama, that she said a lot of things about him in the past. Forgive her, she forgive her. And then when he was walking to the car, he said, give me money for fuel. And he also gave him the money. So I don't see, I'm struggling to see what the conflict of interest
maybe based on that, now she's gone to the NDC and would do things.
No, but that would not be a conflict of interest position. It's politics. It's politics. So if by so doing you recruit her as your member and she will do your bidding, I don't see the conflict in that. I mean, it's so I'm struggling to see the conflict. The issues about the Financial Exchange Act, breach of it, yes, that will be interesting, because when you look at the provision, when you look at the provisions of Act 723, I mean, quite interesting in there. I'm just trying to dig it up and then see. So, for example, when you look at Section 3, Section 3 talks about requirement for license, and it says that the business of dealing in foreign exchange includes A, the purchase and sale of foreign currency, B, receipt or payment of foreign currency. So receipt or payment of foreign currency. So note the word payment. And then C, importation and exportation of foreign currency, and lending and borrowing in foreign currency. It doesn't fall in any of these apart from B. That's a receipt or payment of foreign currency. So when you go ahead and you look at the definition or the interpretation side of, I think, Section 33 or so, the term payment is interpreted. So payment means a transfer of foreign exchange made for the purpose of A, discharging a liability or acquiring an asset, B, creating a balance at a financial institution that can be drawn upon, or C, making a gift or a donation. Making a gift or a donation. The law also prescribes, punishments for all of these. So that I'm looking at the general penalty section of it. It says a person who commits an offense So once you've breached that, that is an offense. A person who commits an offense for which a penalty has not been provided is liable to, on summary conviction, to a fine of no more than 500 penalty units or a term of imprisonment of no more than 4 years or both. You know, so that is a general punishment for offenses that have not been specifically provided for. Some offenses have been specifically provided for, but this one hasn't been specifically provided for. So that is the punishment in there. But the Attorney General is the one that will assess the situation and say, okay, I want to prosecute this, I don't want to prosecute that, I want to prosecute that. So I think it's a lesson for all of them. It means that they have to be careful, and it's also good because when a political appointee goes to a program, all the people who swarm them asking for money, now they will know that you will be setting up the appointee. You will be setting up the appointee. You will be setting up the appointee.
Make sure you give them in cedis and stay away from dollars, pounds, euros.
Or maybe stop anybody from videoing.
I'm really interested in seeing what Shraj and Co will say about matters like this. I'm really interested in seeing what CID or the Office of the Special Prosecutor will say, you know, in respect of this.
Okay. Now, let's still stay with the currency. The cedi has been doing well against the dollar for some weeks now, and it's triggered discussions among the public for traders to reduce the cost of goods they sell to us, because usually the excuse they give us when prices go up is, oh, there's dollar, the city is not doing well and all that. And during the week, the Minister of Trade met with the traders to appeal to them following an early appeal from their leaders, Guta and the likes, for them to start ensuring that the performance of the cedi reflects in the cost of goods and services to us. Let me first bring you the sights and sounds from that meeting with the Trade Minister, and then I'll pick the thoughts of Salom and Samir.
We have stated that government does not have the power to control prices, but government has the power to negotiate with our stakeholders to ensure that traders, manufacturers, and consumers take advantage of an opportunity when it happens. I'm happy to inform you that the direct importers have agreed to reduce their prices, and some have already started that already. We've also heard from Guta and AGI that it is good that the cedi has stabilized. They need a bit of time to let this reflect in their prices. It will happen gradually. The direct importers have started reducing their prices for the retailers, and this will be total when the old stock comes down. They are able to find an average from the new stock and the old stock, and prices will certainly go down. But this will be total in about 60 days. We hope that the cedi will keep doing well. We hope that all the indicators will even improve.
So during that meeting, Guta also responded to the calls for the reduction. Remember, they had earlier said they would do so, but they are now saying they should be given some 60-day window. Let's listen to what they said.
Committed to the cost of reflecting these gains in our pricing in our various business activities. As stated by my colleague, it's as a result of the forces of demand and supply that determines price on the market. We believe sincerely that within the period of 60 days from now, this impact will be translated onto the final price of our products that we wholesale and retail. We also strongly believe that in the midterm budget review, we will see further reflection and commitment from government regarding these gains.
So the question is whether you've started feeling the reduction in the prices of goods and services. I haven't. We took our cameras round to Accra and Kumasi. In Accra, the traders told us they had no intentions to reduce it anytime soon because the stock they had brought in, the rate at which they bought, you know, the dollar at that time, the CD wasn't doing well. That has always been the excuse. In Kumasi, they said they will consider. But Sami,
that has always been the excuse. Not at all. The only one I've seen is on the pump. Okay. You know, when the fuel, you know, at least that one you see a marginal reduction. Okay. You know, gradual. Aside that, I haven't seen any, and I don't expect to see any, and it will never happen. Oh, we live in a country where we've never seen traders reduce their prices, but we see them increase it. Immediately you see the change in the dollar. I remember in the year 2021, 2022, there, you buy an item, in the next 2 hours you go back, there's an increase. Yeah. And we saw this happening. And at a point in time when the CD was a bit stabilized, we never saw a reduction in these prices. And we are never going to see that happen. And I saw how, in quote, wicked, you know, Ghanaians are during the COVID era. During the COVID era.
What did we do?
When we were selling a long car of Gary for, which was selling around 7 cities, we were selling it for 20 cities and 30 cities. Because, and that is a problem. And that is the problem. And when you talk to them, the explanation is always that, oh, it's an old stock. Yeah. It's an old stock. Let's wait till. But it's an old stock, but they are refilling their shops every day.
Well, it's from the stock they went from. They bought
fine. So I am saying that these 60 days, we will not see a decrease in price or reduction today or tomorrow. After 60 days, we will not see anything. At best, there will be price stability. But reduction pound here, we should forget, it will not happen. Why 60 days? It's too long a time. If the dollar should increase today, they will increase their prices the same very day. And so why should we wait for 60 days?
Because they also want stability.
Fine, the government has given us all the assurance that the currency will remain stable. Whatever magic they are doing, we pray they continue with that particular magic they are doing. And there's a hope and expectation that it will remain stable. But then again, I ask the question that in the unlikely event that we see some upward, you know, movements, are we also going to go back and ask them to still consider reducing their prices after the 60 days or within the 60 days? I don't see this happening. It will never happen. Going up, I've never seen traders reduce their prices before.
Oh, we do reduce to clear.
That's when it's getting to. They do reduce to clear. What is about 2 weeks or 3 weeks to expire? That's why you share the don't go. Those are the only ones we see. But if it's supposed to expire in, let's say, 2 or 3 years, you never see them reduce it. So the call for 60 days is just a charade. It's not going to happen. We will not see any price reduction. At best, just stability of it. But part that we are going to see the traders reduce it, it's going to happen. And it's a difficulty for government because government does not control the prices.
It's a free market.
You know, it's a free market. And so the traders will rather have their own pricing formula. And that's where the difficulty is. You know, we should have a government intervention or a government drive as to how to check some of these prices. I remember the previous administration under Katie Amon as trade minister wanted to bring some LI that would check these prices.
It wouldn't work.
You know, it never worked for the cement and the hardware. It never worked. And so on the other side, I'm not sure it's ever going to work because most of these traders are also politicians in addition to their normal job they do. And so if the prices, you know, go up, it's profit for them, it's gain for them. But a reduction in 60 days, it's never going to happen. So if Ghanaians are expecting to see prices reduced in the next 60 days, as the minister has said, and Guta is backing, expecting that the traders will reduce their prices, Charlie, forget, it will never happen. It will never happen in this country.
You are being negative.
Oh, no, I'm being realistic.
Will be positive.
Vivian, we all buy and sell. We all buy and sell. Every Ghanaian is a trader. We all buy and sell.
A trader. What do you think?
He's a woman. He's a businessman. Salom.
I mean, I think it's the attitude of the Ghanaian. We sometimes we are not truthful. We are not very honest, especially when money is involved. Traders will always say that the market is bad, or last year was better than this year. You know, when indeed this year may be better. So, you know, and stuff like that. And I think there's a certain profiteering mentality we have, which is playing out. We talk about the trotro driver, talk about everybody. If fuel prices go up, and the drivers are increasing their fares, the fare increase benefits them more than the people, because if the fare increases actually benefit them more, because when you do the calculation, maybe they slap 10 pesos on the fare. When you calculate it, you realize that it is way more than the increase in the fuel price. Of course, they will say spare parts and things coming, but it's a certain mentality, it's a certain attitude that's playing out. I don't think I disagree so much with the traders in respect of the 60-day window, all right? Because it is fair. If I bought goods and the goods haven't been sold out, I can't say because the dollar has reduced, I will reduce what I don't think I will do that. All right, I don't think I'll do that. I will want to see, even if the fuel guys do it, they will say if they reduce fuel prices, there's a reduction. Sometimes they go ahead and sell it at the old price because they bought the consignment exactly, and that has to be expended before they can start applying the new price. It's exactly the same thing I'm thinking about now. The question is, if the dollar, if the cedi depreciates, depreciates a bit, but not to the levels we saw when they bought the goods, would they reduce it? I think they have to, because this would have been lower than where they bought the original goods from, or where the rate at which they bought the goods they say they have in store from. So after 60 days, I expect to see some reduction. Hopefully the cedi continues to be strong. I sincerely hope to see some reduction. And I also want to see whether they will also tell us that they have to exhaust the stock before they increase their prices if the cedi begins to depreciate. I don't think that will happen anyway, because they will want to be able to buy the stock. So if you sell it cheaply, you will not be able to buy the same quantity you bought. So it's a very difficult, especially as we've not seen the cedi do this in a long while. So people are just standing by and watching whether this is sustainable at all. But if the government and the Bank of Ghana are able to keep this going for a long time, like 6 months, 1 year, then we will all accept in our minds that no, this is really happening. Because people think that there are other factors or so many factors contributing to this, which are not really in the control of the government and the Bank of Ghana. So when those factors change, maybe the situation will get back to normal, which is the cedi depreciating. But if the powers that be are able to maintain the strength of the cedi 6 months into 1 year, I think people will begin to settle in, or people begin to see that no, indeed, it's happening. So we better reduce our thing, we better do this and that and that. I think it's good news, and we pray that it happens, and we pray that it continues, the cedi continues to be strong.
Well, let's hope that happens. We have just a few minutes to go. Let's quickly move to the issue to do with Professor Ameya Akufi being charged over the alleged $2 million SkyTrain payment. This week, they were in court. He couldn't attend because we are told he's not well. But I'll take a minute each from you on the latest around that. He's now in court together with the CEO at the time when the contract was signed.
Well, the Attorney General told us that he'll be filing, cases against Professor Ameya Akufi and the former CEO, and some other cases at this last press conference. So we are seeing a rollout of the things that he said in the last press conference in respect of, certain things that happened in the previous administration. Now, in this matter, we are told that an amount of $2 million was paid for job no done or work no done. And I asked myself that, how can you pay such a huge amount of money without any work? And per what did you see, or what did you hear, or what were you told before such payment, was made? And we're told that it was made to a company in Mauritius that was just set up, some few months, and then this amount of money was paid to this company. I think public officers should be careful in transactions like this. So you decide to, make payments on a project that you haven't seen for a job that has not been done. And so what was the payment for? Is it facilitation fee or consultancy fee? I think we need some explanation. The matter is in court. I'm sure as the trial goes on, we'll get to know the purpose upon which this particular amount of money was paid, whether it was for facilitation or consultation fee, or for the consultant to come down and come and look at the thing. We don't really know, but I'm sure as the matter goes, on trial, we'll get to hear more things like we are hearing from the Edu case as it unfolds in court. So we wait and see on what authority or the reason or the rationale behind this payments being made for work not done.
Well, it's a democracy, accountability, probation accountability part of the tenants. So, yes, if money is being spent, the money is not being spent well, the people must account for it. So, Attorney General is doing his work, proffering charges against the people involved. In this case, Professor Kofi Ameya and the former chief executive of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. I think his name is Solomon Samoa. I don't see anything wrong with this. All I call for is that the process must be fair. They must have, the needed, they must be accorded the needed facility to defend themselves and to put forward their case. The system must be fair to them so that their right to fair trial is not breached or violated. If at the end of the day they have their day in court, etc., the verdict is that they stole the money or they misappropriated the money, the law is clear, the law must work. So yes, I wish both sides well. I wish the Republic well in seeking to recover or retrieve monies that have not been properly spent according to the prosecution for the state. I also wish them well, the accused well. If indeed the money was spent well, we need to see a proof. For example, one of the things against Professor Kofi Ameya as board chairman was that some of the monies were taken without going through the proper process. Feasibility study for 2 million, and we hear some 10%. In the shares also of the company or the special purpose vehicle also supposed to execute this. That 10% was not even applied for. We didn't even have it. So where did the money go? It's something we're all interested in. And I think before the election, the SkyTrain matter was one of those cases that were spoken about. And I think it will be interesting. We pray that they are given a fair trial and in the end, let justice prevail.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Our time is up. Salam Adonu and Sami Uyafi, thank you for joining us. They both work with us here at Channel One TV as well as City 97.3 FM. I am Vivian Kai Loco. Thank you too for joining us. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Hello, lovely people. This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah. It is always exciting when we connect on this platform to use the Word of God to help one another. In life, sometimes challenges will come your way, but I need you to understand that when God created you, He gave you everything you need to be an overcomer. Scripture says in all these things we are more than conquerors. Whatever situation we find ourselves in, you just need a coach. You just need a lifeline to tell you that you are able to overcome. We will be right back. Please don't go away.
The Ghana Traditional Council, on behalf of the entire Ghana state, announces the annual ban on drumming and noise-making as part of the sacred rites leading to the Homo Festival.
Ghana mamu, Timfe anali, Adesin, Imlae Niko, Wonga Dumo, Wongme, Wakusuni, Wakabachuni,
The ban across the Ghana state will take effect from Monday, May 12th to Thursday, June 12th, 2025. However, Osu, La, Teshi, Nungwa, Tema, Boom, Pram Pram, and Ningo traditional areas will observe their bans separately, with dates to be announced by their various councils. During this period, all visitors are required to comply with the following regulations. Religious activities to be confined within premises without the use of external loudspeakers, no drumming, clapping, or use of musical instruments in public places, no roadside evangelism or street preaching with loudspeakers. There will be no funeral or burial ceremonies within this period up until the 20th of June 2025. This practice is not only a cultural tradition, but also protected under the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, ensuring the preservation of our customs and identity. A dedicated task force, in collaboration with the Regional Security Council, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, as well as the Ghana Police Service, will strictly enforce compliance. We urge all residents, institutions and visitors to respect this sacred tradition as we uphold our cultural heritage and foster social harmony. Nyacha Nyo Manyaba.
Welcome back to Lifeline. This is Fred Crunchy Mensah. Today we are considering how to survive in a long-distance relationship. How will I survive if I find myself in a long-distance relationship? And you see, the scripture says that God said when he created Adam that it is not good for man to be alone. It is not good for a person to be alone. It is not beneficial. That phrase, it is not good, means it is not profitable and it is not beneficial for a person to be alone. So God ordained relationships. God created relationships. That was the first human relationship. He created a helper suitable for Adam. So let me start by saying relationships are first of all ordained by God, and then also relationships are for benefits and profit. God said it is not profitable and beneficial that man should be alone. In other words, when man finds himself or herself in a relationship, they profit and they benefit. I want to read a text to us and then we will go into the discussion this moment. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9 to 12. It says, 2 people are better than one, for they can help each other succeed. If one person falls, the other can reach out and help. But someone who falls alone is in real trouble. 11. Likewise, 2 people lying close together can keep each other warm. But how can one be warm alone? A person standing alone can be attacked and defeated, but 2 can stand back to back and conquer. 3 are even better, for a triple braided cord is not easily broken. Relationships. How can I survive in a long distance relationship? You see, life has a way of blessing us with relationships, but that same life also has a way of creating distance in the relationships. Let me say that again. Life has a way of making our path cross with people. Life has a way of blessing us with relationships, but that same life also has a way of bringing separations into our relationships. And today I want to be talking to people who find themselves in relationships but in long distance relationships. How can I survive? How can I make it? I want to say to you that inasmuch as it is very challenging being in long distance relationships, it is doable, because with God all things are possible. I don't know what brought the separation. I don't know what it is that brought the distance between you and your partner. it could be your spouse, it could be a friend, but for the sake of this context and this discussion, I want us to limit it to marriage or romance relationship. You know, marriage or romantic relationship. Let's limit ourselves to these relationships when it is long distance. I don't know what brought about the separation. I don't know what brought about the distance, but sometimes it could be work. Maybe your partner was transferred to a different place. Maybe your partner is in the military. They are on the field. Work can bring that separation. Work can bring that distance. Sometimes our partners will travel out to go and seek greener pastures. Yes, sometimes they will travel out. Maybe your documentation is not ready. You will have to wait. Then it creates a distance. I don't know what brought the distance between you and your partner. Other times, I have realized that sometimes life challenges will bring the distance. I'm talking about challenges like deportation. Maybe you are out there and your partner had an issue. They have been deported. They have been deported, and so there is that gap. There is that distance between or in your relationship. Whatever it is, you can survive this. There is a way you can go through this, and by the grace of God, you will be reconnected with your partner and your relationship will move on. But what is it that brought the separation? What is it? Is it work? Is it challenges of life? Is it opportunity for better life? Whatever it is, I want to believe that it is a blessing to you. And when we look into scripture, long distance relationship is found in scripture. Oh yes, Jacob loved a woman. Her name was Rachel. And then Jacob had to work for 7 years and wait for 7 years to be connected with a woman that he loved. So for 7 years, there was that distance. They couldn't meet, they couldn't behave like spouses, they couldn't behave like a husband and a wife. So Jacob had to wait for 7 years. Only God knows the agony, the pain, the sacrifice he had to go through to wait for 7 years to be connected to the woman he loved. Joseph and Mary. Yes, Joseph engaged Mary, but they had a family challenge. And because of that, Mary felt so embarrassed she had to travel to her cousin for some months. They were separated. Their relationship became long distance. Moses and Zipporah, his wife, work separated them. So then God is calling Moses to go and tell Pharaoh, let my people go, because of the magnitude of the ministry, because of the weight of the assignment. He had to leave his wife and his children with his father-in-law, and then later they reconnected. So if you look through scripture, long distance relationship shows in scripture. And then in Song of Songs, there is this lady, scripture calls her the Shulamite woman, who is lamenting and talking about how sick she is of love and how she is waiting to be connected with her lover in the Song of Songs. So long distance relationship is not any strange thing. People have gone through it. Even in scripture, a lot of people have gone through long distance relationship and they have survived and they have thrived. So if you find yourself in a long distance relationship, I want to say to you that you are in a good company. So if you look at these people who have survived it, what it tells me is that by the grace of God, you can also go through it and you can also survive long distance relationship. I know that sometimes it becomes painful. I know that sometimes it becomes difficult because there are some challenges which naturally comes with this kind of relationship. The first thing I can think about is lack of physical intimacy. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. I can imagine how it feels when your partner is all the way out. You can't have physical contact. You can't have intimacy physically, and people suffer and struggle with that. Yes, I know and I understand that. But like I said, no matter the reason for the separation, no matter the reason for the distance, I am believing that at the end of the day, it will benefit your family, it will benefit you as individuals. So whatever it is, whatever challenges that the distance is posing, I am believing that you are able to endure, you are able to go through it until by the grace of God, you are reconnected. So lack of physical intimacy. And sometimes communication is affected because sometimes work schedules, you are not able to connect at the time you want to connect. And sometimes it brings about a lot of frustration. I understand that sometimes long distance relationship can be challenging, but I will keep saying that it is doable. Other people have gone through it, they have thrived, they have survived, they have overcome, and now they are at the other side. If other people have been able to go through it, you will be able to also go through it. Let me also talk to you about emotional issues. Sometimes when you are not physically present with your loved one, with your partner, with your spouse, with the person you are in a relationship with, sometimes emotionally you suffer a little bit. You are not fulfilled emotionally. You would want to be with your lover. You would want a touch. You would want a kiss. You would want some form of intimacy. And sometimes you suffer emotionally. But like I keep saying, no matter the price you are paying a price to get a prize. Let me say it again. You are paying a price, P-R-I-C-E, to get a prize. So go through it. You will survive and you will thrive. I will be back to talk to you about practical ways to make sure that you are going through this with grace and you are coming out to a better relationship. So don't go away. I will be back to engage you.
When love feels real, but trust is shaken, what do you do? This week on Sister Sister, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a powerful letter from a man on the edge of a life-changing decision. Heartbreak, loyalty, tough love. Join the conversation and find out what the sisters have to say.
Dear sisters, I need your wisdom and your honesty. I've been in a serious relationship with a woman I truly love for the past 2 years. We've built something that I thought was strong and meaningful. So much so that I've been planning to propose to her next month. But something happened recently that has left me questioning everything. Last weekend, we took a trip together to celebrate our anniversary. Something I had carefully planned as a romantic getaway for just the two of us. However, upon our arrival at the resort, she unexpectedly ran into her ex. That moment changed the entire tone of the week. What I witnessed has shaken my trust and made me question whether I should go through with the proposal.
I think through it all, he should actually be thankful. I feel it's a wake-up call. After you break up with your ex, you even seem to forget the details of why you even broke up.
How did the breakup happen? Did she leave or did he leave her? Was she ready to even leave?
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
Welcome back, my dear. You are back to Lifeline, where we are discussing how to survive and thrive in a long-distance relationship. Relationship, we have said, is a blessing from the Lord, but sometimes the same blessing that brings us together will sometimes separate us and bring a distance between us. How do I survive? How do I thrive? How do I go through this? So far, we have been talking about the fact that sometimes there is an amount of pain that comes with the separation. for the lack of physical intimacy, for emotional challenges, for communication challenges. But we have also said that most of the times the distance comes in for a good cause. There is a reason you have been separated for a season. There is a reason there is that distance in your relationship. So you have to make up your mind to go through it for a greater good of your relationship. Probably your spouse or your partner is out there fighting for the rest of the family. Probably it is work that has taken your partner away from you. That's a good thing. Notwithstanding, it is challenging. I want to give you certain keys. I want to put in your hands. That's all Lifeline is about. I want to put in your hands certain keys that will help you to survive. Not just to survive, but to also thrive, to overcome, and to go through this graciously until by the grace of God, the two of you will come together physically. So let's talk about building trust. Intentionally building trust. When there is that gap, when there is that distance, when there is that separation, see, even though the human mind is positively wired, the experiences we go through sometimes will make us a bit negative. So when there is a distance, it breeds jealousy and suspicion. When you are not there, probably you call your spouse, you hear somebody talking, probably the person is outside the house, it feels like the person is in the house, and then you begin to suspect, and you begin to think, your brain goes wild. The human brain is positively wired. God in his wisdom, he made us positive, but because of life experiences and people's stories you keep hearing, sometimes you are conditioned to be negative sometimes. So spouses or partners who are in distant relationships, I am encouraging you to consciously and intentionally build trust, because the gap is already creating suspicion and jealousy. So do practical things to build trust. You and I know that trust is the basis of every relationship. Every relationship will thrive on trust. No matter the kind of relationship it is, work relationship, trust. Romantic relationship, trust. Marital relationship, trust. Every relationship is built on the foundation of trust. And when there is no trust, relationship will not go well. So intentionally, consciously build trust. How do I do this? How about being open with your partner? Be open with them. Talk to them about your schedules. Talk to them about where you are at every point in time. I'm not saying be a slave to your partner, but I'm saying be accountable to him or her. What's the big deal if you go into a place, you make a video call, let their minds be at rest? Because already the gap and the distance is already creating a lot of tension, a lot of suspicion, and a lot of emotional issues. So be open. Be an open book for your spouse to read. You can also do things like, being honest and truthful. See, most of the times we are interested in reputation. But I love integrity more than reputation. Reputation is a good name, and people can pay experts to build good reputation for them. But integrity is gotten by you yourself. Integrity is what happens between you and God. Reputation is what somebody can help you to build. So even forget about reputation, build integrity. Okay? What you wouldn't want your spouse to do, don't do it. Whatever you will do, be guided by this principle. Will I be happy if it is my partner who is doing it to me? That is integrity. Whether they can see you or they cannot see you, have some integrity. It is not only when they see that you should be concerned about. Even when they are not there, even when they are not seeing, be a person of integrity. Don't involve yourself in bad ways, and don't do bad things. The rule of life is that what you won't be happy to be done to you, don't do it to other people. Jesus said that is the golden rule of life. So integrity, and be accountable. Have open discussions with your partner and build trust. Help your partner to trust you. It is very, very important, because when there is no trust, nothing is going to work. So build trust. After that, may I suggest that you also maximize the use of social media, electronics, gadgets. Maximize that use. I mean, many years ago, my sister-in-law used to go to a communication center to queue for the husband to call her. Then she will have the opportunity to talk to the husband and come back home. Then anytime the husband wants to talk to her, he will have to call the comm center. They will come and tell her, your husband wants to call you at 7 o'clock, so come and wait. Today, communication is very simple and easy. Most people have more than one phones, and on your phone there is a video. Do video calls. Maximize electronics. Maximize the use of your gadgets. Let your partner be as close to you as possible. Call, video calls, voice calls, text messaging. In any way possible, try to maximize that opportunity that life and technology has offered us. Make phone calls. Stay on the phone for long. And somebody asked me, how about being intimate on the phone? And I asked the person, are you asking the bishop or you are asking the psychologist? Your guess is as good as mine. Let the bedroom matter stay in the bedroom. But all that I'm saying is that communicate. Communicate. Anything is possible. Let me say almost everything is possible in this day and age. So maximize. Let me also suggest that you have to try all you can to build emotional and sexual boundaries. You see, the challenges that comes with long distance relationship, sometimes they can be heavy on your mind and on your emotions. And then if you are not careful, you will fall into the wrong hands and try to get what you're supposed to get from your partner from other people. And may I say to you that there are a lot of vultures and lions out there who are waiting for the slightest opening to enter. So build your boundaries. I train my people to have boundaries in life. Don't play with fire. Scripture says, can a man hold fire in their bosom and not get burnt? How did our friend Joseph deal with temptation? He ran away. So why are you playing with it? Oh, I know how to deal with it. I'm in control. I'm in control. Okay, keep being in control. Very soon you'll be laughing at the wrong side of your mouth. I pray you don't get there. But please, be careful than to be sorry. Have boundaries. Avoid temptations. And how about making lemonade out of the lemons of life? Maybe long distance relationship is not the best thing you want to have, but it has happened to you. So how can you get the good out of it? In Ephesians, the Bible says, make a good use of every opportunity. Other translation says, redeem the time, for the days are evil. Learn to see positives in even negative circumstances. What is the good thing about this time that my spouse is not with me? You have more time. Register at the gym. Of course, a decent gym. Register for that course. Go to school. Build yourself. Do something to add value to yourself. You have this time. Family is not with you. You can maximize it. You can make lemonade out of the lemons of life. Make something positive out of it. Scripture says in the book of James, he says, rejoice when you go through diverse kinds of temptations. In other words, you will have to learn to see opportunities from every challenge. What is the opportunity that you can get from this situation? How about trying prayer? Pray. Yes, pray. Pray. When we pray, anything is possible. John chapter 15 and verse 5, scripture says, without me you can do nothing. But Matthew chapter 19 verse 26, God says, with God all things are possible. When you bring God into your relationship, it will work. Even though there are peculiar challenges with a long-distance relationship, if you introduce God into your relationship, it will work. Bring God in. The scripture we read says, a threefold cord is not easily broken. What is a threefold cord? It is the one that is between me, my partner, and God. When you introduce God, pray. When you call your partner, pray about your relationship. Yes, I am not there with you, but God is there with you. When I pray, the pain of the separation is reduced. When I pray, I get help from God. Listen, when you come to God with your burdens, you roll them down and God helps you. Prayer will help. Pray and trust God. Believe God. I know it's difficult, but he says, I know the plans I have for you, plans of good and not of evil, to give you a hope and an expectation. He says, thus says the Lord, there is hope in your future. Jeremiah 31 and 17. Pray and believe God. It will work. What did I say? It will work. Because with God, all things are possible. I pray for grace over you. May the Lord help you and give you grace to survive this and thrive through it. In Jesus' precious mighty name, amen. See you another time. Bye for now.
The Four Seasons Nursery in Lilongwe is the oldest garden center in Malawi. But as much as I love plants, there is so much more to do here, and we're going to check it out. But first, here's what's up on the show today.
We meet Nafkot Gebeyu as she takes us through the art scene in Addis Ababa. Discover the updos of real fake hair in Malawi. And find out how a Lesotho bakery makes artisanal bread using the power of the sun.
I'm Cynthia Zonde Zulu, and you're watching Afrimax. In Nigeria, a museum is turning trash into treasure, wowing visitors with art and decor made entirely from recycled materials. It's inspirational and sustainable.
Have you ever been to a museum and thought to yourself, what is this rubbish? Or, I could have done that by throwing together some stuff from my garbage bin. That's exactly what this gallery is doing here.
It's a new idea. Nobody has ever thought about doing a museum before dedicated to waste.
Located in the heart of Ibadan in southwest Nigeria, Jumoke's Waste Museum is unique in Africa. Everything you see here is truly trashy. So why did Jumoke decide to waste her time on waste?
I stumbled on the waste in my kitchen, so I started asking the question, what can we do with the waste that we generate instead of throwing it away? And nobody could give me the answer because it's like a stupid question. What is waste meant to be used for if not to be thrown away? But I just couldn't, give up on that idea, and I was trying to look for what else we could do with the waste.
Nigeria is Africa's largest oil producer and has a population of more than 200 million people. So plastic packaging and waste are unfortunately quite common. This harms public health and the environment. But what inspired Jumoke to create new uses for so many piles of garbage?
I could say I fell in love with the waste and I didn't want to throw the waste away. Every single waste that I'm able to save is like I'm on a rescue mission. For every waste I'm able to save from ending up on the landfill, from ending up in the ocean, that's my motivation. That's what keeps me going.
In 2022, Jumoke, a former visual arts teacher, attended a United Nations meeting in Nairobi, Kenya. There, member states agreed to build a roadmap that would create a global plastic treaty. But around Nigeria, especially Lagos, a lot of waste continues to pile up in waterways, causing concern about the growing amounts of plastic in the ocean. Jumoke's way of recycling may be a little unusual, but it's getting a lot of attention.
The idea of the secular world that she's trying to achieve, zero waste, is something that is profound, that we need to all learn to imbibe in our homes and around us, our surroundings. It will just make our country especially a better place to live in. Our initiative would help curb diseases and sicknesses that are needless, and then we'll create a sustainable environment, a greener environment, and a place where we can all enjoy our lives better.
The museum, which exhibits Jumoke's work alongside other artists who share her vision, is raising awareness of waste management. Jumoke also teaches young people how to turn waste into functional, durable, and affordable products and supplies that can be used on school playgrounds, for instance.
We also collect waste from source. So we have different families, friends, schools, organizations that have partnered with us over the years, and we collect waste from them from source, because the kind of work we do upcycling. We don't do recycling. So we don't use contaminated waste. So our waste must be from source, not contaminated.
Jumoke's path may not be an easy one, but she is certain that her efforts are not in vain.
So if I'm able to save 10 kilograms of plastic bottle today, I'm like, ooh, let's do more tomorrow.
And who would have thought that garbage could look this good?
Started in 1989 as a backyard garden, Four Seasons Nursery has blossomed into more than just a garden center with shops, dining, and so much more. Right now, I'm learning to pot a plant while having a chat with Limbani Makina. Limbani, how are you doing?
Good, thanks to yourself, Cynthia.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we have here?
We've got a plant. This plant is what we call a spathiphyllum. It's well known for its peace-bringing properties.
Okay.
To your home.
Right.
It produces a white flower, and it's very good for air purification.
This place has grown into so much more than a garden center.
Yes.
What are some of the must-visit spots and experiences that visitors shouldn't miss?
So we've got a man-made water feature. So it's home to different species of fish. We've got the koi fish, we've got gapfish, we've got lake fish. So the kids just love it.
What are some of your hidden gems and local favorites that many people might not know about?
We've got a gift shop called Yeo, that's a gift shop. We've got Forester, which is an ice cream parlor. Right before Forester, we've got Floral Creations, that's a florist shop. Right. So flower bouquets and whatnot. And right behind me, we've got Ishq, this is a clothing and gift shop. And to our front, we've got Kala, that's a bar and the restaurant.
All right, no, thank you so much, Limbani.
You're welcome.
Next up, we head over to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to check out the city's vibrant art scene.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nafkot Gabayo. I'm a photographer, and we are here in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa is called the political capital of Africa because it is home to the African Union. It is a modern city with bustling streets and a rich nightlife. Addis Ababa means new flower. And here we have the beautiful Bole Medhanelum Church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is one of the oldest Christian bodies in the world, and it has influenced the visual culture of Addis. As a photographer, my friends and I are the new generation of artists. We're embracing technology while still paying homage to the more traditional artists who have gone before us. Now I'm going to show you some of the talented artists here in Addis. Let's go. We visit the studio of painter Salome Muleta. In Ethiopia, only 1/3 of women are employed. Homes are female spaces, and Salome Muleta focuses her work on the inner lives of women. What do you want the audience to see when they see your painting? How do you want the audience to interact with it?
When I look at my work, I see myself. You would also see yourself in my painting. And when you do, you have moments of memory which your mind refers to. So, I want everyone to see themselves when they see my work.
In your paintings, I've noticed, especially when you're painting women, their faces are either blurred or cropped. Why do you choose to do that?
When I do a portrait, it is the face or the hand that I paint. I only focus on the part that I want to. I don't, as in photographs, worry about getting the eye right, fullness of the picture, proportion, and all that.
Who are these women?
Every woman. For example, if I do your portrait, I don't capture you in a literal way.
I love what you said about you emphasize on a certain aspect of the portraits that you paint. It would be an honor to be sketched by you. Okay, I'm really curious. I want to see what you did. Ooh!
A different Nafcot.
Wow!
Weren't you able to see it from there?
No, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what was happening. Wow! It's me, but it's not me. You know what I mean? This is so cool. Can I keep it?
Oh.
Yes! She's gonna
Let me sign it.
She's gotta sign it first. As a photographer, I'm drawn to the energy of my city. Addis is always new. You turn around in one corner, there's something happening, and it catches your eye. The skyline of Addis is dominated by construction cranes as people flock from the rural areas to find work. During the scramble for Africa, Ethiopia was one of the only 2 African countries to retain its independence. Its political history is complex and multifaceted, marked by periods of monarchy, military dictatorship, and our painful legacy also includes genocide, famine, and civil war. In recent times, we are trying to heal this through democratic dialogue. I want to play my part in creating a new Addis, and for me, that is about telling stories of my city. So you're here at my studio, and as you can see here, some of my prints are hanging. These are some shots from the busiest marketplace in Addis. It's called Mercato. It's really hectic. It's really hard to take pictures, but that's one of my favorite places to shoot. And I love learning about people's stories. One of my favorite projects is this book, Vintage Addis Ababa. We worked on this project for about 3 years with my colleagues Philip Schutz and Wangela Bebe. With the Vintage Addis Ababa project, my colleagues and I crowdsourced photographs from ordinary people who had great stories to tell from living memory. These were personal stories of hope, resilience, laughter, pride, and curiosity. And it's been such an honor working on it because I got to learn a lot of stories of people that lived in the era that was considered dark in history, because all we knew was people were fleeing the country and dying of hunger and genocide was happening. But through this book, I got to learn the history of my people who were enjoying life, going to cinema, getting married, having children, falling in love, all these beautiful things. And it was such an honor to be a part of it because it felt like I did something to my community. We all felt like we did something to give back.
On the topic of art, the Kaliso Art Gallery has relocated to the Four Seasons, giving them more space to host events and make art more accessible. We're with curator Yves Gisambiro to learn more.
Now, art isn't something that we just see, it's how we feel. How do you create a space where people are able to connect truly with art?
Okay, so art, all forms of art, we're all born with them. In the same way that every person can dance, every person can sing, it just depends on how good you are at it, you would say. But also, the more you practice, the better you get. So for our space here, I think just the atmosphere itself and having the art on the walls sort of like gives you a vibe where you just want to get into your creative side and just not art. I think, just gives you that vibe where you're just like, okay, I feel like creating something. So I think it's just a matter of bringing out what's already in you and then putting it out on canvas or on paper.
Thank you so much for having us, Eve.
Thank you for coming first.
Hair extensions, braids, weaves, you name it. They're fabulous fashion statements. And not very far from here in Blantyre, one innovator is making beautiful do's which are being dubbed real fake hair.
When you have textured hair, the possibilities are endless. Ethnic hair can be straight, short, long, kinky, curly, afro, or braided. But why are there still so few skin and health-friendly hair options? If you want to braid your hair, you have to resort to synthetic fibers. But plastic on your head? Forever? Wouldn't a different material, a natural and very stable one at that, be much better? And honestly, ropes as braids?
The fact that it degrades whenever it has been discarded is what catches attentions of a lot of people, but also because it's a natural fiber that is locally sourced, people are very interested because some will be able to farm sisal and sell it to us.
Sisal refers to the fibers from the leaves of some agaves and is a relatively young natural fiber whose use flourished in the early 20th century. Nevertheless, it is still one of the world's most important fibers today. It is traditionally used to make rope and yarn, which can then be used to make sacks, rugs, and other handicraft due to its high durability. But hair? Can hair pieces and extensions made from sisal be a real alternative to synthetic ones?
If you can take a look at this, it doesn't tangle, unlike to the synthetic hair.
Some synthetic hair has chemicals which may affect some scalps. The affected scalps may start itching within 3 weeks to a month. Some people remove it the same day because of itching.
The sisal hair for me is a bit lighter and a bit breathable because usually by now, if I had synthetic hair, I'd be sweating behind my back and I would be able to feel the weight.
This hair extension is very versatile. It can be changed into any style that you wish, but also it is antifungal and antibacterial, which means it does not get contaminated when it's wet. But also, being a natural fiber, it suits well with natural hair. It grips very well with the client's hair.
A study has forecast that African hair care sales could reach $994 billion by 2026. Current trends favor products that support natural hair care, and this includes hair extensions, which are used for support, protective styles, or extra length. However, these are often made with single-use synthetic fibers, which get discarded and end up in dumps and landfills and can take 20 to 500 years to fully decompose, leaching toxins and microplastics into the soil, streams, and groundwater. Does the average customer and stylist think beyond the hairdo?
Some salons dispose their hair everywhere, but at our salon, once the hair is removed, we store it in a bin and burn it later. This way, the used synthetic hair is not discarded everywhere.
Plastic hair is just over in our streets, in the riverbanks. So I thought of coming up with biodegradable hair that will replace the plastic hair, so that whenever it's discarded, it will be able to decompose and not harm our environment.
The sustainable part is what drives it the most. Texture is needs a bit of work, but I think it's cool. I think also just the fact that once I take it off, it's biodegradable.
Moses and his team have built a production model that focuses on sustainability.
Considering that our main raw material is sisal and it's locally available, we also have plans that will grow our own sisal so that we reduce cost on accessing the raw materials. We have our own and we produce hair from that.
The hair production process involves harvesting the sisal from the fields, taking them to our lab, extracting the fibers from the sisal. We use manual extraction. We use sharp tools like knives, and then we wash them. After washing, we dry them. After drying, we give them color. So we use non-reactive dyes for coloring. After dyeing, we still dry them. After drying them, we soften them. We soften them using natural chemicals, and then from softening, we proceed to hair conditioning, and then we proceed to hair packaging.
Sisal hair is here now, and we're using it. We're happy with it.
I'm very happy with the hair quality, but I'm not very much satisfied because I'm not yet there where I want to be. There are some things that we need to improve as far as the quality of this hair is concerned, in terms of texture, the feel whenever you touch it, shining properties of the hair. In terms of length, we have to improve. We have to have varieties of length.
Styling and care of ethnic hair is constantly evolving, from the eras of the stretching comb and ironed hair to chemical hair relaxers and perms that blazed through the 80s and 90s. As technology around sisal fibers improves, hopefully this will provide an alternative that leaves our planet a little healthier.
There's a few things more comforting than freshly baked bread. And when it's made purely by using the sun and a bit of love, what could possibly be better? Let's head over to Lesotho to find out more.
Few things beat the smell and taste of freshly baked bread. But industrial ovens consume a lot of electricity, which is expensive and sometimes inconsistent. With this futuristic construction, really?
Not using the electricity won't make my bread taste bad. The only thing is the recipe that matters on how you make the bread.
But for this baker from Lesotho, it wasn't enough to just screw a few solar panels onto his roof to get his bakery up and running. Karapo Mutsamai really thought about how to build a solar parabolic cooker to make bread at zero costs. Let's check it out. How did he do it?
When the sun hits the parabolic, it then reflects to the tube that is made of iron. Then when it reflects there, then it absorbs the heat.
Baking without a carbon footprint? On sunny days at least. But there are disadvantages.
When it's rainy, cloudy, snowy, it can't work because it uses sunlight to operate. So when it's rainy, I use the stove in the house, the gas stove. Because I don't want the business to stop.
Fortunately, with over 300 sunny days a year, there is no shortage of sun in Lesotho.
On the sunny day, I produce 20 loaves. But when the sun is not much, I produce about 10 loaves. But the aim is to produce more. In the oven, it takes about 40 minutes on a sunny day or an hour.
Anyone wondering how Karabo managed to do this? Well, during his studies at the Bethel Business and Community Development Center in Mahalizuk, Karabo specialized in food science and solar technology. Why this strange combination?
I love cooking, that's the first thing. And the other thing why I choose solar is because now the world is shifting to the power of solar technology, because I wanted to take part and contribute in helping the world to shift to renewable energy.
Over 40% of the population of Lesotho are young people. According to studies, youth unemployment is at around 25%. Most youngsters therefore try their hand as entrepreneurs in order to create jobs for themselves. Was this one of the reasons why Karabo founded Walker Solar Bakery?
I wanted to make something for myself, and I was passionate about starting the business. That's why I started Solar Bakery. I didn't have enough capital to start a bakery. So I used my skills to make this kind of machines to make my bakery work, and again to come up with a different way of doing business.
Bread is a staple, no matter where in the world you are. And this bread is steadily gaining popularity in Maseru, with a wide range of big-name bakeries delivering to supermarkets and corner shops alike. What is the appeal of Karabo's bread?
It just tastes so good, and every time the owner comes and gives it to us, it is so warm and fresh. It feels like my mother baked it herself. And I've also heard that it is good for the environment since it's naturally sun-baked.
I really found out that this bread, it's good for my business because it lasts long. It does not get stale within a short time. The challenge with supply for this bread is weather. If it's cloudy, there won't be any supply. I usually stock a lot so that even in bad weather, I will still have some to sell.
Walker Solar Bakery's oven has been firing up since 2023. But with only one solar parabolic oven, does it have a real possibility for growth?
I'm also looking for a partnership or investment that will help this business of mine to grow where it is right now. And I'm looking forward with making more machines and with different designs that can suit each and every one. And hopefully I want to inspire many of youth in Lesotho and create more jobs for them.
With determination and innovation, this bakery is on a roll, raking in the dough while spreading a little sunshine with every delicious bite.
And that's all we had for you in today's show. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Until next time, goodbye.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome, it's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 Newsroom, live from our studio at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano. I am Eno Safo. Coming up. Minority petitions Straj, CID and Special Prosecutor to investigate Gold Board CEO Sami Jemfi despite presidential pardon.
What we want them to do is to conduct an investigation into the matter, and so that Mr. Sami Jemfi, if he has not committed any offense, will be cleared properly.
Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority rolls out new excavator registration measures to tackle illegal mining.
The excavators that are imported will be registered at the ports before they even move out. So that is a solution to going forward.
President John Mahama unveils major road and development projects for Upper West under Big Push initiative.
In this region, under the Big Push, we are prioritizing the Wa Tumu Bolgatanga Trunk Road and the Techiman Wenchi Bole Wa Hamile corridor.
Contractors call for immediate removal of traders blocking Swami interchange construction.
We are pleading with them to move away. We are pleading with the municipal assembly to make sure that they are moved away from the limits of the road so that the contractor can work.
In Channel 1 Business. Bank of Ghana confirms no changes to foreign exchange withdrawal rules amid public concern. And in Channel 1 Sports. Sports Minister Kofi Adams backs Ghana FA's push to boost women's football ahead of festival. Many thanks for choosing us this hour. Let's settle for the details of our stories. The minority in Parliament has petitioned SHRAJ, the Criminal Investigations Department and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate the CEO of Gold Board, Sammy Gyamfi. According to the caucus, President Mahama's recent decision to pardon Gyamfi over the dollar gift saga is not conclusive.
The minority is accusing Sammy Gyamfi of engaging in unauthorized foreign exchange transactions and circulating foreign currency in violation of the Foreign Exchange Act and the Currency Act. This comes just a day after President John Dramani Mahama announced his decision to pardon Sammy Gyamfi, who was widely criticized for gifting US dollars to self-styled evangelist Nana Agradan. The minority, after submitting the petitions, says it is important for the relevant investigative bodies to determine whether Gyamfi's actions amount to an abuse of office. They also maintain that a full-scale investigation is necessary, arguing that President Mahama's pardon does not absolve Gyamfi from scrutiny under the law. They insist that good governance and accountability must be upheld through due process.
We're joined in the studio by the Member of Parliament for Nalerugu Gambaga, Honorable Nuruddin Mohammed, the lead signatory to the petitions calling for investigations into the CEO of Gold Board, Sammy Gyamfi. Thanks for joining us, Honorable.
Thank you very much, my dear.
I hope you're well.
Fine, thank you.
It's been a long day for you, but for
Yes,
clarity, was the petition your personal initiative that the minority later endorsed, or was it a collective decision with you selected as lead signatory? I ask because none of the minority leadership appear to have signed the petition.
Thank you very much. Good evening to your cherished viewers, and good evening to the good people of Nalerugu Gambaga constituency. The petition is a collective petition from the minority. If you realize, all of us are not supposed to sign the petition. We just need one minority member to sign the petition. And most of the leaders were not around. It was Honorable Habib, that's the first deputy whip, and the whip himself, Arnold Dempre, who was around. So the petition is a collective petition.
Okay. You allege that Sammy Gyamfi violated the Foreign Exchange Act by engaging in unlicensed foreign exchange transactions. How do you characterize a gift as a transaction?
Thank you very much once again. If you look at the whole issue, you realize that what His Excellency the President has done is a bad precedent that he's setting as a president. And we, as in the minority, thought it wise that we don't have to let the issue to die like that. We have to follow up for Sammy Gyamfi to be properly cleared or to be properly dealt with. It is not only the Foreign Exchange Act, but if you look at what he has done, if you look at the Code of Conduct of Public Officers that His Excellency the President met his appointees, and he told them that they shouldn't be showing off. Let me use that simple word for your viewers to understand. They shouldn't be showing off. Just recently that they came to power, just under 4 months, a National Communication Officer who is also the acting chief executive of the Gold Board, and we know his institution is dealing with dollars. You know, this gold, you send it outside, they buy in dollars for us to cushion our city. And he doesn't have any city in his car, and he was giving out dollars. I see that he has breached that code of conduct that he himself set for his appointees. If you also look at the Foreign Exchange Act, with your permission, if you look at the acts, Foreign Exchange Act 206, Act 723, I read 1, a person shall not engage in business of dealing in foreign exchange without license issued under this act. Which is, it is illegal for you, like someone comes to City SM to do business and you are charging the person in dollars. It is not acceptable because it doesn't give value to our city. So if you also come to 4B, the business of dealing in foreign exchange include purchase and sale of foreign currency. Receipt or payment of foreign currency. You understand? So we believe that he has violated this act. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just explaining this thing as a layman. That is why we said that His Excellency cannot just clear him like that. We were expecting that His Excellency, the President, he has been president before, and an issue of this nature, he has faced it before. You remember Victoria Hammer issue? The former Deputy Communication Minister?
Yes, I remember.
He was there head on phone telling somebody that I want to make $1 million. He didn't make the money. He was just telling somebody, I want to make $1 million. And he was punished.
Yes.
But in Sammy Gyamfi case, he's really spending the dollars. So we're expecting that the president should say, Mr. Sammy Gyamfi, by what you have done, I'm a good president. I don't want my administration to be engulfed with corruption. Let me send you to the appropriate authorities, either CID or Shraj or special prosecutor, for them to investigate and clear you proper. I always tell people that we are not out here to witch hunt Sammy Gyamfi because he was so vocal when we're in government. No, and we are not here to destroy his person. We are not doing this thing to destroy his personality. We don't want that bad precedent to set so that if these institutions investigate and comes out that Sammy Gyamfi have done nothing wrong, everybody will be free. So the next time I come to CTF and I'm leaving and I dash you dollars, I know I've not committed any offense. But if this issue is investigated and it comes out that Sammy Gyamfi has done something wrong, even the next time I come here myself and you have dollar transaction, I have to hide and know that if I make mistake and the camera capture myself and you exchanging dollars, I'll be punished. So as minority, we want the law to work. And that is why we have those state institutions around to investigate. The Chief of Staff and the President, they are not those institutions that can investigate and clear Sammy Gyamfi.
Right.
If you remember, the former President, Nana Akufo-Addo, they named him as #1 clearing agent. He was not sitting at the presidency and clearing people. He always, when issue of this nature comes to his table, he always referred them to the appropriate institution. Cecilia Dapaah case. He didn't sit at the presidency and say, oh, Madam Cecilia Dapaah, you have done nothing wrong. He referred the case to the special prosecutor. And the special prosecutor said that Madam Cecilia Dapaah have not done anything wrong. So it wasn't the president who was clearing them. But today we can see the President Mahama has cleared Sammy Gyamfi.
Are you questioning Sammy Gyamfi's source of funds? Do you have any information to suggest that the money that he gave out was not his?
No. You see, if Sammy Gyamfi was giving out this money as a national communication officer without holding any public office, nobody will question that. Let me give an example. Yala Shatta Wale. You know Shatta Wale like to show off. He drives his car to town, he puts his hands inside his car and throw money. Nobody will question that because Shatta Wale is not holding any public office. But if Mr. Sammy Gyamfi is doing this, even at the time that they are managing the dollar with their cooked exchange rate 12.4, but when you go to do it, it's around 14.5. When we are doing these things, it doesn't give much value to our city. So that is why we want the special prosecutor, the Shraj and the CID to investigate the issue and bring finality to it.
Regarding the claim of abuse of office, what specific actions or circumstances lead you to believe that Sammy Gyamfi has abused his position?
You see, that is why we want this institution to investigate. I believe that he has abused his office. And I believe in it alone does not bring finality that he has done that. So, but these institutions have that mandate, they have that technical skills, they have that power to investigate, call Sammy Gyamfi, question him, go through his account and all manner of things to confirm what I believe. They can investigate and say that no, your petition does not have any merit, Sammy Gyamfi have done nothing wrong. And it will bring finality to the issue.
To the issue.
Yes.
All right. Let's shift focus now to Parliament and national security. Parliament reconvenes on May 27. What should Ghanaians expect from the Defense and Interior Committee in this new session?
The Defense and Interior Committee is one of the critical committees in Parliament, and it has to do with our security. And some of these security issues, you don't have to come on air to talk about them. But currently, as a committee, our biggest headache and what we pray for, that we'll do whatever we can to bring lasting peace to Boko. Is what is the headache for the Interior Defense Committee. But we can't be in a country whereby one part of the country is under war. Even to understand that the IGP goes there and people fire to the IGP car. So some of these things, they are very serious issues that we don't need to discuss on air. But if you are looking for peace, you have to engage people behind the scenes in order to get the needed peace that that you want. So Ghanaians will expect the best. We will make sure that the country is peaceful. We will support the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister, the Interior Minister, Honorable Muttaka Mubarak, who double as the National Security Minister. We as a committee and we in the minority are ready to support the Interior and Defense Committee to deliver in order for the country to be peaceful.
Honorable
So
Mohammed Nuruddin, thank you so much for speaking to us. We appreciate your time.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
All right, let's move on to some other stories now. The Ghana Health Service has reactivated its emergency response protocols to strengthen surveillance after 2 new cases of Mpox were confirmed in the Accra metropolitan area of the Greater Accra region. In an internal memo obtained by Channel One News, the GHS instructed all regional health directors to enhance risk communication and case management efforts. As of November last year, Ghana had recorded a total of 34 confirmed Mpox cases. Channel One News has learned that contact tracing is currently underway to contain further spread of the disease. Mpox, a viral illness similar to smallpox, causes symptoms such as fever and swollen lymph nodes. It is transmitted through direct contact with infected skin or bodily fluids, including sexual contact. Now, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority has announced new measures to regulate the importation and use of excavators across Ghana as part of ongoing efforts to combat illegal mining activities. Under this new directive, all excavators, both existing and newly imported, must be registered. Moving forward, newly imported excavators will be registered at the port of entry before being released to their owners. Ashanti Regional Correspondent Bright Yeboah has more in this report.
The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority is intensifying its efforts to clamp down on the illegal use of excavators, particularly in galamsey operations that continue to threaten the environment and water bodies. In a statement issued on May 14, 2025, DVLA Chief Executive Officer Julius Nikwe Kote announced a 2-week ultimatum for all excavator owners to register their machines or face seizure. The move is expected to streamline the ownership and use of heavy-duty machinery across the country. During a visit to the regional offices of City FM and Channel One TV in Kumasi on Thursday, May 15, Ashanti Regional DVLA Manager Jerry Edem Aflabo reiterated the new registration protocols, stating that all excavators must now be registered at the port before clearance.
The excavators that are imported will be registered at the port before they even move out. So that is a solution to going forward. However, those that are already in the system are what we will have to tackle. Now, for those that belongs to individuals that are in a different part of the forest, we will need security. So that will have to liaise with the security for them to advise us on their approach.
The visit also formed part of efforts to foster collaboration with the media, recognizing its critical role in informing and educating the public on such regulatory initiatives.
We appreciate the role the media play, and we being a government agency that is mandated to issue and register vehicle, we work hand in hand, every time to help disseminate information to the general public, to guide them and to educate the public about road safety issues. It's going to be a strengthening of that partnership. I'll need you to be able to work.
Station manager for City FM and Channel One TV for the region, Joyce Robe, underscored the station's commitment to promoting road safety and civic responsibility through its programming.
City FM and Channel One TV have also been contributing massively to the enhancement of the transport sector in the country. DVLA, together with City FM and Channel One TV, have been collaborating for national development, and it has been a mutual beneficial partnership in terms of information sharing and dissemination. We cover stories on road safety and war against indiscipline. We always prioritize responsible journalism, solution-based driven content, and developmental reporting.
The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority has pledged its commitment to working with various stakeholders to ensuring a smooth working process. For Channel One News, I am Bright Tieboa.
The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has sounded an alarm over a looming fuel crisis, disclosing that it urgently needs 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to procure liquid fuel for power generation. The ministry states that existing fuel reserves are expected to be depleted in just 2 days, 6 hours, putting the country at risk of widespread power outages. Channel One News' Nia Yukwe Okan has the details in the following report.
The Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Jinapor, has raised serious concerns about the worsening financial situation in the power sector, warning that the government's ability to maintain stable electricity supply is under threat. Speaking during an engagement between the Parliamentary Committee on Energy and key agencies within the power sector, John Jinapor revealed that the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, is grappling with a significant monthly revenue shortfall of 2 billion Ghana cedis, which has severely hampered the government's capacity to raise 1 billion Ghana cedis needed for fuel purchases to support power generation. The minister disclosed that Ghana's current fuel stock could only sustain power generation for 2 days and 6 hours, heightening fears of potential power outages.
Car Power has just sent us a letter that by 18th, they will shut down the plant because we owe them more than $400 million. IPPs alone, we owe them $1.7 billion. And so it's serious. I must be frank with you, Chairman. Today, as I sit here, this morning, my headache is how to get the next parcel of liquid fuel. The fuel we have to take us 2.6 days. We've placed order for fuel, but it has to be paid.
In a bid to shore up ECG's revenue, the minister directed the company to retrieve 1 billion Ghana cedis owed by Ghana Water Limited, which has failed.
Ghana Water hasn't paid even 1 cedi for 7 months. We need that money to stabilize the power. If you don't pay 1 cedi for 7 months and it compounds to 1 billion, the power sector will not be stable. ECG must collect the monies. All MMDAs are supposed to pay for their electricity bills. They have to budget for it. So if you take the health sector, it's the theaters, the laboratories, the wards that will be exempted. If you take the educational institutions, dormitories are not part. Restaurants are not part. Only lecture theaters. So we've classified that.
The minister also noted that he would not hesitate to dismiss any government official who would undermine efforts at tackling challenges confronting the energy sector. For Channel One News, Ni Ayikwe Okai.
The Accra Metropolitan Assembly has announced plans to begin a major decongestion exercise on Tuesday, May 20, targeting traders operating on pavement and in unauthorized locations. The Assembly is urging all affected traders to vacate these areas before the deadline, warning that those who fail to comply will be forcibly removed. Channel One News' Manuel Ayama has been speaking to some of the affected traders and has filed this report.
The AMA says the exercise is part of efforts to restore order and ensure pedestrian safety across key commercial hubs in the city. The first phase will focus on areas such as Okanshi, Circle and Kanishi. Have you ever nearly damaged a trader's goods or pushed them because they were occupying the pedestrian walkway? Or almost hit a trader with your vehicle because they were selling on sections of the road? Well, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly says that on Tuesday, May 20, it will embark on a massive decongestion exercise.
We will not tolerate any resistance from anybody, from any quarters. So we are announcing to you that on Tuesday, Accra Metropolitan Authority Assembly and then the Korle Klottey Municipal Assembly would be, with our task force, will be on the streets of Accra Central. And we assure you that we are going to clear everybody.
Augustina and Dinah, who have been selling on the pavement for over a decade in Accra, say the AMA's directive feels harsh. They are appealing to the city authorities to demarcate areas where they can trade legally instead of displacing them entirely.
Say oh yeah baby man and quad yen yaso yedi.
Baby and mama be say mo be san ba ha.
Say me kwa chia agi me sa betena be ya ba e.
Mayor of Accra, Michael Kpakpo Alote, insists the exercise is long overdue, stressing that maintaining cleanliness and order in the city is a top priority.
We are not after anybody. We are not coming because we have the power to move it from the street. No, we want to keep the city clean.
Will this major decongestion exercise in Accra end the menace of encroachment on our pavements, sections of our roads, among other places or locations? Well, only time will tell. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Manuel Ayama.
Let's take you to the Ashanti region, where contractors working on the Swami Interchange project have raised concerns about hawkers and traders taking over major streets and pavements along the construction corridor, hampering work and posing safety risks. Already struggling with funding delays and unresolved issues such as the relocation of utility lines and compensation for affected persons. The contractors say the encroachment is further stalling progress. Channel 1 News' Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani reports.
Phase 2 of the Swami Interchange project, which includes 3 overpasses and the widening of a 3.1-kilometer main road, plus an additional 15 kilometers of local roads, is nearing completion. Construction is actively underway on the overpasses at Anumane, Swami New Road and Ebusokurwa, with contractors hopeful of completing them in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, work continues on Phase 1, which features the main 4-tier interchange. Contractors have completed the relocation of pipelines belonging to the Ghana Water Company Limited, paving the way for continued construction. However, traders from the Swami market have occupied key sections of the project site and nearby pavements. An intrusion, contractors say, is significantly slowing progress and raising safety concerns. They are urging the Swami Municipal Assembly to intervene and clear these unauthorized structures and traders to restore order to the area.
We are pleading with them to move away. We are pleading with the Municipal Assembly to make sure that they are moved away from the limits of the road so that the contractor can work. We want to make sure that we start and end this project without any incident of accident to anybody. We want to make sure that lives are protected from the beginning to the end. We want to achieve this aim.
The Department of Urban Roads has also expressed frustration with artisans in the Swami Magazine enclave who are allegedly discharging oil and other substances onto newly constructed roads, causing damage.
Most of these garages work on the road. They change oil, they repair vehicles on the road, they change their tires on the road, and this, as we indicated, will lead to the early deterioration of the facility that has been provided at such a high cost. So we have indicated to them that we don't want them to remain in the road and then work within that the road, as oil will react with the bitumen and cause the early deterioration of the road.
At a recent stakeholder engagement, contractors and consultants called on leaders of trader and transport unions, along with local security agencies, to support efforts to create a more workable environment. A local taxi union leader pledged their commitment to cooperating fully with the contractors to ensure smooth progress. Contractors are also appealing to the government for the swift release of funds to accelerate work and meet the revised completion timelines.
Contractors are urging authorities to enforce laws that will deter traders from taking over the streets to ply their activities in order not to further prolong the project's completion. Hafiz Tijani, Channel 1 News, Swami, Ashanti Region.
This is still the Channel 1 newsroom on Channel 1 TV. Still to come. Bank of Ghana confirms no changes to foreign exchange withdrawal rules amid public concern. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
Has in a wide position, so what's next? Ronaldo.
Could be, and still danger here.
Goal! Goal! In 1924, my grandpa was a champion. 2024, Meso is a champion.
Hey, digital champion. It's about the end.
Digital champion, what can TV shop online?
Let me help you get what you need from Enterprise now.
It's this simple. I just log into my Enterprise account using the Enterprise Self-Service Portal. Then, I just click on this button for their new Advantage Point Loyalty Scheme. Then, boom, the fun begins. Wow. Yes, once I start making purchases under any subsidiary, I can now earn a lot of points and redeem it as airtime, Momo, and more.
Customers only. Even on your birthday,
you earn points.
Yes, even when you like and share on the portal,
you earn points.
Yes.
Purchase an Enterprise policy today to enjoy this exclusive offer and start earning rewards. Because nothing you do should be pointless.
Oh, then redeem Momo with your points and send to me.
Hey, Mr. Digital Champion.
Enterprise, your advantage.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back to the Channel 1 newsroom. Next is Channel 1 Business with Natali Neti Ajahu.
Channel One Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hi Natalie, how are you doing?
I'm good, I know.
I'm very well, thank you. So to the layperson, what does the Bank of Ghana's statement mean?
It means that we can still withdraw money directly from the bank.
Okay, so if I take Forex, I can take my Forex
Yeah,
back.
but there's a limit to it. But I mean, earlier this week, we heard calls that they are going to restrict that, but they are clarifying that there are no restrictions. You can take up to $10,000 from the bank. That is in dollars if you are traveling, as long as you are going by the rules.
All right, tell us more.
Ghana has confirmed that no changes have been made to current foreign exchange withdrawal rules. The central bank clarifies that over-the-counter cash withdrawals from foreign currency accounts are permitted, with individuals still allowed to buy up to $10,000 per trip for travel, provided it is supported by valid documents. The clarification comes in response to rising concerns sparked by comments from Isaac Adongo, Member of Parliament for Bolgatanga Central, and a board member of the Bank of Ghana, suggesting that the central bank was planning to intensify restrictions on over-the-counter dollar withdrawals to help stabilize the Ghana cedi. Acting head of financial markets at the central bank, Ernest Nisowa Aholu, speaking to Bernard Avle on Channel 1 TV, advised banks to adhere strictly to the guidelines.
Issue was about restrictions on ability to withdraw foreign currency at the banks, and that is what we are seeking to clarify. We haven't changed or issued a new guideline replacing the existing one, and we felt that we need to clarify that for the public to be confident that they can have access to their dollars when they want to withdraw.
So for both foreign exchange accounts and foreign currency accounts, account holders can withdraw without restriction so long as they have that money in their account, correct?
Let me clarify that with the guidelines, you can withdraw, but obviously with certain conditions. But it hasn't changed. Therefore, we don't think the public should be agitated or uneasy about having access based on the way they know and are able to withdraw foreign currency from the banks.
Still on this development, the Ghana Association of Banks has called for calm, urging the banking public not to panic or resort to unauthorized sources for dollar supply. It says banks remain committed to working with the Bank of Ghana guidelines to ensure legitimate and stable forex supply for personal and business purposes. John Ewa is the CEO of the association.
Obviously, there are requirements for withdrawing money over the counter. The key point is not whether it is your money or it's not your money. The key point is whether you have a legitimate cause. Do you have a reason why you want to withdraw dollar instead of your base currency, which is your Ghana cedi? If tomorrow, Bernard, you are traveling to Cote d'Ivoire and you have a CFA account at the bank and you have your ticket, you have every travel documentation, and you want to make a withdrawal from your CFA account to enable you go to Cote d'Ivoire, your bank will give you the money to go to Cote d'Ivoire within the limits that have been established. And it's clear. And I would like people to go to the Act 206-723. It clearly states exactly how these transactions are to be executed. And also, if you go to the Bank of Ghana website or the site of the Ghana Association of Banks, we have directives there, some of which have modified some of the requirements within the Act. And those are the requirements that we are using. Nothing has changed.
Meanwhile, President John Dramani Mahama says Ghana's economy is beginning to show signs of recovery, crediting the progress to decisive policy reforms and fiscal discipline undertaken by his administration. He pointed to a stabilizing cedi and a gradual decline in the cost of living as early indicators of economic improvement.
Since taking over the reins of government, our focus has been on stabilizing the economy. We therefore presented to Parliament in March this year a budget which was aimed at severely trimming expenditure and channeling the saved revenue into priority programs as promised in our manifesto. I'm happy to report to you that our efforts to stabilize the economy have begun to yield results. And it is evident in the improved performance of our local currency and also a gradual reduction of prices of goods and services in the market. I wish to commend the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, along with their teams, for the close collaboration and coordination.
Now, moving away from matters concerning the cedi, Ghana's cocoa sector may face major foreign exchange setbacks unless swift investments are made to boost large-scale production. That's the caution from the Netherlands ambassador to Ghana, who's called for an urgent research of the country's cocoa industry. He warns that Ghana risks losing a global competitiveness to emerging producers like Ecuador and Brazil if long-standing structural issues in the sector are not urgently addressed. Daniel Sakite has more in this report.
The Dutch envoy was speaking to Channel One Business on the sidelines of a high-level public-private dialogue in Accra on Ghana's readiness for the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. The ambassador stressed that compliance with EU sustainability directives and increased productivity through large-scale farming will be key to maintaining Ghana's market share in safeguarding crucial forex earnings.
If production is going down as it is going down right now, then that means that there is less export of cocoa and there is less foreign exchange earned by farmers and less foreign exchange earned by the economy. So it's a threat to the economy if production is going down. So there is an imperative for the Ghana economy to maintain the cocoa sector.
President John Mahama has appointed Florence Ohene as the second Deputy Managing Director of Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited. With more than 25 years of experience across both local and international banking institutions, Ade's appointment marks a significant milestone in Ghana's financial leadership landscape. She joins the executive leadership team of CBG, comprising Managing Director Dr. Naomi Kwete and Deputy Managing Director Sheila Azuntaba. Her addition is expected to further strengthen the leadership synergy needed to drive the bank's bold vision of delivering exceptional value to its customers. Ade has held various high-level roles within CBG, most recently leading the bank's international and diaspora business, where she spearheaded strategies that increased diaspora engagements. Her deep understanding of banking, both in Ghana and abroad, has earned her a reputation of excellence, innovation, and visionary leadership. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority has denied claims that it has authorized Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, SML, to expand its operations into Ghana's upstream petroleum and solid mineral sectors. This follows media reports suggesting that SML had expanded its revenue assurance mandate to include oversight of these high-value extractive industries. The GRA, however, clarifies that the suspension of SML's activities in these sectors, as announced in April 2024, remains in effect pending further review. And that's it for Channel One Business. I am Netele Neti Ajaho. Over to you, Eno.
Thank you, Netele. Let's do some more stories. President John Dramani Mahama has unveiled an ambitious package of road infrastructure projects and socio-economic development programs for the Upper West region under the government's Big Push initiative, pledging accelerated growth and improved livelihoods for residents. Speaking at a Durban at the Wa Jubilee Park as part of his thank you tour, President Mahama expressed gratitude for the region's overwhelming support in the 2024 elections. He assured constituents that their loyalty would be rewarded with tangible development, particularly in the areas of roads, agriculture, education, and youth empowerment.
The Upper West region, long hindered by poor infrastructure, unlimited economic opportunities, is poised for transformative change under the government's Big Push agenda. President Mahama announced a comprehensive plan to rehabilitate the Wa-Tumu-Bolgatanga Trunk Road, construct new roads along the Techiman-Winchi-Bole-Wa-Hamili corridor, resurface portions of the Sola-Fofoso Road, and upgrade roads in several districts including Wa East, Nadoli, Dafiama-Busi-Isa, and Sisala East.
During the campaign, we traveled on the terrible road network that has become characteristic of the Upper West region. In this region, under the Big Push, we are prioritizing the Wa-Tumu-Bolgatanga Trunk Road and the Techiman-Wenchi-Bole-Wa-Hamile corridor. Equally, we will upgrade roads in the Wa East, Nadoli, Dafema-Busie-Isa, and Sisala East districts to improve access to markets, schools, and health facilities. My brothers and sisters, work will begin very soon. In a few months, you see contractors on all these roads.
Vice President.
Constituency executives of the National Democratic Congress have accused the Member of Parliament for Owutu-Senya East, Phyllis Naa-Koyo Okuno, of sidelining them following the party's victory in the 2024 elections. This revelation comes on the heels of growing dissatisfaction among some party members, underscores the deepening cracks within the party's unity in the constituency. Central Regional Correspondent Akwesi Addo has more.
Tensions within the party were evident even before the 2024 elections. The constituency chairman, Stephen Ofosu-Ejare, along with other executives, staged a walkout midway through a planned walkathon, citing disrespect by then parliamentary candidate Phyllis Naa-Koyo Okuno. This act signaled long-standing internal divisions. Despite the party's success in reclaiming the seat from the New Patriotic Party, attempts by both regional and national leadership to resolve these differences appear to have yielded little result. As the rift continues to widen, social media posts and conversations monitored by Channel One News suggest the situation has escalated into a full-blown internal crisis. At a press conference held by some constituency executives, the MP was accused of bypassing party structures and allowing her husband to interfere in the running of constituency affairs.
We have realized that constituency executives who work tirelessly to make sure this victory is assured have been sidelined by our Honorable MP, Phyllis Naa-Koyo Okuno.
Responding to the accusations, the MP dismissed them as unfounded. Her spokesperson, Michael Asamoah Bamfo, in an interview with Channel One News, urged the party's national leadership to intervene.
People are not getting their way, and once they are not getting their way, they are out for blood. They are taking no prisoners, so they are bent on doing whatever they can do to get their way, and if that includes even destroying the name of the MP, they care less, and that is where I have a problem.
Meanwhile, the party's deputy regional organizer, Joseph Abeka-Mensah, tasked with resolving the dispute, has called on all aggrieved members to adhere to the party's internal dispute resolution mechanisms.
We are calling on them to calm down. That there's nothing on this end that we cannot resolve or solve with the mouth.
Party members fear this conflict, when not addressed, will affect the party's fortunes in the 2028 elections. For Channel One News, I am Akwesi Addo, Kaswa.
The Public Services Workers Union of the Trades Union Congress is threatening a nationwide strike if government fails to pay long overdue allowances owed to staff of the Centers for National Culture and other affiliated agencies since the implementation of the single spine pay structure. Union leaders say these payments are essential to the effective promotion of Ghana's cultural heritage and tourism development. Channel One News' Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta reports.
The Centers for National Culture are key cultural institutions under the Public Services Workers Union of the Trades Union Congress. As hubs for arts, crafts, music, and traditional dance, the CNCs play a central role in preserving and promoting Ghana's diverse cultural heritage. However, union officials say workers across these centers continue to be denied allowances due under the single spine pay structure, a situation they describe as unacceptable. At the 4th Quadrennial Divisional Delegates Conference of the CNC held in Kumasi, Deputy General Secretary of the PSWU, John Sampa, and outgoing Divisional Chairman, Isaac Mensah, issued a strong warning to the government, urging swift intervention.
Apart from our salaries on the single spine, there is what we call the institution-specific allowance. Government has done well to give other of the institutions that belong to us, but CNC is one of the institutions that we have not yet secured the allowance. If nothing is done about it, we will do what we know how to do best.
As a cultural institution, we have some key constitutional mandates to perform, and this mandate performance requires that we go beyond our usual and required mandate, which requires that we are given this allowance.
You're still watching the Channel One Newsroom on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Sports Minister Kofi Adams backs Ghana FA's push to boost women's football ahead of festival. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. Equipped with a state-of-the-art equipment as well as a motivated and specialized staff, Muntaba Hospital and Coloproctology Center provides excellent services in colorectal surgery, anal and bariatric surgeries, gastroscopy, colonoscopy, hysteroscopy, colposcopy, laparoscopy, surgical and medical oncology, comprehensive supportive care. Visit Muntaba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Muntaba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Hi, friend. Where are we going today?
Just use your imagination.
Go, go, go!
My family is the only thing that matters to me right now.
This is the stuff that Mimi dreamed about.
These guys are the best. GoTV's ready to take you from your hometown to roaring stadiums and even on international adventures. So let's go together, from home or on the go with GoTV Stream.
Sounds like a great idea.
Woohoo! GoTV. Love it.
Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame. I live at the plush Leisure Den Symphonic, a real estate property developed by Waymead Properties, the very developers of Vista Del Mare and the beautiful Alphabet City. So come with me to site. Let me introduce you to your new home, a gated community with 24-hour security in the heart of Sakomono. Behind me is going to be Willow Lane, where elegance will meet tranquility. You are going to be greeted with a 4-bedroom ensuite home with an elevator, swimming pool, children's playground, constant electricity, and many more. But wait, it gets even more interesting for early birds like you. You get a whopping $50,000 discount. Yes, I said $50,000 if you purchase between now and the end of this month. So call us now or visit us. Willow Lane, where elegance meets tranquility.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
my puppy go figure your own plans, so I go figure my own.
You're welcome back. Next is Channel One Sports with Bernard Abeku-Ochiri. Happy birthday, Abeku.
Hey, thank you.
How did you celebrate the day? You had a good day?
It was smooth. A lot of stuff behind scenes, you know. Yeah.
Tell us what's happening in the world of sports.
Let's get into it, shall we now? Ghana Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Adams has endorsed the Ghana Football Association's renewed drive to grow women's football across the country. His comments come ahead of this weekend's Women's Football Festival, with a spotlight firmly on building momentum around the sport. Speaking during the ceremony where the Women's FA Cup and the Malta Guinness Premier League trophies were presented at his office, the minister urged collective action to promote and market the women's game.
This weekend, on the 18th of May, the finals of the finals will be played. The FA Cup finals and the Premier League, the Women's Premier League finals at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Each and every one of us is invited to be there because the best is yet to be seen and will be seen there. I invite you all to be there and contribute your quota. No gate fee is free. So come one, come two. Thank you.
Chelsea's midfielder Cole Palmer says Lamine Yamal might be the best player in the world right now. At just 17, the Spanish winger's flair, vision and composure have drawn admirations across Europe with decision-making and dribbling that defy his age. He was also victorious in the European Championship last summer and Spanish Cup this season, which has impressed Palmer.
The levels. Absolutely ridiculous. We've got to talk about Lamine Yamal as well. How good is this guy at 17 years old?
Mad, isn't it? I think he's the best player in the world, to be honest.
Do you? Do you think, what, just from a technical standpoint?
Just everything. I feel like everything they do just goes through him, and just when you watch him, it's mad.
Yeah, there were some moments in that game, wasn't there? Like, at 17 years old, to be saying, give me the ball, I'm just going to go, like, through 5 or 6 players. How hard is that to do against, you know, levels of defenders like Inter Milan at 17 years old?
I don't know, I've never tried it.
He seems like he's got a big personality as well. Obviously, you've got experience of being a sort of breakthrough young star. You must be impressed by not only his ability, but his mentality.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just tell the way he plays that he's confident, he's got no fear, and yeah, I love watching him.
That's the very latest from the world of sports. And I am Bernard Abeku-Ochiri, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Abeku. Well, that's how we wrap up today's edition of the Channel One Newsroom. Do visit our website, channel1news.com, for information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. I am Inosafo. Many thanks for watching.
Hailing all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205-973-973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
Germany under Hitler. Who were the people who voted for him in 1933? Who trusted him? Who despised him? Who feared for their lives? What did they think when war broke out in 1939? And what did they still believe in by the time it ended in 1945? 8 diaries tell of life under National Socialism, be it fanatical support for an inhuman ideology or fear of persecution and extermination. A witness to the thinking of the time, these 8 German accounts depict everyday life, allegiance, coming of age, inner turmoil, despair, and death.
Winterspiele 1936 in Garmisch-Partenkirchen für eröffnet.
February 6, 1936. Inge Thiele loved sports, and 1936 was to be an exciting year with both the Winter and Summer Olympic Games being held in Germany. The events were followed by millions and stirred up significant national pride. Inge Thiele followed the Winter Olympics on the radio. In her diary, she wrote about how she felt about the games.
It's wonderful to imagine a glittering surface of ice and people dancing on it. People with wonderful, well-trained bodies. The bright sun in the blue sky and white mountain peaks in the background. When I heard the roar and the applause of the spectators, I felt like cheering with joy. And our Führer was celebrated too. The other nations kept honoring him with the German salute.
Inge Thiele worked 6 days a week at a plant nursery in Solingen. Sunday was her only free day. That left little time for the 22-year-old to enjoy life, to go dancing, and possibly find a husband. She wanted to be able to broaden her horizons and move up in the world. She decided to speak to her boss.
I told her I wanted to leave. My heart was pounding. Now that I've said it, I'm suddenly aware of all the questions it raises. Doesn't matter. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
In the Eifel region, innkeeper Matthias Mees was also thinking about the future, trying to find a way forward for himself, his family, and his business. Other innkeepers in his hometown of Wittlich had adapted to the changes in Germany. They were doing well. But he had a past to deal with. He had been a Democrat. He now felt marginalized and excluded, both ignored and monitored by others. He wrote,
I have to express again how oppressed and unfree it feels. It's like being in jail. Everyone in a brown shirt is like a warden, and everyone else, unless you know them personally, is an informer or a watchdog. I want it to be over. From now on, I'll avoid everything that has to do with politics.
During carnival season and its madcap antics, Matthias Mees got his wish. People were ready to celebrate.
Now it's time to get the house ready for the 3 days of Carnival. Word must have gotten around that there's a super Carnival spirit at my place. Now that was a Carnival. The main room and the parlor were full.
Since 1918, the Rhineland had been a demilitarized zone. But in March 1936, Hitler sent 30,000 soldiers into the region.
At midday, German troops marched into the Rhineland zone. Parliament has been dissolved. New elections have been ordered, which are meant to endorse Hitler's overall policy. For now, we'll keep flying the flag.
I was delighted by our soldiers marching, and by Hitler's greatness, by the power this man wields. He's a man who acts even before the words are spoken.
Hamburg housewife Luisa Solmitz may have been delighted, but her husband Freddie was being stripped of his rights as a German citizen. The Nuremberg laws defined him as a Jew. And their daughter Gisela was declared mixed race, first degree.
Citizenship of the Reich, the right to belong, to vote, to fly the flag, to earn money, to look after Gisela and to marry her off. In other words, to be a free and equal person. That's something we used to take for granted.
Freddie Solmitz had written personally to Adolf Hitler, asking him for permission to remain a citizen of the German Reich. After all, He had fought on the front lines in the Great War and become a highly decorated officer. He had served the fatherland well.
We were sitting around the table when the police called. Freddie's letter had arrived for further processing concerning his citizenship rights. The officer will probably come on Monday. There's a glimmer of hope in all three of our hearts.
Willy Kohn from Breslau had also been an officer in the Great War. He'd been awarded the Iron Cross. He thought of himself as a Jew who loved Germany, a kind of patriotism that was fast becoming futile.
For the first time, we Jews now have no right to vote. Perhaps it's good that we're on the outside, because we no longer bear any responsibility. Whatever the outcome, we can't be blamed. Yesterday I read in an election leaflet that the Jewish poison has now been eradicated. Went walking in the glorious spring sunshine. The streets are full of election propaganda for March 29th. On Sunday, the Führer will speak in the Centenary Hall. The streets are already being decorated. There was a swastika flag hanging out of the old room I lived in when I was younger.
2 airships were also drafted into service for the election campaign. The Graf Zeppelin and, fresh from the factory where it was made, the Hindenburg. They dropped leaflets that read, "Vote for the Führer."
From 7 a.m. onwards, I kept hearing drums, probably from the Hitler Youth. In the morning, I went with Helena to vote. I had expected 2 ballot papers, one for the Reichstag election and another asking the people whether they agree with Hitler's policies or not. But there was no provision for anything other than giving one's approval. Anyone with the nerve to present a piece of paper like that to a sovereign people is actually showing contempt towards them.
Luisa Solnitz faced a tough decision. Should she go to vote alone? For the first time, her husband, Freddie, was excluded from the election.
At the front door, I felt I couldn't go through with it. But then I went after all. There was a notice on the booth saying that Jews weren't allowed, and the booth wouldn't close properly. The election official was leaning beside it, literally looking at the voters' hands. There's no longer any such thing as ballot secrecy.
It's just past 7 o'clock in the evening. The results for the Wittlich district are as follows. 11 invalid votes, which is what they call the no votes, and 99.74% for Hitler.
The result was very similar at the national level. Hitler claimed an overwhelming victory. The summer of 1936 was dominated by the Olympic Games held in Berlin. Anti-Semitic caricatures and inflammatory slogans were taken down. Germany presented itself as a peaceful, cosmopolitan nation.
Last summer, the cafe here put up signs saying, "Jews not wanted." They stayed up until yesterday. Today, they're gone.
June 18th, 1936. The landlords have been informed of a decree which states that foreigners who come to Germany for the Olympic Games and who may have a Jewish appearance should not necessarily be thrown out. The next few weeks are going to be something else. It's all about the Olympics. It's going to be said repeatedly that it took the new Germany of National Socialism to properly grasp the ideals of the Olympics. And the Führer is going to be celebrated by all the nations of the world.
Once the games were over, the caricatures and inflammatory anti-Semitic slogans returned. After waiting 10 months, Freddie Zollmitz finally received a letter from the Chancellery. His request to be classified as a full German citizen had been declined.
In the name of the Führer and Reichschancellor, this decision is final. After Freddie left the room, I wanted to cry. But I didn't cry cathartic tears. I just cried inwardly, with a sense of desolation. Before going to bed, Gisela said to me, "I've resigned myself to the fact that my life will be short, times being what they are." She went on, "Maybe in a year's time I'll already be dead, and it won't be of natural causes." To think of a 16-year-old teenage girl saying that to her mother.
Inge Thiele had quit her job in Solingen. She was now helping in her family home in Castrop-Rauxel in the Ruhr region. Her mother had cancer. Her father was back at work in the coal mine. Inge Thiele was kept busy with the house, the garden, and her younger siblings. So far, a new job had not materialized. She decided to live at home for the summer. After that, she considered a 6-month post with what was called the Labor Service.
I've got the application form for the Female Labor Service in my hands. Everyone here laughs at the idea of my working for no pay. They think I'm crazy. They say only daughters of wealthy families can afford to do it. Even Dad talks like that. It's driving me crazy.
Was es uns gelang, dem deutschen Volk eine neue Idee zu geben und dieses Volk in diese Idee zu einen und zu einer neuen Lebensform zu führen. Dies ist die größte Tat dieses Jahrhunderts für unser Volk. Und ihr müsst euch schon in jüngsten Jahren...
When I hear the Führer, I'm happy to sacrifice half a year. After all, it'll serve me for the rest of my life.
The labor service was voluntary for young women and compulsory for young men between the ages of 18 and 25. The Nazis saw it as an educational project for the youth. The Labor Service was also involved in major construction projects, like building the Autobahns. By this time, 130,000 people were employed building these freeways. Section after section was opened with great ceremony. When they had built 1,000 kilometers near Breslau, Hitler himself showed up.
September 27, 1936. Today marks the opening of a major section of the freeway. Such things are always done with a huge amount of propaganda in Germany.